This young man liked a game so much he played it 1,000 times, training 1,000 S-rank heroes. He thought there would be nothing left to play next, when unexpectedly the publisher sent an email. The message read, "Congratulations, you are the first to train 1,000 heroes. You are granted special access to unlock a unique mission. Prevent the world's destruction at difficulty X." Excited to have something to do, he was especially thrilled it was difficulty X. He'd thought S was the highest. Blood boiling, he immediately moved the mouse to accept without noticing the red note below. Warning, this is a time travel type mission. And then what had to happen happened. He was thrown straight into an unfamiliar forest, but as a master who'd trained 1,000 heroes, he wasn't too worried and began his usual procedures. First, observe the surroundings for danger. Then check his own stats via the system. However, all his attributes were 0. Only a copy skill like some slime and a useless buff skill remained. Well, it's difficulty X, so he gritted his teeth and accepted it. He continued to check the quest board. First, he had to survive for 10 minutes to receive basic equipment. He looked around once and declared it easy. There weren't any strong monsters here after all. No sooner had he finished speaking than the wind rustled the grass, and from the treetops 2 dragon kings fighting surged toward him. 2 S-rank bosses right in the novice area. Could it be because the mission is X difficulty? Better run away from here. Red magical circles blazing in the sky made him fear. If he got hit by that attack, he'd definitely die. Wait, isn't this the perfect chance to use the copy skill? To copy, you must witness the moment a skill or trait is activated, and identify the target's name and rank. This was far too easy for him. The whole forest burned, the dragon's silhouette appearing in his vision. The system immediately popped up. Target trait, elemental resistance S saved. Kim Ho felt pleased looking at the dragon. Great, it's done. He hadn't expected to get an S-rank trait this early, what luck. System note, elemental resistance S greatly reduces all elemental damage. He reached out and touched the air with a smile. Although he also wanted the skill, without a mana core he couldn't use it. For now, he was content with the S-rank trait. The wind is blowing his attack back. The fire dragon inhaled deeply. Even its rival was stunned. Kim Ho sensed the danger and ran as fast as he could. Dragon roar. That's the dragon's strongest move. Even with elemental resistance, the fire dragon quickly unleashed its ultimate, but if he took that attack at this distance, he'd still die. Then the system appeared with a new notification. Novice mission completed, reward, S Dragon Academy uniform, student ID card, train ticket. Novice mission 2, board the train to Dragon Academy. Many people stood on the platform, waiting for the train to the academy. Hyunwoo politely asked for permission. "Excuse me, I'm sorry to bother you, but there's no space left around here. Can I sit with you?" But the girl only remained silent. Hyunwoo was quite embarrassed. "Are you asleep?" "Sorry to bother you, I'll go." Kim Ho entered looking tired. "Is there any space here?" He pointed at the girl beside him with an apologetic look. "Well, there is," but the girl didn't answer. At that moment, Sio Yane woke up and looked up. Kim Ho asked, "Can I sit here?" Yane looked a bit dazed. He acted friendly. "Thanks, I'm Kim Ho." She gave a brief introduction, Sio Yane. Then he turned to Hyun. "You should sit too, it's fine." Hyunwoo replied politely. "Thanks, I'm Go Hyunwoo, really appreciate it, both of you. If you two refused, I'd have to stand for an hour, I'll definitely repay you." Kim Ho thought, this guy looks like the protagonist of a wuxia novel, both his demeanor and speech. He asked, "Why were you so late?" Kim Ho recounted excitedly, "Oh, I saw 2 dragons on the way and got distracted. By the time I noticed it was already late." He laughed awkwardly. "Same here, I almost died." The wheels began to turn, the train started moving. In Kim Ho's mind, Dragon Slayer Academy, the place I always return to when raising a new hero. I know this place like the back of my hand, to the point it's become boring. But this time there's a difference. Go Hyunwoo, the other students, and even the train staff, all faces were strangers. This world has a setting similar to Dragon Slayer Academy, but the cast has completely changed. That means upcoming events and missions might be different. I need to watch for these new differences. Kim Ho broke into a sweat as Yane stared at him. But why has she been staring at me this whole time? Does Sio Yane have special eyes that let her analyze everything? For example, the guy sitting in front of her, his status window looks very normal. Hyunwoo still smiled brightly. Skill, Celestial Wind, Swordsmanship D, trait, Swordsmanship D core. Then she slowly analyzed Kim Ho, who was a bit unusual. Status window, Copy King, he's quite special. The number of times she's seen such a status window can be counted on one hand. Kim Ho couldn't hide his curiosity and turned to ask, "Why are you staring at me?" Sio Yane recalled the advice before leaving. If you find someone interesting, try being kind to them. She decided to pull out her suitcase. There was a bag of cookies inside. Sio Yane offered a cookie to Kim Ho, her face cold. "Do you want one?" He was surprised. "Yeah, thanks. Did you make them yourself?" She answered bluntly, "Yes." While eating, Kim Ho asked the newcomer, "You're Go Hyunwoo, right? I was wondering earlier. But is that beside you a sword case?" Hyunwoo couldn't help but praise, "You're observant." "It's a sacred relic of my sect. Unfortunately, I'm not yet qualified to break its seal, so I have to keep it wrapped like this until then. This sword is my companion, but don't worry, I haven't been defeated by anyone so far. Kim Ho laughed at that, really. But wouldn't it be better to use a more durable weapon? Just then, Shin Byung-chul leaned in the doorway laughing loudly. Wow, everyone, sorry to cut in. Can I sit here a bit? Hien didn't mind, go ahead. Byung-chul grinned, eyes squinting, thanks for the warm welcome. I'll only stay a little while. Kim Ho watched quietly thinking, he's noisy, but I didn't hear his footsteps at all. Looks like I know who he is. He spoke bluntly, you don't seem like you want to sit, say what you want. The guy just scratched his head, smiling sheepishly at being called out. Actually, wherever you all are, just call Shin Byung-chul. We're the delivery service at Dragon Slayer Academy. We can find anything, as long as you pay a reasonable price, anything. Exactly. Kim Ho widened his eyes at the paper, even if it means breaking academy rules. Byung-chul excitedly replied at once, yes, say the word and it's done. Kim Ho's expression didn't change, so that means you're being chased now because of one of those jobs, right? The guy, caught up in the mood, suddenly froze, of course. What? Seems pretty obvious. Kim Ho analyzed from his observation, you look tense and keep glancing out the window. A foot appeared outside the door. I'll explain the details later. Byung-chul opened his eyes wide in terror. Chunhai arrived with several friends, looking tense. Get out of here, they know where you are. He scratched his head and forced a smile. The disciplinary committee showed up early. The Student Disciplinary Committee is a student-run organization responsible for maintaining order in and around the academy. First-year committee members are enrolled early, guided through the procedures, and deployed immediately. Like this. She seemed out of patience and yelled, hand it over, you're not allowed to keep it. Byung-chul was struck by several bolts of lightning from Chunhai. Why are you chasing me like debt collectors? Lightning magic, that's rare. Kim Ho looked at the cookie thinking, lucky my copy skill still has room, maybe I should copy a useful skill right now. Sorry, cookie. But Byung-chul stubbornly retorted, this is bad. I'm terrible in direct confrontations. Chunhai put on gloves, ready to act. Looks like you don't plan to hand it over voluntarily. Then I'll have to subdue you. She simply snapped her fingers and lightning sparked into being. A bird flew straight at him. Thunderbird. Byung-chul could only close his eyes and wait to die. At that moment, a hand reached out, and that hand caught the bird. The lightning hadn't harmed that person at all. Chunhai was irritated by this. Do you have accomplices? Kim Ho quickly stepped forward. Wrong, that cookie is mine. And you guys made me drop it. She was stunned by his words, a cookie. At that moment, the system also notified that it had acquired the lightning magic skill, Thunderbird. Kim Ho pretended to scold them, and you made me drop it. I was enjoying this cookie. You're making me uncomfortable. Yeon angrily lunged forward, wanting to punch them. How dare you slander us while we're speaking politely, move aside. Hyunwoo wasn't backing down either, ready to fight. I think you should act more carefully. If you draw your sword, I won't just stand by. The tense air between the two groups made Byung-chul anxious. This is bad. Chunhai raised a hand to stop her friend. Wait a moment. We'll give you a blank meal ticket discount for the student canteen. Is that okay? Kim Ho immediately looked pleased. Yeah, that's fine. Byung-chul trembled as she prepared to act. What about me? He replied rather indifferently. That's not my problem. Because now Kim Ho had gotten what he wanted. Thanks for the skill. I'll put it to good use. Chunhai got what she wanted. He stole the station attendant's wig. That joke was over the line. Yeah, he deserved to get beaten for that. Hey, I'm telling you honestly, you'd better stay away from Byung-chul. Kim Ho waved politely. I'll decide that for myself. Goodbye. Ihan was still very annoyed with him. I'll remember your face. Hyunwoo looked at Byung-chul sympathetically. Are they members of the Student Disciplinary Committee? He beamed, relieved it was settled. Yes, only the best of the best are chosen. The one who used the Thunderbird was Song Chunhai. Hyunwoo was shocked to hear that. Wait, you mean the Song family from the Yellow Jade Magic Tower? Byung-chul confirmed strongly. That's right, she's the granddaughter of Thunder King Song Kyungwoo. The other three aren't insignificant either. Jo Byok is a disciple of the Fist King. Han Somi was trained by the Sword Empress. And GM Yohan is the sole heir of the Golden Lotus Pavilion. He may not be as strong as the three, but he's not to be underestimated. After speaking, he left, not forgetting to say goodbye. Anyway, it was nice meeting you. Next time we meet, remember to greet each other. See you. Hyunwoo was impressed by the young man. He's really enthusiastic. But Kim Ho, did you really get involved just for a cookie? Kim Ho answered nonchalantly. Actually, I just wanted to see what that rare lightning magic was like. He was full of questions. But didn't you block her attack? He quickly asked, so Hyunwoo, do you know anything about that Thunderbird move? Hyunwoo replied with a serious look. It's the first time I've seen it too. It's so fast my eyes couldn't follow it, but instead of dealing damage, it seems to paralyze or lock the opponent's movements. The two continued the discussion. You're half right. What's the other half? Kim Ho excitedly demonstrated the Thunderbird. The skill's name is Thunderbird because it mimics the flight of a bird, specifically a hummingbird. Its effect varies with a caster's proficiency. The Thunderbird streaked past, so you can judge skill level by watching its movement. He recalled the situation and continued explaining. If Song Chunhai really had experience, then when I intervened the Thunderbird's flight path should have shifted. But it flew straight into my hand, right? That means she still lacks control or combat experience. Kim Ho was clearly excited. One move reveals so much information. He looked at his hand and chuckled inwardly. That's not all. She used an E-rank move, but its power was comparable to D-rank, perhaps due to a strong trait or a naturally large mana reserve. In any case, the Thunder King's granddaughter doesn't disappoint. I should find a way to befriend her. He then put on a thoughtful face. I've learned a lot just from meeting her. Maybe it's fate. That attitude made him laugh. Fate sounds a bit much. Anyway, I'll share these things. Hyunwoo clasped his hands respectfully. You're generous. If you ever need help, tell me. I'll do my best. Kim Ho quickly had a favor to ask. Really? Then come with me for a bit. Oh, can you lend me a coin? He looked confused by the request. For what? Kim Ho decisively pulled the cloth cover off. Inside was a game machine displaying the message. Out of order. Kim Ho sat on the wooden box opposite the arcade. This ship used to be for tourism, and this area was once a casino. As you can see, it's a bit dusty now. Hyunwoo still didn't understand what he wanted. But isn't that machine broken? Kim Ho dropped a coin into the machine. Maybe, but it only looks that way. You never know. Immediately, the game machine started working as usual. Hidden event. The fancy machine looked broken. He began to pull the lever down, definitely not going to pass it up. A bottle of water rolled into the tray below. The two stared at the bottle in shock. Nothing to be done. I wasn't expecting much either. Hyunwoo couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, "Hey, why do you need me to come along?" Kim Ho explained clearly. Actually, this is against school rules. The issue isn't the machine, but the items that fall out of it. He quickly understood Kim Ho's intention. So I just need to stand guard for you, right? He looked into the tray, disappointed. Nothing good again. Yeah, it'll be fine. The disciplinary committee rarely comes here. They're probably headed elsewhere now, so don't worry. First-year disciplinary committee member Han Somi suddenly spoke up. Hey, what are you two doing here? Her appearance made him break out in a sweat. Now I'm scared. Speak of the devil. Han Somi gently reminded them, students aren't allowed to use that machine. It's a rule violation and you'll lose points. Kim Ho whispered to the worried Hyunwoo, "Can you stall for me a bit?" He replied in a whisper, "I'll try and check one thing while I'm at it." Somi noticed something and warned, "Helping others break rules is a violation too, didn't you know?" But Hyunwoo replied calmly, "I'll take responsibility, it's my choice." Somi huffed in anger. HMPH, he drew his sword. "I heard Miss Han was trained by the Sword Empress, right? May I have the chance to witness her swordplay?" Somi also drew her sword ready. "What's your name?" He replied politely, "I'm Go Hyunwoo, pleased to meet you." Somi quickly charged in front of her opponent. "All right." Hyunwoo struggled to defend with his sword. Then he swung down with a slash. Somi looked fairly surprised at that strength. Immediately after, she ran off very quickly. This time, he still managed to block the sword. In terms of inner energy, he didn't stand a chance. His meridian condition was ordinary. But it's not completely hopeless. I still have something I want to test. Just try for one more minute. Sure enough, Hyunwoo became much more agile. Kim Ho returned to the game machine and continued his work. The fancy machine is one of the most iconic games in the casino. Most players wouldn't want to waste money on such a gamble. But they don't know this machine has a guaranteed win mechanism, a hidden consolation system. At the start, the player only inserts 5 coins and now it's the 5th spin. On the final turn, he looked at the coin in his hand and thought, if I put in the borrowed coin, then on the 6th spin, I'll definitely hit the jackpot. 100% chance to receive the highest prize. An item fell into the tray below. Somi was charging at Kim Ho with her sword drawn. Alright, even though the sword had broken, Hyunwoo still tried to defend him. It wasn't over yet. I've seen enough. Both were aghast as they saw Kim Ho pour the entire contents of the jar into his mouth. Hey. If you eat that, a freezing effect will be applied. Seeing him like he was poisoned, they panicked. System notification. Freezing effect has been applied. But Kim Ho suddenly stood up, full of cheer. It's fine, I'm okay. Both were surprised again. So what's in that jar? Kim Ho answered completely calmly. Simply put, it's like a spirit elixir that restores mana extremely quickly. One of the guaranteed rewards on the 6th spin, the black ice shard. For newcomers, it's like a deadly poison. Just a tiny fragment can freeze the whole body, but for me it's different. That's all thanks to my S-rank elemental resistance. The system kept notifying that the freezing effect had been applied. Kim Ho told himself, although the cold is gone, the ice energy still lingers in my body. Kim Ho still felt uncertain. Would Miss Han believe that explanation? No way. If she actually believed that, she'd be hopelessly stupid. Kim Ho tried to persuade her, you must have seen it wrong. Still, Somi remained certain, no, I'm sure I saw it. Hyunwoo also felt unsure. Would Miss Han believe that explanation? No way. If she truly believed it, she'd be utterly foolish. Kim Ho tried to persuade her, you must have mistaken it. Even so, Somi was firm, no, I'm certain I saw it. Hyunwoo took the chance to ask, if you don't mind, could I see that skill again? He politely declined. Maybe next time, I can't use it frequently yet. Kim Ho also had his own calculations, and besides the skill's cooldown is an hour, so I can't play all my cards right now. Though disappointed, he acted understanding and accepted it. After all, a skill that's strong must have limitations. As he answered, Yane had woken up. Today isn't the last time, we'll definitely need it again. The ship was cutting through the deep blue water, almost there. Dungeon Island, the final stop of the voyage. True to its name, the place had many dungeons. In the past, it was a lawless region full of criminals. Until one day, the first dragon-slaying hero set foot on the island and wiped out the criminals, conquered all the dungeons, built a city and established an academy. Thus the Dragon Slayer Academy was founded. Calls echoed throughout the school grounds. Freshmen over here, over here. Don't go over there, don't follow those upperclassmen. Hyunwoo couldn't help grinning, it's lively. A girl shouted to her friend when she saw the tiger cub lunging. Hey, hold it back. Kim Ho agreed with his friend, it's definitely crowded. While they were still watching around, a voice called out. Chunhai looked at him sharply. Please come with me for a moment. The two of them arrived at the Student Disciplinary Committee office. Please take a seat. This is a room where anyone who enters doesn't leave the same, the room of truth. Sehun began interrogating Kim Ho. I heard you ate what fell from the fancy machine, right? But you don't seem to have any issues and the scanner didn't detect anything. He didn't answer aloud but thought, of course, the freezing effect has been lifted. The man gradually removed his suspicion of Kim Ho. It seems the item truly wasn't forbidden. But you, Kim Ho, allow me to make this clear. Whether you've been explained to or not, failing to comply with the disciplinary committee's requests can be grounds for punishment. Since no one was harmed and this is the first time, I'll let you go without deducting points. But I hope this is the last time I see you here. All right, have a good term. Kim Ho bowed to him before leaving. Yes, senior, yes. Sehun sipped water and said to the girl reviewing the case, it seems Chunhai is very confident in this decision, right? He couldn't help but be suspicious. The guy looks very dubious. If the target wasn't a banned item, there's no reason for him to use that machine. And there's no reason for him to swallow that item right there on the spot. Chunhai said with a steely expression, actually, I think the same. It's very possible he obtained some forbidden skill. If we use an analysis lens to check his current skills, we might discover something. Sehun, sounding like he was counter-questioning, Chunhai, that's possible. But what if we find nothing? If we use the analysis lens and still can't detect anything, then what will we do? That question flustered her and she bowed her head to apologize. About that, I'm sorry, I was a bit hasty. Sehun slowly stood and offered advice. Chunhai, I understand your enthusiasm, but for matters like this, we must be patient and consider the whole picture. Now hurry up and go, or you'll be late for the entrance ceremony. At that moment, Kim Ho reached his two friends. Thanks for saving us a spot. The system also announced, newcomer quest completed. You have arrived at the entrance ceremony on time. Reward, an E-rank weapon selection voucher and 5 coins. Kim Ho was quite pleased with the reward. Even an E-rank weapon is better than nothing. Besides, he'd recovered the money he put into the fancy machine. The entire hall immediately buzzed. They're here. Is that the principal? Why does he look so ordinary? I heard he once led a dragon hunting squad. By tradition at the Dragon Slayer Academy, the principal is always a hero who has retired to the rear ranks. And the title of hero is granted to just one among countless S-ranks. Though he appears ordinary outwardly, he holds a tremendous source of power. People continued to gossip about the principal, but didn't the Saintess reject him 4 times? No, I heard it's 5 times now. He was just rejected again. Kim Ho heard this and laughed until tears, really. The principal cleared his throat and said wearily, ahem, welcome, new students. Congratulations on being admitted to the Dragon Slayer Academy. Long ago, the Dragon Slayer Academy was founded to prepare for the war against the dragon race and to train dragon slayers. The first hero insisted on keeping the word slayer in the name, wanting you to deeply reflect on the true meaning of a dragon slayer. So what is a dragon slayer? You can't be called a fiend slayer unless you've killed a fiend, and you can't become a dragon slayer unless you've slain a dragon. Right? The audience deflated like a punctured balloon. Oh my, so long-winded. The principal continued his long speech. Taking a life is the destiny and core of a dragon slayer. Do not turn away from that truth, but also ask yourself, why do I want to become a dragon slayer? Why do I want to take a life? I hope that upon graduation, each of you will have found your own answer. One last thing, the students below had already dozed off. Please stop, Mom, my head hurts. The secretary beside him signaled a reminder about time. I hope you will become true heroes during your time at the Dragon Slayer Academy. That's all. Hyunwoo, in contrast to everyone else, perked up. What a meaningful speech. Kim Ho looked at his friend in surprise. Don't you find it boring? He beamed. Boring? Every line is truth. My master taught me the exact same things every day. Kim Ho was exasperated. You really hear that stuff every day. The bespectacled girl added an announcement. Allow me to remind you. This year's banned item list has been updated. If these items are found in your possession, they will be confiscated immediately and the violator will face disciplinary action. Additionally, until further notice, all newcomers are only permitted to participate in combat assessments on the ground floor of the dungeon. The students felt a bit intimidated, terrifying pressure. On the side, she continued to warn, if you descend to lower levels without permission and cause trouble, your family, magic tower, or guild could be implicated. So be careful, don't let a momentary curiosity bring disaster on everyone. Know and follow the rules to avoid unnecessary punishment. The entrance ceremony is concluded. Remember to return to your dormitory on time. Kim Ho nudged Yane awake after everyone had left. That's it, short and sweet. At that moment a call startled them. Hey you guys, let's go eat. Hyunwoo, seeing Byung-chul, was surprised. What's wrong with your face? He pointed to the scratch marks on his face and laughed. Oh, this? Just a small accident, don't mind it. Hey, make sure you all eat well today. Hyunwoo, puzzled, why's that? He put on a mysterious air. Tomorrow is the first class and there's going to be a major event that day. That night in the boys' dorm, Hyunwoo waved enthusiastically at Kim Ho. The next room over, what a coincidence. Kim Ho, unenthusiastic, I'm not feeling very happy about it. Alright then, Kim Ho, sleep well. Kim Ho walked off while taking off his outer jacket. There's no way I'm going to sleep. With free time like this, time to form a mind vein. To use any skill that consumes mana or internal energy, you need a power source. That's the role of the mind vein. It's my first time crafting one, but I know fairly well how to do it. I've absorbed the black ice shard, so I'm not short on mana now. I can do it. At the same time, in Go Hyunwoo's room, he was also meditating. Hansomi is the strongest opponent he's faced since leaving the mountain. They did restrain their power in the duel, but even at full force the outcome was hard to predict. If Kim Ho hadn't quickly compensated for Go Hyunwoo's gap in strength, he might have fallen before his blade broke. A master, that's the word Hyunwoo has associated with Kim Ho since they first met. A calm only the strong possess, a gaze that seems to see through everything. He looked at his sword and wondered, should I ask him for help? No, he's my first friend. I'll do my best on my own. The next day in the temporary classroom, everyone was chatting. Sio Yane entered the class yawning. Hyunwoo breathed easier. There she is. I was worried you'd oversleep. Kim Ho just smiled wryly, maybe. The podium was still empty. Hey, where's the teacher? I don't know either. The bell rang, but no teacher showed up. I wonder who our homeroom teacher is and why they're late. Ah, there they are. Before they could celebrate, they were stunned. The director appeared with a very fierce look. Judging by your reactions, I must be famous. Nice to meet you. I'll be your homeroom teacher this year. I'm Lee Sudok. He pointed at a cold-faced female student and asked, you there, tell me what people call me. The girl flinched in fear. Yes, sir, villainous hunter. Not that, sir, the butcher of mankind. Kim Ho fell silent as he realized that in this world there are countless mutants who surpass human limits, and among them are those who use power for perverse desires. Lee Sudok was tasked with hunting down and capturing such people. The moniker Butcher of Mankind implies he has executed more villains than he has taken alive. Lee Sudok kept his expression unchanged and said loudly, I didn't want to be here either, but the principal asked, so I had to agree. Of all the missions I've been given, I'm proud to say I've never failed. I hope none of you tarnish my perfect record. I'd rather kill you than let you fail and drag me down. Hearing that, the whole hall trembled. He began writing on the board. Now for the main part, I'll explain how scoring works. The written exam counts for 30%, conduct accounts for 10%. Just behave and don't cause trouble and you'll get points. For some, that's practically free points. Conduct can drop below 0% and can even pull down scores in other areas. I'll be watching problem students closely. You never know, we might meet again after graduation. Lee Sudok's voice continued evenly from the lectern. Next is the most important part, the combat test. The combat test will be divided into two formats, Dungeon Assault, where you clear dungeons, and Versus Matches, where you directly face other students. Scores will be graded comparatively, meaning you must outperform the students around you. Both sections will account for 30% of the total score. Any questions? No one, then move to the arena. Two students were fighting fiercely. Byung-chul and Hyunwoo were discussing excitedly. It's time for the classification. This is the major event I mentioned, so that's what you were talking about yesterday. To familiarize students with various scenarios, the rules for versus matches change frequently. Today's classification rule is deathmatch. A match only ends when one side is exhausted, unconscious, or surrenders. The bowl-cut guy couldn't stand it and raised his hand. I surrender. The time limit is 5 minutes. If time runs out with no winner, the judges will score or declare a draw. Byung-chul continued explaining eagerly. Each person will fight 3 first-year students assigned randomly. Wins grant extra points. 300 points per victory. Hyunwoo was also very curious. What about draws or losses? Kim Ho answered quickly, no points but no penalties either. At that moment, the system board lit up and caught his attention. It issued another notice, classification exam side quest. Objectives, rank at least average in the exam, win at least one versus match 0-1, place in the top 50% in the dungeon assault. Current rank, none. Reward, add 1 skill copy slot. Kim Ho already had his own plan, so I just need to win at least one versus match and rank average in the dungeon assault. After reading the message, he told himself, but more importantly, the classification exam is the perfect time to observe other students. An opportunity to spot those with potential to be X-rank or to remember students with skills or traits worth copying. A moment later, the loudspeaker announced, Kim Ho, Yeonhwa, please step forward. Hyunwoo cheered from below, go, Kim Ho. Kim Ho and the red-haired girl stood opposite each other. He paid attention to the girl holding a staff. Is my opponent from the Ruby Tower? Ruby Tower specializes in fire magic, known for strong firepower and battlefield control. In the game, I often chose them. Kim Ho smiled confidently. Sorry, but please cooperate with me for 5 minutes. Yeonhwa felt annoyed by her opponent. If I want to build a reputation, I have to take down someone famous. But Kim Ho, what a strange name. And that weapon, no mage bothers with that E-rank Earth Staff. The E-Earth Staff slightly boosts Earth magic effects and defensive spells. And Kim Ho himself exuded an odd glow. He's definitely not from the Emerald Tower, so he's not an Earth mage. He probably only uses that staff for support spells. Raising the staff suggests he favors power over speed. The countdown speaker, 3, 2, 1. So he's the type of mage who stands and chants support spells. A flame burst forth from the core of Hoa's staff. Skill, flame burst. Then I'll finish this match quickly. Everyone was buzzing. Did you see that skill? Something just flashed right. As expected, she's from the Ruby Tower. But something made her startle. The scores for both appeared instantly. Hong Yeonhwa 100%, Kim Ho 100%. She stared at the scoreboard in disbelief. 100%? Impossible. I didn't expect to defeat him with a single strike. But why did my attack deal no damage at all? Yeonhwa still pointed the staff at him. Sweat beading, her eyes turning serious. My attack had no effect. Could he have used a dispel? Then try blocking this move. There's no way you can stop this with just a basic dispel. A formation and flames enveloped him. Try to move. If I see even the slightest opening, I'll intercept immediately. Oh, what the hell is that? Why is he just standing there doing nothing? Seeing his attitude, she grew even angrier. If you're that confident, then try blocking this. Fire pillar. Flames shot up high, forming a vortex. And those nearby were affected. Truly, the Ruby Tower. Hoa seemed to have noticed something. She watched Kim Ho stand firm like a mountain, inwardly astonished. He withstood the magic of a future master of the Ruby Tower without harm. Kim Ho coldly unleashed his move. At this point, I have to use my trump card. Yeonhwa went from one shock to another. That was Thunderbird. She quickly dodged, but the second strike hit Yeonhwa's shoulder. System notice, paralysis effect applied. System notice, paralysis effect applied. Only then did Kim Ho speak. That's the end. You should conserve your strength for the later matches. Think about the remaining bouts as well. The scoreboard had changed. Hong Yeonhwa lost, Kim Ho won. Everyone immediately buzzed. What? Hong Yeonhwa lost? How did he take that hit with no damage? Who is that guy? He doesn't look like a promising freshman. Why is there no info on him? He glanced at the crowd murmuring about him and thought, seems I've attracted more attention than expected. I need to be more careful from now on. At that moment, the speaker rang again. Next up, Kim Ho. He broke into a sweat. What, me? Can I get a short break? The speaker announced his next opponent, Song Chunhai. The audience buzzed again. Song Chunhai from the Golden Tower? Yes, I heard she joined the disciplinary committee right after enrolling. Chunhai entered the ring full of determination. Looks like today's my lucky day. I have some things to confirm. Kim Ho just looked at her without speaking, then calmly said, I forfeit. She was surprised by that action. After a moment of silence, the director asked, why? Kim Ho feigned rubbing his neck, acting tired. I don't feel well. If I continue now, it'll be difficult. He still tried to persuade him. Don't you want to use this chance to gain points? You still want to forfeit? But Kim Ho had decided firmly, yes, I must. Chunhai's hand trembled with anger as she listened to their exchange. The third match counts as a forfeit too. Fine, consider it a loss. She couldn't hold back and scolded him outright. Pathetic, always be ready to fight. My grandfather always says that only those who don't waver in adversity and keep fighting to the end can reach the top. He paid little attention to those words. Now that he thought about it, wasn't her grandfather the Thunder King? Seems like grandfather and grandchild are alike. That would be useful advice for anyone aiming to be a hero. But I don't really care. Kim Ho turned and walked away, letting slip a casual remark. Right, maybe I'm just not cut out for this. Consider it your win. Chunhai turned back, sulking. How disappointing. I was foolish to expect anything from you, even a little. Kim Ho called out, oh, by the way. She flinched slightly and looked back. Yes. Kim Ho flashed a bright smile. You said you'd send me that dessert coupon, right? I'm still waiting. The familiar speaker voice rang out again. Next up, Chunhai, Yang Jihang. Yang Jihang appeared grinning loudly. You're from the Golden Tower. Looks like you'll be a worthy opponent for me. Chunhai carried her earlier anger and unleashed her power. All right, get ready. He was startled by what he saw, As the voice sounded, she landed a powerful blow on her opponent. Begin Byung-chul watched, visibly nervous. He looks like he's badly burned. Kim Ho kept a fairly indifferent expression. Yeah, seems so. He still hadn't recovered from the shock. Good thing you forfeited. Otherwise, you'd probably be burned to a crisp by now. He went along with him, indeed lucky. Chunhai glared at him with furious eyes. Byung-chul glanced at Kim Ho worriedly. Hey, did you see her expression just now? Sure enough, she's the Thunder King's granddaughter. What an impressive debut. Kim Ho smiled and looked down at the arena. Great, someone drew attention for me. Two students behind were gossiping about Kim Ho. Oh my god, who forfeits in the classification exam? Maybe he's scared because his opponent was Song Chunhai. Could his win over Hong Yonhwa have been just luck? Isn't he just a coward? He wasn't angry, he was pleased. A lucky coward who beat the Ruby Tower, that's exactly the kind of notoriety I want. The speaker quickly announced, next, Song Chunhai. Byung-chul tensed and looked down, starting right away. I wonder who's the unlucky one next. Yane appeared holding a gun, looking very serious. Sio Yane. He had to stop taking notes and frowned. Wait, she's a marksman? That's surprising. Kim Ho widened his eyes. Really, I just found out too. Whispers rose again. This is getting interesting. Aren't marksmen natural counters to mages? Maybe Song Chunhai will lose this match. Kim Ho was looking forward to the match. Not so fast, let's see. He put his faith in Sio Yane. Come on, if the marksman is steady, how could she lose? Kim Ho eagerly spread his 5 fingers. Want to bet? 5 silver coins. He couldn't resist. Let's do it. Both girls took the battle very seriously. Sio Yane quickly aimed at her opponent and fired. Begin. Chunhai reached out to cast her skill, and the bullets were stopped by that hand. Byung-chul couldn't believe his eyes. She blocked it. Meanwhile, Kim Ho sighed, just as I thought. Song Chunhai's mana is far superior. Even the E-rank Thunderbird spell in her hands looked like rank D. The Thunderbird flew through the barrage, aiming straight for Sio Yane. She quickly dodged the attack. On the opposite side, Chunhai snapped her fingers, and the flock of Thunderbirds lunged at Sio Yane. This time she was hit, and Sio Yane struggled to dodge as well. Byung-chul grew anxious, scribbling faster. If she took that full-on, the match would be over. Kim Ho analyzed the situation. Although she avoided it, her movements seemed slower now. Chunhai remained cold and continued. With that electric jolt, the next strike will surely land. Indeed, Song Chunhai should win easily. However, she reached into her bag and took something out, then threw it toward Chunhai. A plume of smoke rose up very quickly. Those in the stands were surprised. A smoke bomb. Byung-chul was excited. Nice move. If it had been a normal bomb, it would have been blocked. Now the battlefield had completely changed. This is when a marksman truly shows her power. Chunhai was still fumbling in the smoke, and then she was struck from behind. She looked back irritably. She had blocked it with a magic shield, but the impact nearly knocked her off balance. At this rate, sooner or later, I'll be in danger. Byung-chul broke into a sweat watching. She must be rich, only a freshman, and already using an invisibility cloak. And switching to a rifle was a smart decision too. Chunhai grimaced, though she dodged the bullet. Chunhai was peeking around to survey her surroundings. She couldn't keep defending forever. Yane's gun was aimed at her from afar. The bullet flew close to Chunhai. You have to predict the mana round's trajectory. The shot seemed to pass through her protection. Chunhai quickly counterattacked. At that moment, she was standing face to face with her opponent. Yane had to leap up to avoid the blow. Chunhai smiled smugly. Got you, don't think you can dodge this. Yane couldn't react in time. It was struck by Chunhai. Match time expired, the scoreboard showed. Song Chunhai 85%, Yane 68%. Time remaining 0 minutes. Yane still couldn't get up. While Kim Ho exhaled, thinking just as I thought, Byung-chul held his head in despair. No way, Yane lost. Chunhai removed her gloves with a very cool expression. No freshman could stand against her. Result, Song Chunhai wins, Yane loses. Yane calmly brushed dust off her clothes. Still, lasting until time ran out against Chunhai was admirable. Byung-chul dropped the coins into Kim Ho's hand. Here, 5 silver as promised. Hey, want to bet again? A man should play at least 3 rounds. Kim Ho was annoyed. Are you addicted to gambling? Once is enough. Why keep playing? At that moment, Hyunwoo appeared in the arena. Hey, seeing this you'll probably change your mind. Because Go Hyunwoo's next opponent is a disciple of the Fist King, Jo Byok. Byung-chul looked at Kim Ho challengingly. Who will you bet on this time? He answered absent-mindedly. Well, the Fist King's disciple will probably win. He pointed his pen at Kim Ho and laughed loudly. Then I'll bet the other way. I must admit you're heartless with your friend. He replied calmly. I'm just stating the truth. He pointed his pen at Kim Ho and laughed loudly. Then I'll bet the other way. I must admit you're heartless with your friend. He replied calmly. I'm just stating the truth. Hyunwoo glanced slightly at his friend, thinking, Kim Ho is watching me. I have to show him my victory. But it doesn't look that easy, Jo Byok asked curiously. Why don't you draw the sword on your back? Hyunwoo replied, not yet. Jo Byok clenched his fist. It's a shame, but I won't go easy on you. Both took ready stances. The scoreboard appeared. Hyunwoo 100%, Jo Byok 100%. Begin. Jo Byok quickly lunged toward his opponent to attack. His fists were like blazing fire. Truly a disciple of the Fist King, there wasn't a wasted motion. Even though Hyunwoo used his sword to block, he was affected. The strike was so strong it sent him flying. Hyunwoo was startled by that power. Even after reducing the impact, was I pushed back this far? It seems basic sword techniques won't be enough. In that case, I'll finish this with a single Thanlu move. Both charged at each other, but the opponent's fist shattered Hyunwoo's sword. He didn't want to fight anymore. Looks like I can't continue, I concede. Jo Byok respected his decision. Hope to rematch you soon. Scoreboard, Go Hyunwoo loses, Jo Byok wins. Kim Ho watched the two figures leave. Sure enough, that iron sword couldn't hold up. I suspected it from the moment I saw it on the ship. Just as I thought, he used the iron sword like a disposable tool. Byung-chul, after watching the second match, was confused. No way, how did you predict that? Byung-chul, after watching the second match, was confused. No way, how did you predict that? Kim Ho patted his shoulder, reminding him. Now for the main event. Hand over 5 silver, he broke into an embarrassed sweat. I don't have money right now. Kim Ho gave him an out. It's fine, it doesn't have to be paid in money. Byung-chul brightened. Really? So what do you need? Kim Ho casually pointed at his notebook. Pay me with the information you have. The matches ended. After lunch will be the dungeon raid. Remember to gather at the dungeon building on time. All right, dismissed. Groups of students gathered. Oh, this is exciting. I wonder which dungeon will raid this time. So curious, Byung-chul stuffed another mouthful of food and spoke incoherently. Kim Ho angrily, if you want to know, finish eating first. Gross. He tried to finish eating, then asked, sorry, so what information do you want? The info Kim Ho wanted was simple. Just tell me about the most promising students in the 4 big factions. Byung-chul winked mischievously. All right, I claim these topics. The 4 major factions, besides official groups like the Student Disciplinary Committee, Satlong Academy has 4 major factions: the Martial Alliance, the Guild Alliance, the Magic Tower Association, and the Knights Order. Among them, if we list the most promising talents from each faction, there are the Sword Saint's nephew Moyang Hyunsung Martial Alliance, Moyang Jun. Hong Yeonhwa, someone likely to become the future Tower Master of the Ruby Magic Tower. Guild Alliance, the one who always carries a cat on her shoulder, Druid Park Nari. There's another promising member who isn't very prominent because they're hiding their strength. And finally, the Swordmaster's son, Knights Order's Lee Seong-hyen. He spoke as he flipped through the pages. Wow, these are people I truly rate as strong. Indeed, all outstanding individuals. Oh, by the way, where's Hyunwoo? All right, the club president, I totally forgot. I'll head off first, sorry. Kim Ho was at a loss for words with this youth. Yeah, see you later. He glanced at Yane eating. She was probably thinking about something. Maybe because she's my first connection in this world, I can't just leave her looking so sad. He quickly spoke to start a conversation. About those cookies I dropped on the ship yesterday. Song Chun-hai sent me a dessert coupon. Since those were your cookies, you get a share too. Shall we go eat? Yane replied politely, thank you. He was startled and turned to look at her. Huh. Yane asked the question on his mind. Why did you think I'd lose to Song Chun-hai? Kim Ho began a detailed analysis. It's hard to break a magic shield with mana rounds at that level. With such superior mana, it's understandable she's stronger than you. But if you train your mana to reinforce the rounds, the result would be different. She asked very casually, train mana? What would I need that for? That question stunned him for a few seconds. What? Don't tell me you've never trained mana before. Yane answered just as innocently, never. He asked further, so how do you make mana rounds? So you've never practiced mana rounds? She still answered naturally, yeah, I've never learned. Genius. Kim Ho was shocked looking at the girl. Mana rounds are a basic skill for any marksman. Could it be she's been fighting only with energy all this time? It's surprising she could trouble Song Chun-hai so much without having learned. He offered eagerly, if you don't mind, I can help you. Yane didn't bother to object and just nodded, all right. Kim Ho quickly stood up. Once you start training mana and learning skills, things get much easier. The bells rung, let's go. It's time for the next placement test. Sudok stood at the front, looking stern. Dungeon hall, now that everyone is present, I'll explain the dungeon raid test. The test will take place inside the dungeon, access through the teleport gate behind me, the Mastuad. Rules, 10-minute time limit, high score format, and level locked area. This dungeon has 2 special rules. First, high score format, you'll earn points based on the number of monsters defeated within 10 minutes. The goal is to defeat as many high-quality monsters as possible. Second, level locked area. In short, this area limits your level, equipment, skills, and traits to rank F. He emphasized, and don't forget, your mental core will also be reduced to rank F, so be careful controlling your mana. Carelessness will bring disaster. All right, when I call your name, step forward and enter the gate. Those who went in earlier were lying trembling on the ground, already complaining at this stage, truly pathetic. Sudok glanced at the remaining people. Only Han Somi has some potential with 928 points, rank 1 Choi Jeong Pil 530 points, top 20%. Just those 2 students? Just thinking about how to train the others gives me a headache. He sighed in exasperation and called out, next, Sio Yane. Before she entered, Kim Ho gave her some advice. Wait, Sio Yane, you should use a rifle this time. Yane, expressionless, fine. Chun-hai watched the 2 of them closely. If controlling mana is too difficult, just aim for the head when enemies get close. Okay, she's very curious about Kim Ho. He's not even a shooter, so why give advice? He waved before stepping into the gate. All right, see you later. When he entered the level-locked area, he recognized the familiar Mistuad. It's been a while since I returned here. He began adjusting levels for skills, traits, and equipment. He was so absorbed in the notifications he didn't notice behind him. I'll take this chance to test my current strength. Alright, let's start. Time remaining 10 minutes, a blue figure was charging straight toward him. The goblin was very excited. Begin. Time left 9 minutes 59 seconds. Kim Ho immediately drew his staff. In the Mistuad, monsters spawn randomly as you enter, but there are still certain spawn patterns. Given the goblin's position, this is pattern C, which means the next one will appear on the opposite side. He threw the knife with all his strength in that direction. The blade plunged straight into the goblin's eye. He sighed as he watched it topple backward. Looks like I don't even need this staff after all. Weapons lay scattered everywhere, just borrow one from the orcs or goblins. The goblins kept appearing more and more. Now let's start scoring. Screams and spurting red blood filled the forest. In the distance, 2 old trolls were rushing in. Time left 7 minutes 2 seconds. In the distance, 2 old trolls were charging. Kim Ho had his weapon ready. Wait, I shouldn't have saved this replay, should I? Almost forgot, if the system records how I move and hunt monsters, it'll definitely be misunderstood. Better delete it now. 683 points in 3 minutes. Current score 683. I've taken down quite a few. The side quest objective is also completed. If my score is too high, it'll draw attention. Best to stop here. When he stepped out of the gate, he saw a familiar head of hair. Sio Yane came out looking quite dazed. How was it? 0 minutes, 781 points, top 21%. He looked at her and offered a small smile. How was it? Are you okay? Sio Yane replied with a weary sigh. It was hard. Kim Ho praised. Is that so? Your score isn't bad at all. Sudok cast a disdainful look at him. That student must have quit during the first duel. Bet he'll give up again. With that cowardly mindset, does he think he can slay a dragon? But wait, that's a pretty good rank. That kid scored so many points in such a short time. This hasn't happened before, has it? Sudok thought to himself, Kim Ho, I need to keep an eye on him. Next, Go Hyunwoo stepped up. Kim Ho cheered him on. Be careful. Go Hyunwoo, full of determination and confidence. I'll be back soon. He looked at the scoreboard, analyzing the situation. That's Lee Seong-hyun, the swordmaster's son. And Moyang Jun is the Sword Saint's nephew, right? If the top students are only on par with Han Somi, then Go Hyunwoo has a chance too. As predicted, he really ranked first. As soon as he stepped out, everyone buzzed. Isn't that the guy who fought the disciples of the Fist King? No wonder he did so well back then, who knew he could actually hit 1,000 points. Kim Ho congratulated Go Hyunwoo. Well done. He replied modestly, it's all thanks to you. Letting me rest after the duel really helped me get this score. Kim Ho couldn't even smile. You're overthinking it. 2 young men at the back were displeased. What the heck? That coward is now clinging to the higher-ranked people. Yeah, he even quit during the duel test. Hyunwoo was furious, but Kim Ho quickly stopped him. Enough, let it go. Hyunwoo was still upset, but Kim Ho winked. I told you it's fine. He took a deep breath to calm down. All right, if that's your decision. Then they both looked up at the scoreboard. That's it, right? Why haven't Chunhai's scores shown up yet? Kim Ho glanced toward the gate. Not finished yet. Chunhai inside was still fighting enthusiastically. This is nothing. What the hell? I know my power's reduced, but did I only slow them down a little? She suddenly remembered Kim Ho's words. If controlling mana is too hard when enemies get close, just aim straight for the head and shoot. Now that you mention it, I have to admit his advice kept popping into my head. With limited mana, area skills are ineffective. Then I'll concentrate everything into one massively powerful strike. The system immediately announced. Song Chunhai scored 571 points, top 47%. At that moment, Chunhai stepped out of the gate. Kim Ho's group looked at her for a moment. Oh, she's back. Chunhai bit her lip, face reddening with embarrassment. Why did my score show up in front of everyone? My score's low, how embarrassing. Sudok kept his cold gaze on the students. Today's placement test ends here. Results will be announced tomorrow. Return and rest. All right, dismissed. At this time in the library, yes, come in. Teacher Lee Sudok appeared. What's the matter, sir? He said plainly. I want to review the dungeon raid replay of student Kim Ho from class 13. The student was a bit surprised. You're interested in that student? He looked anxious. That's not important. Open the replay for me now. The student panicked. Ah yes, I'll check. After checking for a while, he reported. The replay of student Kim Ho wasn't saved, so it can't be viewed. Hearing that made him even more anxious. What about the dungeon entry time? Is that recorded in the system? The student checked the logs and gasped. If it's that, let me check the dungeon entry log. Lee Sudok broke into a sweat. Just as I thought, the kid deliberately deleted it. At that rate, he could clearly earn over 2,000 points in 10 minutes with ease. But why is he hiding his true strength? Don't tell me the Satrong Academy has as many enemies as allies, from the traces of the Dragon Clan to the disciples of the evil god. If one of them has infiltrated the academy, the wisest course now is to come up with countermeasures immediately. The student asked anxiously, should we report this to the headmaster? Lee Sudok analyzed the situation, then shook his head. No, keep observing for now. If the information leaks without solid evidence, they'll hide even more carefully. Lee Sudok turned and walked away, thinking, if this is a real threat, he'll eventually show his fangs. For now, I'll keep monitoring. Kim Ho's group had arrived at the Satrong Academy cafeteria. One coffee, please. I'd really like to try that thing called coffee. Yane returned with her usual sleepy look. I'm going to find a seat. Kim Ho watched her back and thought, looks like it's just the two of us drinking it. They sat and talked. He took out the catalog handed out after class earlier. Ah, that thin booklet. Hyunwoo rubbed his head in helplessness, looking at the book. I can't make heads or tails of this. Kim Ho sipped his coffee calmly. That's why I suggested getting coffee. Today we'll only look at the important parts. First, take out your student card. He stared at the thing before him, puzzled. This thing called points wasn't here before. Kim Ho explained gently, the number displayed there is your current points. It's the Academy's currency. You'll earn it mainly through dungeon raids like the one you just did. You can use it to buy items or access facilities. But there's one especially important use right now. You got a prompt about the replay before you left the dungeon, right? Hyun-woo startled. Yeah, I think I accepted something like that. Kim Ho held out something in his hand. You can repurchase that recording or buy other students' replays. He could hardly believe his eyes. This is Han Somi's dungeon raid replay. Kim Ho added, since you ranked first in the trial, his replay is probably selling fast. He couldn't help but exclaim. The points climb quickly. But a popular replay isn't necessarily good. Kim Ho sighed in agreement. Right, others will scrutinize every weakness to find counters. You've already met because this dungeon enforces level-locked zones, you could claim first place. But in duels, especially mana fights, they'll discover how weak your core is. Still, it's worth the points. You can use them to enter the mana training room at the training center. The most important place there is the special training chamber, where the mana density is far higher than normal, so it accelerates internal power development. Hyun-woo got so excited he stood and slammed the table. There's really a place like that? Kim Ho answered casually, of course, but getting in isn't easy. He calmed down and sat back. It must cost a lot of points, right? Kim Ho confirmed quickly, exactly 500 points for 6 hours. He was bewildered, so if I go once a day, Kim Ho closed his eyes and said dismally, then you won't have points left for much else. Hyun-woo deflated with disappointment. No other way, Kim Ho replied with a bright smile, there is the season pass. But it's only for top club members. To get one, you'd have to take Moyoung Jun's spot in the sword club. He understood his own ability but said he wasn't ready for that yet. For now, spend points wisely. Kim Ho remained calm. I'll get one for you as long as you promise to repay me. He probably grew impatient. What do you want me to do? Kim Ho said seriously. Once you get stronger, come with me to the deepest dungeon. Compared to the Mastuad today, that place could be life-threatening. Why do you still want to help me? Hyun-woo showed strong resolve. As a martial artist, I always yearn to become stronger. Now that you've shown me a path, there's no way I'll refuse just because I'm afraid of dying. Of course I'll accept. The two continued their conversation. Good, now spend your points freely and live in the special training chamber. I'll get the season pass for you within 2 weeks. 2 weeks sounds fine, I'll wait. Meanwhile, Kim Ho had his own business. So while Hyun-woo trains, I'll go take care of my matters. He pushed open the door to workshop 4. Hello. The man studying something asked, who are you? Kim Ho politely stated his purpose. Greetings, senior. I'm here to inquire about the Arcane Engineering Club. The man, still focused, replied coldly, why didn't you go to workshop 1? Kim Ho answered, I did go. They told me to come to workshop 4 first. He looked displeased. Honestly, then make it quick. I'm busy, don't bother me. Kim Ho smiled, having achieved his goal. Thanks, I'll just take a quick look. Skill Arcane Engineering Tech is probably B rank, right? Using replication. First objective completed. Now on to the next objective. Maybe it's around here, found it. He picked up the cube and feigned innocence. Hey senior, does this look valuable? The man looked over, indifferent. The 10x10x10 cube design, huh? It's been hyped unrealistically, but no one has successfully used it. It's just a shell. Though he wanted to reveal it, Kim Ho held back and politely said, I find it quite interesting. If no one needs it, may I take it? But I feel odd taking it for free, so I'll trade you this instead. The other guy also took notice of the item. Thermal catalyst solution isn't remarkable, but in arcane engineering it's never enough. He accepted the item casually, just this once and don't tell anyone. Kim Ho was overjoyed. Thank you, senior. He held the item with delight. Great, saves me 1,000 points. Kim Ho glanced back, smiling inwardly. Well, he just sold a shell for 1,000 points, so of course he's happy. But is it really a shell? The system also triggered a side quest alert for the mysterious cube. You have discovered an exceptionally special design in the Arcane Engineering Workshop. Objective: inspect the design. Reward: unlock a quest chain. Kim Ho lightly tapped the system panel, silently scoffing. These quests are trash. Completing that pile would take at least a year. Who has time for these? The final reward of that quest chain is an S-rank item, the Life Cube. He entered the training room, having trained countless S-rank heroes in the past. He already knew how to manufacture it without doing the quests. Let's begin. He began rotating the cube, then removed one slot. At this pace, it will probably take about 3 days to finish. A minute passed surprisingly quickly. When the skills rank drops, I won't be able to edit the cube. Until then, I'll meditate to refine my core. So 1 hour of meditation equals 1 minute of cube editing. That event will begin on the first Friday, so I must complete the life cube before then. Morning rays shone over the school. It's morning time to go to class. When he entered the classroom, Yane was already sitting there. Hello, you came early? She answered simply as always. Yeah, I woke up early. While he was lost in thought about whether Hyun-woo had arrived, Yane tugged Kim Ho's sleeve. Huh. She handed him a bag, nonchalantly saying, here are some cookies. He was pleased by the gift for me, thanks. Dinosaur-shaped cookies, that's so cool. Go Hyunwoo had also arrived in class. Kim Ho called, Yane, good morning. Yane puffed her cheeks in mock anger, it's a bear shape. Kim Ho, having just seen his friend, asked, you're here? How did you find the special training chamber? You can see the sparkle in his eyes. It's the first time I've seen internal power increase so fast, just a bit more effort and I'll break through. The two continued chatting happily. Good, I'll try to get the season pass for you as soon as possible. Thanks. At that moment, Byok also entered the classroom. Silence. Everyone return to your seats. Before we begin class, I have an announcement. Starting today, we'll hold matches in the arena. The time limit will increase to 10 minutes, so prepare your strategies carefully. All first-year students must participate in at least 3 matches this week. If you try to skip, points will be deducted. That's all. Kim Ho looked very pleased, so it's starting. This time I definitely have to win. He slapped Hyunwoo on the shoulder, full of excitement. Let's go to the arena. The replays of the first day's matches will sell best. Just then Yane grabbed his sleeve. Okay, then let's go. Kim Ho was startled by the action. I'm free today. Students around reacted like they'd been struck by lightning. Huh, what? Even he was confused. You mean the mana bullet practice we discussed before, right? You want to train today? Yane nodded without hesitation. Yeah. Kim Ho smiled and replied, fine, see you later then. Yane nodded again, okay. They were present that afternoon at the arena. As soon as Kim Ho stepped out, everyone took notice. That name. 2 people in the stands were murmuring about him. Do you know him? He's the one who forfeited against Song Chunhai, right? So he's the coward everyone's been whispering about. Hyunwoo couldn't stand it and spoke up. Don't you think it's rude to say that right in front of him? That's too much. Kim Ho acted very friendly. How did you do on the placement test? I got 300 points. How about you? Yang Jihung answered, then tasted bitterness. Also 300 points, what the? So you're tied in points with a coward. A weakling like you thinks you're on my level. If I hadn't met Song Chunhai in the second match. Kim Ho didn't shout, but his words were cutting. Song Chunhai, right? You're the one who got struck by lightning and had to be carried out, aren't you? He ground his teeth in anger. What? What a coincidence, huh? We're tied in points. Come down here, coward. I'll show you the real gap between us. The two stood facing each other. Yang Jihung took a stance with an angry face. I'll finish you with one strike. Kim Ho remained calm. Fine, let's end this quickly. He grabbed his spear and lunged forward to attack. Kim Ho didn't move a muscle. Looks like you're not very smart either. Just as he rushed in, he was paralyzed by a thunderbird. What the hell is this? Kim Ho remained expressionless and raised his staff. Sorry, I probably can't finish it in one blow like Song Chunhai. Jihung was now terrified. Wait. Along with the scream came the system announcement. Yang Jihung lost and Kim Ho won. Kim Ho couldn't help but chuckle. Looks like this coward actually won. He was still very bitter. I just slipped up a bit. Rematch, this time I'll definitely win. Kim Ho was of course ready. Oh yeah, then let's fight. He shouted as if to bolster himself. This won't be easy this time. Start. The scoreboard remained the same. Yang Jihung lost and Kim Ho won. He looked at his opponent lying flat and felt annoyed for him. Why are you still no better? Yang Jihung lay face down, helpless. Damn it, this time I'll win for sure. Cut me some slack. Kim Ho coldly turned and walked away. I'm tired, this ends here. He glanced at the system panel, thinking to himself, anyway, I need to finish 3 matches, but for now, I'll pretend I don't want to. Oh, and if you want, I can teach you. But you'll need to pay tuition first. Daihong looked at him with eyes like bullets. This money-hungry guy, this is a spirit pill made by my clan. I'll give it to you, okay? Kim Ho studied the item in front of him. Sounds good. But there's one more condition. No replay saved and no one must know about it. He agreed. Fine. Anyway, it wouldn't be good if this got out. He happily accepted the item. All right, since I've received the tuition, I'll spar with you until you're satisfied. No matter how many matches they went through, the result didn't change, so that's enough, right? Well done. Yang Jihung, beaten until he had bruises, learned to behave. Wait, I want to apologize for my rude behavior. I judged you too quickly from one side. You're not a coward. Kim Ho didn't overthink it. No, for now let me be the coward. He was quite surprised by that line. Leave it like that. Kim Ho didn't dwell on it. No, now I get it. I won't ask more. After all, I can't be the only one who suffers, right? Kim Ho reunited with his friend. Hyunwoo, I'm done. How about you? He looked equally excited. I've won 2 matches. I'll finish the 3rd match before heading home. You go ahead. Kim Ho also parted from his friend here. All right, good luck. Kim Ho moved to the 2nd practice in the mana training room. Have you been waiting long? Sit here. De'Ern remained expressionless. Okay. They sat cross-legged facing each other. Now we'll begin special lesson 1 on mana bullets. First, try creating a bullet. He looked at what she created in surprise. Huh. Unbelievable. With such a simple block of mana, she can stand toe-to-toe with Song Chunhai. Kim Ho also began the lesson. Today we'll learn allocation. Step 1 is controlling the amount of mana per bullet. Step 2 is Yane aiming the gun directly at the opponent. Kim Ho created a protective layer around himself, a sniper hidden by a cloaking cloak. Then I'll use the terrain to hide. If you're so good, search all these sand dunes. but in Yane's eyes, the abnormal mana flow between the dunes was clearly visible. Guak Jichial felt extremely confident. Even if she destroys everything, she still won't be able to pierce my shield. At that moment, a bullet pierced right through him. I have nothing to fear from a sniper who couldn't even pierce Song Chunhai's shield. What the hell? Yane on this side also smiled. He'd lost all his confidence now. Come on. Sudok analyzed Kim Ho's abilities. The Thunderbird's movements are strange. His control is truly excellent. The second match was the same. He was completely toying with his opponent. But that wasn't the only thing worth noting. Then he began analyzing Yane. In Sio Yane's placement test, the mana bullet was just a raw lump of mana. Yet in today's video, it had become a complete mana bullet. Could someone change that much in just 2 days? He also saw the conversation between the two. You mean the mana bullet training we talked about before? You want to train today? Fine, see you later. Sudok looked furious, that brat again. Kim Ho, who exactly is that guy? At the same time, he was examining the cube. The cube began to change. Done, finally complete. Life Cube B increases the effectiveness of stored life system items by 1.3 times. A lot happened. Skill levels rose after the quest, and I finished just in time. Also, I raised my meridian to D through meditation, so using skills used to cost a huge amount of mana. Now I can breathe a bit easier. Of course, the spirit pill helped with that too. So all preparations were complete. Time to do a little promotion, right? Kim Ho saw Nari walking past, lucky timing. Met the person I needed to meet. Promising talent of the Guild Alliance, Nari Buck, sorry, but I need to ask you a favor. Her cat immediately reacted to the cube. Animals are very sensitive to life force. None pass by here without responding. Nari was terrified by her cat's behavior. What's going on? This was exactly what Kim Ho wanted, just as I predicted. Nari reached out to call the cat back. I'm sorry, I'll take it away right now. Booma, no, get away from there. Kim Ho looked at the girl, sure enough, a druid. It seems she sensed the life force. Time to act a little. Kim Ho pretended to be out of breath. I'm in a bit of a hurry, so could you take it away? Nari cradled the cat clinging to the cube. Ah yes, I'm so sorry. I don't know why it's acting so strange today. Hey, you're in class 3, right? He was slightly startled and answered, yeah, that's right. Nari still felt a bit uneasy. Anyway, sorry about earlier. Kim Ho was pleased, so the news will reach the nature club. I'll get the season pass soon. Now for the part I've been waiting for. The teacher is lecturing about situations students might face. The clash between goblins and swordsmen. Page 76. Kim Ho sat counting the seconds, 1 minute until lunch break, 59 seconds. The teacher closed the book and announced, class dismissed. 32 seconds, 0 seconds. Byingchul stretched to relieve his fatigue. Finally done, huh? What was that? A crimson burst of power attacked them. The group still didn't understand what was happening. What there is nothing happening. He was still in shock. What was that orb just now? A barrier, that's terrifying. Everyone began pointing at each other. Hey, what's that number on your forehead? You have one too. An impromptu inspection had begun at the Forbidden Dragon Slaying Wave Academy. The academy will use a special magnetic field to detect banned items and list unsuitable items for students on a prohibited list. This wave will target students who possess banned items. Kim Ho was sweating, thinking, so it's begun. That sound is terrifying. That must be Joe Box. Hyunwoo was fairly calm about it. Interesting. He exhaled and looked at his two friends. These two hadn't been affected from the start. The problem was Byingchul, who was extremely upset. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Kim Ho stepped up to him and said, hey, didn't your club advisor say there would be an inspection? Byingchul still resentful. Well, yes, but not like this. I'm screwed. What do we do now? If I'm caught with all this, I'm done for. Kim Ho quickly took advantage. Need help? He was still teary-eyed, huh, from you. He pretended to be offended and walked off. Fine, never mind. The boy grabbed his sleeve in a panic. No, I do. Please save me. I'll do whatever you want. Kim Ho looked at him meaningfully. Then you owe me a favor. Byingchul bowed and shouted, of course. Kim Ho pulled out his cube, put all the banned items in here. Prioritize small, high-value ones first. He was still suspicious. If I put them in, will anything happen to them? Kim Ho urged. There's no time to explain. Believe it or not, just put them in. Listen to the footsteps, they're coming. Byingchul's spirit soared. I'm putting them in right now. The discipline team appeared looking stern. Everyone stand still, you two over there. What are you two hiding? Kim Ho immediately stood up to explain. We were just resting a bit. Chunhai looked very suspicious. Is that so? Byingchul jumped in to back him up. Seriously, we were just taking a break. She glared at him irritably. Fine, hand over all banned items. I don't know how you two avoided the prohibition wave, but comply. This crystal orb won't miss any cheating. She was surprised to see he was unaffected. Impossible, it should have reacted. He calmly asked, can I go now? Chunhai, though annoyed, had no choice. Fine, go back to your seat. He sat down gently, thinking, that's why I wanted to finish before Friday. An item could bypass the prohibition wave. Wait, if anyone knew its true value, they'd be drooling. All right, time to trade. Byingchul looked at him gratefully. Thank you so much. Without you, that stuff would have been lost and I'd be finished or worse. He winked at him. I'll collect my debt later. For now, consider yourself owing me. Chul pounded his chest to show, of course I would never stiff you. The two chatted cheerfully, let's go to your club to open these banned items. Fine, the club leader's waiting to see you. From trading banned items to causing chaos everywhere, they were the Academy's troublemakers, the Thieves Club. He poked his head in and spoke politely, sis, we're here. The girl in the room was annoyed with him. I told you to be careful this week. Did you even listen? Didn't I tell you this was important? He just clutched his head and took it. I'm sorry, please don't hit me. Kim Ho nodded slightly and bowed to the girl. Hello senior, I'm Kim Ho. The girl stopped, turned to him politely and said, I'm Dang Guyung. You probably know me already. I'm the club advisor. I've heard about what happened today from this guy. You have an item that can bypass the prohibition wave, right? Let me see it. Kim Ho gladly handed it over without hesitation. She couldn't help but exclaim, it's real. Honestly, I was skeptical earlier. But an item that can deceiving the prohibition wave, it almost made me want to steal it on the spot. Kim Ho said calmly but pointedly, if you steal it you'll get caught right away. How could the leader of the Thieves Club not know about the anti-theft system for magical items? Guyung pouted and turned away. Wait, this is a magical item. Anyway, you came here because you need something, right? Kim Ho replied quickly. I knew you'd spot it. She pointed around with a sigh. As you can see, our club is out of funds. There's nothing valuable to trade. But what you want isn't like that. Don't worry, this is something we can handle. She grew curious. Tell me, what is it? Kim Ho stated his request without hesitation. It's about the temporary storage vault. I want to go with you. Guyung looked displeased. What are you plotting? The temporary storage vault is where confiscated items taken by the prohibition wave are kept before being destroyed. Usually inspections finish by the weekend and then banned items are moved to a secret warehouse no one knows about. However, I guess you'll go tonight or tomorrow night. She grew suspicious of his motive. Answer me, did the discipline committee send you? He immediately denied it. What? No way, I'm not close with them. Just assume there's something I need in there. Guyung had her own rules. Thanks for helping, but don't expect to hitch a free ride. We've prepared everything so you can't just jump in and profit. Kim Ho placed his hand on the cube and said plainly, the temporary storage vault will be guarded by the discipline committee, right? Sneaking in is hard, but getting out after is even harder. But what if I handle the escape? Then surely it's worth a spot on the trip, isn't it? That moved her a little. Come to think of it, if we transfer the important items into that cube. He jumped in immediately. It's basically guaranteed to get them out. She would never refuse this. So, let me join, okay? The whole group watched from a distance. Guyung was the first to speak. Is everyone here? Guyung was the first to speak. Is everyone here? But who is that? She pointed at Kim Ho and introduced him. We'll have a new member assisting this mission. Everyone, greet him. They immediately showed distrust, letting a newcomer join such an important mission. Is that okay? Can we trust him? Chul rushed forward and winked reassuringly. Ah, nice to meet you, don't mind them. Let's cooperate well. A girl was studying the map. Then announced, Senior, 1 minute left. Guyung has assigned everyone. Okay, Davin will handle outside support. The rest, get ready. She turned to remind him, try to be as discreet as possible. Once inside, prioritize taking small, rare items first. Everyone started running off. All right, let's move out. Kim Ho looked at the girl, appraising. B rank stealth. Since the life cube is complete, I probably won't need to use magic techniques for now. Kim Ho touched Guyung and used copy skill. Stealth B has been stored. Copied skill 22-1. Thunderbird E, 2 B rank magic techniques. Stealth B, your footsteps will become faster and quieter. At that moment, he also noticed something strange. There were several butterflies flying around, one of which landed on his shoulder. Why are there butterflies here all of a sudden? Then he was attacked. Butterfly illusion. What the hell is this? He was subdued by Guyung's people. One of them had broken into the old building's 3rd floor. This is troublesome. How many anti-theft wards did they set up? A student from the discipline group had discovered someone. The guy frowned. Damn, what rotten luck. The student immediately warned, there's an intruder. But that guy was restrained. Chul warned the student friend. The more you struggle, the worse it'll be. Guyung shouted a reminder to everyone. The temporary storage vault is around that corner. For now, check the situation before breaking in. She held up a mirror to inspect. In the image, Zan was seriously guarding the door. Damn, of all people, why does he have to be on guard? Alone, I'd have a hard time dealing with him. Kim Ho also glimpsed that figure and thought, a 3rd year with an A-rank halberd? The death court, Guyung won't get past him easily. I plan to be quiet, but I guess I'll have to step in. He whispered to Guang, Senior, you know how to use Butterfly Dream, right? She was surprised by the question. How did you know about that? Kim Ho brushed it off. No time to explain. You know how to use it, right? Guang frowned slightly, but I'm not very skilled. It's only C rank. Kim Ho decided to give her some power. That should be enough. Her skill rose from C rank to A rank. Guyung couldn't believe her eyes. What? How did you do that? Kim Ho pointed and urged her. There's no time, go now. Guyung scowled at him, puzzled. Who exactly is he? But she quickly set aside her doubts and cast the technique, Butterfly Dream. Zan also noticed something amiss. Damn, an intruder. He quickly swung his weapon at the butterflies, but there were still many of them. Two people hiding in a corner, seeing Zan getting entangled, also broke into a sweat. Just one move and he took down that axe-wielding guy. That's A-rank power for sure. Gyeong turned to remind him, hey, we'll talk in private later, finish the mission first. Everyone grab what you need and withdraw. The two boys responded promptly. Kim Ho held the cube and thought, now it's time to pick items. At Satlong Academy, an item is banned because of its side effects. If it harms the body or mind, it gets listed as prohibited. Among them, I need items banned for elemental punishment, punitive thunderstones, paralysis. With S-element resistance, I can neutralize those penalties. That should be enough gear right now to find some skill books. After all, skills with elemental penalties tend to be powerful. Let's see, there's bound to be something useful. He was rather surprised at himself to find it here. He lacked combat skills, so just in case, he'll learn this one. Seung-yi stepped in, his voice very calm. Working this late at night, you all must be very diligent. At Satlong Academy, Student Council President and third-year Song Chun-kai was also present. It's only the start of the term and already stealing. Guak Seung-yi found himself in a dilemma. The Student Council President is backing the Discipline Committee. That's overkill, and now with President Song Chun-kai involved. He said to them seriously, that's enough talk, drop everything and come with us to the disciplinary office. But she was still trying to find a way. The longer it dragged on, the harder it'd be for us to get away. In that case, everyone run. They were all cloaked by shadow ground, forming a dome of darkness to hide their allies. 5 minutes of effect, the dark shapes immediately dashed off. Guak Seung-yi looked into his comm orb and said to others, the intruders have left the temporary vault, make sure no one escapes. Understood. Kim Ho was sprinting over here very fast, when something flashed by, and slammed into the wall beside him. Guak Seung-yi appeared right behind, dodged that, not bad, he was surprised by the appearance. Whoa, when did this guy get here? There was something dangerous about his face. I'm pretty familiar with the Thieves Club, but I've never met you. Are you a new student? Not answering to hide your voice. Clever. Looks like you don't intend to surrender, huh? He struck and the other struck back. He was shocked but furious. Thunderbird. Useless. Their techniques collided with a thunderous impact. Guak Seung-yi struggled in the fight, thinking, I've never seen control like this. If I hadn't set up defensive magic in advance, I'd have been taken down. Kim Ho quickly dashed past, making Seung-yi flinch. For a new student, you're not bad. But there won't be a second time. A row of gun muzzles pointed straight at him. Seung-yi shouted, end it. A volley of bullets fired straight at him. His gaze filled with confidence. This arrogant brat, no one has survived that strike. Suddenly, the temperature rose. Huh, what's this? Why is it so hot? Kim Ho decided to use a counter skill. Seung-yi immediately recognized the skill. Could it be? Could it be? Seung-yi forced out a triple-layer stone wall technique in response, thinking to himself that it must be a forbidden skill. Only a madman would dare use it. Damn. But at that moment, Kim Ho had already taken a stance, and a fire punch was launched instantly, punching through Seung-yi's stone wall. Kim Ho looked surprised, staring at his fist and muttering that it was harder to control than he'd thought. A power like this really isn't easy to manage. He told himself quietly that luckily no one was seriously hurt, so the academy probably wouldn't intervene. But Seung-yi belonged to the Emerald Tower, and the disciplinary committee would definitely get involved. They'd tear everything apart to find out who caused the fuss. What a pain, but they wouldn't find anything anyway. Just then, a loud voice came from the corridor behind them. This way, I heard a big noise over there. Kim Ho flinched and looked over. Damn it, better get out of here before we're caught. No sooner had he left than Chun-hai rushed in with others, panic-stricken, calling, Senior, take him to the infirmary quickly. A while later, in the disciplinary committee's truth room, Dang Gyeong sat in a chair and shouted angrily, how much longer are you keeping me? Deduct the points and let me go home. Song Chun-kai, not wanting to say more, turned and left. My part's done, I'm leaving. I'm tired of this kind of thing too. O.C. Hoon forced a smile. All right, fine, look through these first. Cooperate and you'll be allowed to go home early. He handed her a stack of papers. This was Discipline Chief O.C. Hoon. She took the stack, puzzled, thinking what is this? She thought to herself that he had an eye for picks, small items but expensive. Across from her, he continued, Gyeong, you know about this, right? I don't know how you lot do it, but the academy's lost too many items this time. Dang Gyeong shrugged, who knows, this is the first time I've seen these things. O.C. Hoon warned helplessly that if she kept denying it, everyone would share responsibility. Hearing that, she resigned herself. Okay, fine, I'll take the blame. O.C. Hoon could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The official punishment would start tomorrow. Dang Gyeong happily left, even winking as she went. All right, I'm off. As she stepped outside, people hurried up anxiously. Are you okay? What about the punishment? She replied cheerfully, thanks everyone, let's talk more back at the club room. Wait, why are there only 4 people? Where's the 5th? Chun-hai exhaled in annoyance. playing innocent until the last minute. Bold, aren't they? Dang Guyung still looked puzzled. What? Why make a fuss all of a sudden? Chunhai couldn't hold back and shouted, your club member used a fire punch. Senior Guak Seung Yi is in the infirmary. This almost caused a major accident. At that, her smile immediately faltered. What? Seung Yi got taken down too, she thought, and fire punch. Back in the room, Dang Guyung's alarmed voice rang out, hey, Kim Ho, are your hands okay? Huh. No marks at all, but didn't you use a fire punch? He smiled, twisting his wrist a few times. I wouldn't use it without a safe plan. Dang Guyung frowned helplessly, so that's how it was. He'd calculated it carefully. All right, what about the other items? He answered and immediately summoned them. Here they are. At the sight of them, Dang Guyung's eyes lit up. She smiled until she was practically drooling. Oh my god, they're so pretty. Why are the colors so beautiful? It turned out the box held countless glittering props. Kim Ho opened the box and asked, so that settles the bet, right? She replied, what a sweet deal. Hearing that, Kim Ho immediately turned to leave. I'll be going then. But she quickly called back, hey, wait, Kim Ho, do you want to join our club? I won't treat you badly, she said. He smiled and asked, is this an invitation? At that, Dang Guyung, unabashed, pointed at him and said, I've been watching you. That arrogance and greed, it's obvious you're a true people's path extractor. He could only force a smile at that remark. Was this an enticement or mockery? Anyway, I refuse. Dang Guyung sprang to her feet and blurted, huh? Why? He held the box out toward her and asked, you invited me because of this life cube? Yes, I was planning to sell it. On hearing that, she froze. What? He explained, I need season tickets for the special training room. About 4 of them. Dang Guyung's mouth twitched repeatedly. 4 tickets just to dodge the forbidden wave, pretty pricey. Min Ho replied casually, avoiding the forbidden wave is secondary. The main function is what makes it valuable. She grew curious. What's the main function? He said, I'll show you the item's description, but in return I need you to do me a favor. Dang Guyung frowned. Oh god, what condition now? Say it. Kim Ho kept smiling confidently. Just send a message to the head of the Magic Engineering Club saying a first year has completed a level 10 cube. Dang Guyung nodded. That's easy. All right, show me the item description. A moment later, she exclaimed, what? It increases stored life system item effectiveness by 1.3 times. Is an item like this real? It turned out to be a life cube B, boosting the effectiveness of stored life system items by 1.3 times. Dang Guyung stroked her chin, admitting it matched the price he demanded. Kim Ho grinned, so that's enough. He was about to leave when she added, Kim Ho, even if you don't want this, my invitation still stands. So think it over carefully. Kim Ho sighed helplessly but replied politely, yes, senior. A few days later on the Satlong Academy grounds as they prepared for class, Kim Ho turned to Sio Yane and asked, how was your weekend? She wearily answered, so-so. He asked again, so-so how? You look exhausted this Monday morning. Just then he sensed something amiss and glanced back, thinking, huh, is someone tailing us? Probably someone from the Emerald Tower or the Nature Club, whatever, but this could get troublesome. Maybe I should deal with them first. He then said, Sio Yane, you go on ahead, I've got a little covert matter. I'll catch up right after I'm done. Looking back, the two Dung Suji and Guak Jichial were still following. Saren quickly agreed. Then Kim Ho turned back and bluntly asked them, hey, you two who have been following me, what do you want? If there's something, spit it out. Jichial sighed and gave a wry smile. Good, that'll save both sides the trouble. We're from the Emerald Tower, does that answer your question? Dung Suhai looked a bit surprised. You're that blunt? Then she forced a smile and said, our captain wants to meet you, please come with us. Kim Ho replied firmly, I have nothing to do with the Emerald Tower. If they have business, let them come find me themselves. Jichial interjected, words are useless. These kinds only understand a fist. Kim Ho answered coldly, I tend to agree. Immediately after, a thunderbird suddenly shot toward him from nowhere. With a whoosh, he was knocked out by Kim Ho. Dung Suji standing beside him gasped in surprise. Thunderbird. Kim Ho then extended his hand toward them, frowning, if you want to fight, get on with it. I don't have time to play with you. Dung Suji hurriedly backed down with a conciliatory smile. Oh no, sorry for the bother. She thought to herself that controlling a thunderbird like that was definitely a pro's skill, best not to get involved in unnecessary trouble. She sat down beside Jichial and said, I'll take this guy back, you go on ahead. Kim Ho immediately turned and left, coolly remarking, glad there's still someone reasonable. As they helped their friend up, Dung Suji asked, so the rumor that he's a coward was wrong, right? Jichial clutched his chest, stood up, and shouted angrily, what's wrong with wrong? That guy just got lucky with one hit, next time I'll definitely. Before he could finish, a bullet came flying from behind. Dung Suji spun around in horror. Sniper fire, where did that come from? But another bullet was aimed straight at her head. She was shot and toppled backward, furious and humiliated. Why me too? In the end, both of them were driven flat on their backs. Inside the classroom, the professor's steady voice explained that the dungeon was designed complexly to drain your resources before reaching the core. If you used everything beforehand, the raid would surely fail. Kim Ho then turned to Sio Yane, who had just arrived, and asked, why did you leave before me but arrive after me? Where did you just go? Seeing she didn't answer, he turned back to listen. so this raid is a race against time. You may practice in the dungeon as many times as you like. However, the official result counts only once. To succeed, you must reach the relic and destroy it within 5 minutes. Therefore, it's best to find the optimal route during practice before the timed run. The teacher was lecturing about the Goblin Swamp map, the 5-minute time limit, and 1- or 2-person dungeons. Alright, that's the end of today's lesson. Hearing that, Shin Byung-chul perked up and cheerfully suggested, "Hey Go Hyunwoo, go into the dungeon 2-player with me." Go Hyunwoo was a bit surprised and stammered, "With you?" Kim Ho waved him off. "It's fine, you two go ahead." Hearing that, Go Hyunwoo awkwardly said, "If Kim Ho says so, I'll go with Shin." Kim Ho thought to himself, "Good, so I'll be going with." Before he could finish, Sio Yane turned and said, "Go with me." A short while later, in another room, Jicheol was pinned against a bookshelf as an angry voice thundered, "How humiliating. Your brother, a member of the disciplinary committee, was defeated by a thief. You two have really brought shame on me. Didn't you say that guy was just a coward? And now you're saying even with a bunch of help he couldn't beat you? Pathetic." Saying that, he turned and tossed Jicheol to the floor. He went back to his seat, sighed as he sat. "I had a bad feeling from the start." The person beside him added, "Anyway, we should meet him once, right?" She's Ha Sayan, head of the Nature Club of the Guild Alliance, and the one beside her is Bok Yoonghwa of the Emerald Tower. He replied seriously, "That must be it. Because of that guy, the Emerald Tower's reputation has sunk to the bottom. That mysterious box he owns won't fix this. He must pay for belittling us." Jicheol tried to get up, trembling as he said, I'll make amends for this." But Bok Yoonghwa coldly asked back, "Who gave you the right to speak here?" Jicheol hurriedly defended himself, "I only meant to touch him then. Give me one more chance." The atmosphere around Bok Yoonghwa suddenly turned grim. He lowered his voice, "If you lose again, you'll get the hell out of this club. Do you still want a chance?" Jicheol, hearing that, hurriedly seized the opportunity. "Of course, I believe I can do it." Hearing that, he replied, "Fine, I'll lend you my golem. This time you must beat him decisively." Jicheol immediately bowed respectfully, "I will definitely win." A moment later in the Goblin Swamp, Kim Ho accelerated and told Sio Yane, "This is just practice, no need to rush." She responded, "Okay." He mentally calculated that to get the best rewards for both solo and duo dungeons, he had to complete both within 1 minute. Beside him was a notice board reading, Week 2 Strategic Match Side Quest. Objective, complete strategic dungeon, solo dungeon, duo dungeon, final boss, Sunday midnight, rewards depend on remaining time. Looking at the scene ahead, Kim Ho told himself the solo dungeon should be fine, but the problem was the duo dungeon. If I tell her the attack rules, it would be very easy, but then she wouldn't grow. I need to let her learn on her own through practice mode. At that moment, a powerful goblin executioner appeared before them. He immediately braked abruptly, then turned to ask Sio Yane, "Do we dodge it like the first practice or try to take it down?" She looked at the goblin for a moment and asked, "If I take it down, will I get extra time, right?" He answered, "The elite monster grants an extra 120 seconds. Hearing that, Sio Yane grew confident and replied, "Then I'll try to take it down." Immediately she began to act. Kim Ho added, "Okay, I'll support you." Then he unleashed the Thunderbird skill toward the goblin. But unfortunately, it swatted the attack aside and deflected the strike. Yet in the blink of an eye, Sio Yane appeared right beside the beast and quickly fired a shot at the monster. But it was unharmed, its face turning even more vicious. It spun to gain momentum and lunged quickly toward them. Then charged rapidly at them. She froze briefly, but very quickly regained the initiative. At that moment, someone used a buff. A hand reached out with a steel-voiced command, "Not on my watch." The EC Thunderbird zipped a few times. The monster was knocked off balance, and the one who used that move was none other than Kim Ho. Then Sio Yane once again took a precise aim, and the info board immediately popped up. Remaining time 18 seconds, goblins defeated 2, elite monsters defeated 120. Total remaining time 2 minutes 29 seconds, 149 points, completion reward 500 points. Total 649 points. Kim Ho looked at the notice board and told Sio Yane, "We've shortened the time compared to our first run, do better next time." She replied with a sound, "Yeah. Hey, can you teach me one more session on mana bullets?" Kim Ho smiled and exhaled. He thought to himself that she really had a competitive spirit. Struggling with the elite monster had apparently bruised her pride. He also suggested, "Let's stop practicing and go to the training center." She replied, "Okay, sounds good." After a while, the scene shifted to the shooting range at the training center. Kim Ho's voice rang out, "Today I'll teach a skill called propulsion. Your mana bullets and gun are both perfect right now, but you're still using them merely as tools. Let me demonstrate to make it easier to understand. Imagine your hand is a magic gun. Then concentrate mana and release it exactly when you snap your fingers. That's the basics of propulsion. It's pretty similar to creating mana bullets. Try it with your hand first." "Alright, first focus mana at your fingertip." Sio Yane immediately followed his instruction. He spoke again. Before he could finish, a bullet flew back and straight at his head. Kim Ho forced a smile. Why did it fire back? "Now try again without using a mana bullet." As long as you can propel the mana outward, it's considered a success. Keep practicing like that, I'll go buy some things for dinner. Hearing that, Sio Yane immediately spoke up. Wait, hold on. He turned back with a soft sound. Sio Yane held out a card to him and said to use this. Kim Ho's movement froze. A black card, definitely a rich girl's. Down in the cafeteria, he ordered a small donut and sat at a nearby table. Chunhai was happily chatting with a friend. Indeed, it was a limited edition. Hansomi laughed in response. Yes, the wait was worth it. And when she saw him, she cheerfully called out, "Hi there." Chunhai immediately turned and asked, "Is someone there?" Kim Ho politely waved back, "Hello." When Chunhai got a clear look at him, she visibly recoiled. She snarled, "Why is it him?" But then thought it might be fine. She had something she needed to confirm. She jumped up and said, "Sorry, but can I see your hand for a moment?" Kim Ho looked a bit puzzled. "Why suddenly check my hand?" Chunhai silently analyzed. The mysterious thief used fire fists in the temporary storage. Someone capable of professionally handling a Thunderbird with connections to the Thieves Club members. Chances are it's him. She smiled and said it was like reading palms. She wanted to check something subtle. Inwardly, she guessed that if he had used fire fists, there would surely be burn marks on his hand. Kim Ho on the other side looked surprised. "I didn't expect you to read palms." Chunhai smiled confidently. As predicted, he looked worried. She asked, "Aren't you going to show them any reason?" But contrary to her expectation, Kim Ho extended his hand and replied nonchalantly, "Here, take a look. See." She blinked in surprise. "I want to see the other hand too." Kim Ho immediately offered it. "The other hand as well? You're thorough." Chunhai's heart fluttered. "No way, how is it normal?" After a while, Kim Ho had to speak up. "Can you let go of my hand now? How long do I have to do this?" Realizing she'd been awkward, Chunhai turned away and said loudly, "I'm sorry for bothering you." But Kim Ho said, "Wait, you have to tell me the palm reading results." "What, do I have romantic luck?" Chunhai turned back annoyed and said loudly, "You're going to face a lot of difficulties ahead." "A lot." Then Hung Ho left. Kim Ho watched her leave and couldn't help smiling inwardly. It seemed they were still looking for the culprit in the temporary storage case, but for now, he was fine. The next day, Kim Ho trained with Sio Yane again. He called out, "Do it like we've practiced blowing." She replied, "Okay." "Get into position." Sio Yane then drew her gun and fired a few shots. The goblin of course couldn't dodge and took the hits. Another one was worse, getting shot straight in the jaw. And finally, they chased down the goblin leader. Boom. Unexpectedly, Sio Yane's bullet shattered the goblin's blade. The notice immediately popped up. Remaining time 1 minute 20 seconds. Goblins defeated 28. Elites defeated 120. Total remaining time 3 minutes 48 seconds. 228 points. Completion reward 500 points. Total 728 points. The two of them happily high-fived. Kim Ho turned and smiled. "Well done. It seems we've reaped the rewards of yesterday's practice, huh?" But seeing Sio Yane's radiant face, Kim Ho couldn't hide his surprise. "Is she smiling?" But seeing Sio Yane's radiant face, Kim Ho couldn't hide his surprise. "Is she smiling? But to be safe, try practice mode a few times before entering." She replied, "Okay." Watching the girl walk away slowly, Kim Ho gave a slight smile. "Since I cleared the hill dungeon, I should be able to handle it myself now. Finally, I can focus on my own mission." Shortly after, a notification appeared that he was entering the goblin swamp. Quickly, he passed through the teleport gate into the arena. As he stepped inside, Kim Ho couldn't hide his excitement. "All right, let's clear this place fast." Immediately, he took a fighting stance, then launched a straight strike forward. The monsters that couldn't dodge were swallowed by his flames. In no time, the path ahead had been cleared by. Kim Ho forced a grin, thinking that although it was a simulated dungeon, he might have gone a bit overboard. Indeed, controlling the power of this skill was really difficult. Maybe I should delete the replay before leaving. Beside him now was a notice board that read, "Remaining time 4 minutes 42 seconds. Goblins defeated 71, elites defeated 120. Total remaining time 7 minutes 28 seconds, 448 points. Completion reward 500 points. Total 948 points." Looking at the total score, Kim Ho thought to himself that since he had defeated an elite and gained bonus points, the reward was the best kind anyway. Then the system announced the side quest, Week 2 strategic match completed. Objective, complete dungeons. Solo dungeon remaining time 7 minutes 28 seconds out of 5 minutes. Duo dungeon remaining time 3 minutes 48 seconds out of 5 minutes. Rewards will be upgraded. Please choose your reward. Prosperity Seed increases effectiveness for healing and enhancement skills. Illusionist increases effectiveness for debuff and illusion skills. Westwind Blessing increases effectiveness for wind element skills. Kim Ho selected the quest, thinking there was no need to overthink it. From the start, I accepted this quest aiming for this trait. This trait is perfect for the path I plan to take. A support who is both strong and useful in a support role. Immediately, the system notified that the West Wind Blessing trait had been acquired. Kim Ho inwardly affirmed that he would now be a wind element support. Soon after, he stepped through the spatial gate. At that moment, a voice rang out, "You're Kim Ho, right?" "I am Mak Yoonghwa, representative of the Emerald Tower." The person beside her also spoke up. "I am Ha Saiyan, head of the Nature Club. Could we go somewhere to talk for a moment?" At the cafe, she immediately bowed. "First, I want to apologize for what happened before." Kim Ho politely replied, I was also rude because I was in a hurry. Please accept my apology. She continued, anyway, I heard you have a special item, right? He answered, I guessed you two came because of it. She then suggested, could we see the item with our own eyes? Kim Ho immediately took out the cube and replied cheerfully. Of course, at that moment, a spirit tiger suddenly appeared and quickly leaped into the cube. Its owner saw this and urgently called out, Buma, no you can't. Ma Kyung-woo watched in amazement, so it's real. The tiger's owner called, Buma, get out of there now, but Kim Ho said, it's fine, leave it be. Ha Sayin looked astonished. Buma seems to really like it. Just sensing its energy shows this is a powerful life element relic. May I see the item's description? We promise to protect this information with the club's honor. Kim Ho didn't hesitate and replied, if you both say so, then fine. Reading the description, Ma Kyung-woo couldn't help exclaiming, it increases the effectiveness of stored life element items by 1.3 times. Ha Soyin was equally astonished. That's an absurd item. Would you be willing to sell this cube? Kim Ho immediately crossed his arms, pretended to ponder for a moment, then replied, I don't know, after all this is an extremely valuable item. Ma Kyung-woo hurriedly spoke up, the true value of an item only shines in the hands of someone who knows how to use it. Don't let it go to waste, hand it over to us. Kim Ho snorted, secretly pleased. These people being so forward, I'm genuinely grateful. He outwardly replied calmly, I understand your intention, but I'm still a little hesitant. Ha Soyin immediately offered, tell us what you want, we'll do our best to meet it. Hearing that, Kim Ho couldn't hide his joy, thinking, yes, that's more like it. He held up 4 fingers and said confidently, then 4 season passes for the special training room, more precisely, 1 season pass and items equivalent to the other 3 passes. I want an empty skill book. At that, the two of them were taken aback. Ma Kyung-woo slapped the table, stood up, and shouted, that's really unreasonable. Don't you think you're being greedy? Ha Soyin was calmer but still said the season pass was acceptable while an empty skill book was a bit too much. Kim Ho also stood up looking regretful. Then let's pretend this exchange never happened, I'm leaving. But immediately a voice rang out. The girl stood up and shyly stepped forward. I heard from the back I have an anti-skill book. Ha Soyin anxiously asked, is that okay, Nari? She answered honestly, I haven't used it because I haven't thought of a good skill for it yet. If it stays like this, it'll probably sit in my storage forever. Moreover, look how much Buma likes it. Hearing that, Buma immediately meowed happily. Ha Soyin sighed, helplessly looking at her. All right, if Nari truly wants to, then fine. She immediately smiled brightly. Thank you. They immediately took out the items and began the exchange. Now that conditions are met, let's not waste time and proceed with the trade. Kim Ho replied cheerfully, I also like to get things done quickly. A good deal, isn't it? Now our business is settled. But at that moment, Sio Yane suddenly slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, wait, I still have something else with you besides that cube. Kim Ho, I want to challenge you to a match. But he just replied nonchalantly, no, thanks. Hearing that, the other man cried out in surprise, what? Kim Ho shot back, do you expect me to come when you call and fight whenever you want? Jicheol, furious, ground his teeth and growled, a duel is a matter of honor. Yous who care about honor were going to gang up on me earlier. At that, they were all taken aback. With that, Kim Ho calmly began to leave. He added, I don't intend to waste time on meaningless matters. Jicheol's movement froze at once. Wait, Kim Ho continued, I'll tell people you won, so go boast about it. At that, Ma Kyung-woo produced a VIP production ticket and seriously said, in that case, what if I put a prize on this match? Is this enough to make it worth your time? Kim Ho turned back with an O, thinking this was negotiable now. He smiled and replied, all right, I accept. Jicheol pointed at Kim Ho and said, I'll let you decide the date. He thought for a moment and answered, 2 days from now seems fine. Jicheol raised an eyebrow, asking why 2 days later. He replied, I need to master this first. Ma Kyung-woo, hearing this, looked exasperated. He shook his head in disbelief. Only 2 days to come up with and master a skill? Fine, let's see how hard you try to learn it. But Kim Ho only smiled in response. Just wait and see. 2 days later at the arena. As Dang Guyong approached, she asked aloud, Kim Ho, that guy, why did he accept the challenge? Song Chun Kai, seeing her arrive, smiled and asked back, you're here too? She added that sly fox Ma Kyung-woo will surely pull some tricks. But he reassured her that he accepted because he believed he could win. He probably has his own calculations. Dang Guyong remained very worried. She sighed, yes maybe, but something feels off. She thought to herself that she must watch closely to see if he would pull any weird tricks. Below, Jicheol put on his gloves and spoke with sarcasm. I'll give you credit for not running away. Kim Ho calmly replied, with a VIP ticket as the prize, how could I refuse? Above, Ma Kyung-woo also called down, this match will be recorded and anyone can watch it. Do you two agree? Both of them answered in unison without planning to. Agreed. Agreed. Ma Kyung-woo, hearing that, immediately announced, then let's begin. Both of you enter the arena. Map Rocky Deathmatch Arena. Time limit 10 minutes. Kim Ho vs Guak Jicheol 100% start. Jicheol entered and immediately took a fighting stance, confidently saying, last time you were just lucky, but this time will be different. I'll show you the difference in class. But Kim Ho showed no ripple of emotion. Instead, he calmly cast his technique. Seeing that movement, his body immediately froze. What's this Earthen Link move? Before long, he was knocked down. Kim Ho, meanwhile, casually asked, so what are you planning to show me? It's just the floor, it doesn't even hurt, you're overreacting. As soon as Guak Jicheol stood up, he immediately cast an Earth Convergence spell. He roared angrily to see how long Kim Ho could stay calm. Then he immediately hurled that orb toward Kim Ho. But even as the ball of earth flew toward him, Kim Ho didn't bother to dodge. He merely flicked his finger and the stone's trajectory was deflected. Seeing that, Jicheol couldn't help gape in astonishment. What? He's pulling that trick again, how on earth is he doing it? And then he was hit by his own attack, scrambling to his feet. He ground his teeth in fury, thinking to himself, damn it, I can't let this continue. He forced himself up and said, all right, I admit you're not a coward. Inwardly thinking he hadn't planned to use this, but the winner of this match would be him. But the winner of this match will be me. Saying that, he slammed both hands to the ground and shouted, now watch this. Instantly a monster appeared, a wood golem. A golem refined by borrowing the forest's power to grant life to an ancient tree. Dang Guyung outside saw this and clenched her teeth in anger. These bastards are going too far. A level 53 golem, what is it doing here? Mok Youngwoo, you shameless. Mok Youngwoo was also astonished. He furrowed his brow. I was hoping he wouldn't use it, but fine. Dang Guyung felt unsettled, thinking that with so many viewers he wouldn't dare use Flame Fist. Can't anyone stop this? Jicheol, feeling extremely smug, laughed loudly. Let's see if you can escape this golem intact. Say goodbye to your bragging. But facing this, Kim Ho showed no emotion. 2 days earlier in the special training room, Kim Ho studied a book while asking himself, what kind of support mage is the most useful? The answer depends on the situation, so there are many support types like healing, enhancement, and debuffing. But for versatility, nothing beats this. For a jack-of-all-trades role, no skill surpasses this one. Back in the present, Guak Jicheol continued, triumphant, shouting, I'll crush you in one blow. Come on, show me your tricks. The golem on the other side obeyed the command, immediately raising its arm to wind up. With a thunderous crash, its gigantic arm came down, but Kim Ho jumped and avoided it. As he moved, he silently assessed that for someone oriented toward wind element support like him, this was the optimal skill to create from an empty skill book. Indeed, this was the optimal skill to craft from an empty skill book. In a single strike, Kim Ho sent the golem flipping backward. It let out a roar. Kim Ho felt a great sense of satisfaction. Immediately, the system notified him. Wind power transmitted physical strength into the air, reinforced by the west wind blessing, enhanced by augmentation. Back in the stands, people instantly shouted, well done, impressive. They set you to fight a golem, yet you still won. Meanwhile, Mok Youngwoo was trembling with anger, but in the end, he still produced a ticket. The VIP ticket as promised. Kim Ho accepted it cheerfully. Thanks, can I make one more request? It won't hurt you guys. Keep the replay of this match private. The Emerald Tower probably wouldn't want this public either. Mok Youngwoo ground his teeth in anger but forced himself to ask politely. You're clever. So what do you want in return? Kim Ho winked. I don't need anything now, but I might ask a favor later. He then turned and walked away. Agreed. Watching his figure leave, Kim Ho thought inwardly that although it sounded generous, he actually wanted to keep this secret. News of his new wind-empowered skill, he wanted it to spread as slowly as possible. At that moment, Go Hyunwoo also stepped up to praise him. Kim Ho, you did well. Kim Ho turned and handed over the season pass. Ah, right on time, here's your season pass. Seeing the pass held out, the other guy gaped in surprise. You got it. Kim Ho immediately winked at him. Didn't I say it'd be ready in 2 weeks? Dang Guyung came over, draped an arm around him, and asked, so what did you arrange with Mok Youngwoo? You're really good at making a profit. Kim Ho could only force a smile. Nothing escapes you. We'll talk about it later. Oh, and about that favor I mentioned the other day. Dang Guyung released her grip and asked blankly, you mean the Magical Engineering Club? They seemed eager to meet you soon, so just hearing that. Kim Ho visibly brightened. That's great, let's go meet them. Shortly after, at the #1 Magical Engineering workshop that had just opened, Kim Ho was amazed. Truly a top workshop, it looked splendid. He said, excuse me, then remarked how different it was from workshop #4 where he took the cube. At that moment, someone stepped out and asked, are you Kim Ho? He replied, yes, greetings, senior. That's him. The man immediately said, I'm Bong Yi-seok. I've heard about you from Dang Guyung. He was Bong Yi-seok, level 53, head of the Magical Engineering Club. He turned to Kim Ho and said, let's go to the clubroom and talk. Follow me. Kim Ho went along at once, though inwardly he thought the man seemed rather hurried. No sooner had they stepped inside than Bong Yi-seok began. So you actually completed the 10 times 10 times 10 cube, right? I'll be direct. Technically, that cube belongs to our club, but I don't want to make trouble about it. After all, no one besides you could complete it. I just want to take a look. So if you show me the finished cube, we'll call it even. Kim Ho calmly replied, unfortunately, I don't have it anymore. Hearing that, he gasped in surprise. What do you mean you don't have it? Kim Ho answered honestly, I left it to the club naturally. Bong Yi-seok turned away a little and sighed, bored, what a waste of time, I'm off. But immediately after, Kim Ho produced a stack of papers and said, did you think I'd come empty-handed? He looked puzzled. What's this? Examining the contents closely, Bong Yi-seok shouted, no way, are these the blueprints for it? I can't believe someone was crazy enough to record its entire structure. Wait, this table is cut in the middle, do you have the rest? Kim Ho smiled and exhaled in relief. Of course I kept it safe. Bong Yi-seok hurriedly said, just tell me what you want. Kim Ho's eyes lit up and he raised a hand. I want to use the equipment in workshop number 1. Bong Yi-seok proposed, we need it during the day so you can only use it from midnight to morning. How about that? Kim Ho agreed. Hearing that, Bong Yi-seok immediately reached for the documents and said loudly, then hand over the rest. Oh, by the way, do you want to join the club? Kim Ho smiled and replied, thanks, but I'll pass. Bong Yi-seok stood up, seeming a bit regretful. What a pity, but use the scrap in the workshop if you need it. Just keep bringing me designs like these. All right, I'll be going. In this situation, Kim Ho could only force a smile. Thanks, quick and efficient. Left alone, Kim Ho thought seriously. So the basics are done. Now it's time to start preparing to craft the weapon. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Seung-yi trailed after Mok Younghwa, repeatedly pleading, senior, please reconsider. He coldly asked back why. He explained, you can't blame my brother entirely. How many new students can fight a golem, especially a level 53 golem? He said coldly that nonetheless this harms the Emerald Tower's reputation. Seung-yi sincerely admitted fault. I acknowledge my brother acted recklessly, but it's not solely his fault. Hearing this, Mok Younghwa's movements froze. He turned back, gritted his teeth. Is the disciplinary committee intervening in Emerald Tower affairs? He stood there resolute and said, I only want a fair judgment. In the end, Mok Younghwa could only yield. He sighed, so what do you want? He proposed giving him just one chance. Mok Younghwa firmly offered a condition. The 2-month decision will be based on Guak Jicheol's ranking after 2 months. Any objections? Seung-yi immediately nodded. No, that's more than enough. With that settled, Mok Younghwa turned and left. Before long, the corridor was left with only Seung-yi. Just then he spoke up again. It turned out Song Chun-hai had been hiding behind, eavesdropping. Hearing him call her name, she jumped in surprise and then shyly stepped out. You knew I was here, he said sternly. I knew from when you sneaked into the stands. Apparently hiding isn't your strength. You know how the match went, right? If I fought him, could I win? She bowed her head slightly, thought for a moment, and answered not sure, which surprised him a bit. Not sure. Did you check his hands? Chun-hai looked up and said firmly, yes, both hands, no scratches at all. Hearing that, Seung-yi immediately rubbed his chin and thought seriously. If he used fire fists, they couldn't have healed that fast. Could I have missing? But that arrogant look, as if everything were beneath him. It was hard to believe it wasn't the same person. Then Seung-yi sighed again. Sorry, but I'll need you to continue this matter for me. She replied firmly, no need to apologize. I do it because I want to. I'll definitely catch him slipping. In the second week of the 3rd round, an announcement appeared. Random map, rules, 2-team deathmatch, 10-minute limit. Lee Soo-duk also appeared to explain the rules seriously. Coordination is still as important as last week, but the objective is different this time. You may even notice coordination flaws you hadn't seen before. To address those shortcomings, the Academy prepared a mentoring program, so think carefully and take advantage of this opportunity. That's all. People began asking each other, Kim Ho, did you sign up for the mentoring program? Just then an announcement appeared, mentoring registration complete. Kim Ho replied that he had no reason to hesitate. Kim Ho held up 3 fingers and explained seriously, they'll pair you with a high-ranking 3rd year or a graduate, depending on your focus. When will we get another chance to learn from them, right? Hearing that, Go Hyunwoo grew confident. That's right, I'll sign up too, thanks for the suggestion. Then Kim Ho turned to his desk mate and asked, what about you? Sio Yane replied listlessly, so tired, I want to sleep. He sighed inwardly, she had only learned aura grenades to some extent. Sio Yane still had much to learn, so the mentoring program was important for her. Isn't there any way to persuade her? At that moment, Go Hyunwoo spoke up, hey Kim Ho, do you want to pair with me this week? He cheerfully replied, sure, let's form a team this time. Immediately, Sio Yane sat up, half asleep, tugged Kim Ho's sleeve and said, I want to team up with you too. Go Hyunwoo suggested, since there are 2 matches this week, why don't we split up and each pair for 1 match? Kim Ho forced a smile, so my decision doesn't matter anymore. Sio Yane nodded in agreement. Sounds reasonable. Hearing that, Go Hyunwoo stood up at once. Then I'll go train, you 2 go ahead. Kim Ho replied, okay, see you tomorrow. The next day, Go Hyunwoo approached from a distance and shyly said, sorry to keep you waiting, Kim Ho. He politely answered, I just arrived too. But then he suddenly looked very surprised and thought to himself, what's this? His aura is even sharper than yesterday. Go Hyunwoo was excitedly saying, I've been looking forward to this. Kim Ho privately assessed that his meridian seemed to have reached rank C faster than he expected. Then he asked, so was pairing with Yane okay yesterday? He scratched his head and sighed, well, we won. But he recalled that yesterday, the two opponents had been trapped by a fireball move. He remembered that the opponents yesterday included Hong Yonhwa, a rising star of the Ruby Tower. I know Sio Yane isn't yet a match for a rising star, but the result was even more one-sided than I expected. Countless notices appeared on the bulletin board. Sio Yane 81%, Sio Yane 78%, Sio Yane 74%. Kim Ho couldn't help but sigh. What he'd feared had finally happened. Sio Yane had absolutely no defensive capability. Thinking that, he stomped his foot hard, then charged toward the two of them. When he reached them, he immediately took a fighting stance and struck a killing blow. He was hit, and was instantly flung far away. That left Hong Yonhwa utterly astonished, and his expression at that moment was extremely fierce. After a while, he opened the match-finding interface and continued. I tried to finish that match. I even suggested he join mentoring. But he didn't seem interested at all. Go Hyunwoo could only offer a wry smile. Seems like a lot happened. Kim Ho sighed again. He probably needs to get beaten a few times. Is he really that hesitant? Suddenly an announcement rang out, pulling them back to the present. Found a match so fast? A line on the screen read that a match had been found. Go Hyunwoo cheerfully said, I'll show you the fruits of my training. Immediately they were teleported to the training area. Looking around, Go Hyunwoo was astonished. What kind of situation is this? This time the opponents were Team Jang Sam with 572 points and Sio Yane with 741 points. Seeing that, he exclaimed, Sio Yane's team. Kim Ho smiled faintly, thinking, perfect timing. This is an opportunity for Yane to realize how weak her defense is. Go Hyunwoo then asked anxiously, can we win? Kim Ho only smiled and replied, of course. Soon after the match began, Kim Ho and Gunu charged forward at once. Kim Ho told him to leave Sio Yane to him. He immediately agreed. Got it. Seeing Sio Yane's move, Kim Ho thought she was throwing a smoke bomb, just as expected. He quickly dodged, charging forward while shouting, sorry, but that's useless. But very quickly she pulled out her two guns. However, all those attacks were cleanly dodged by him. Before long, Kim Ho was standing in front of Sio Yane, and with a single strike, knocked the gun from her hand. Immediately after, he assumed a stance to launch an attack. But his fist suddenly slowed just as it reached Sio Yane's face. Instead of punching her, Kim Ho replaced it with a flick to her forehead. Then he smiled and asked, well, want to continue? Sio Yane clutched her head and immediately turned away. I give up. Kim Ho thought to himself that her pride seemed badly wounded. Now let's see what's over on the other side. Earlier Shin Byingchul had said the Guild Alliance side had a hidden talent. That odd movement of his right hand looked strange to me from the start. But he immediately raised his voice loudly. Hold on, you two stop. Kim Ho looked at the two of them and said seriously, I know you're hiding your strength, but can you fight for real? The other replied coldly, I don't know what gives you that idea, but I'm fighting for real. Kim Ho winked at him. If you're worried about the replay, we can set it to private and I can give you a bit of a push. Yulin Vo-an, if you win, I'll give you that information. He was stunned into silence by what I said. Kim Ho thought to himself that if he valued it enough to hide his true strength, he certainly wouldn't pass up this clue. Jang Sam stammered, how do you know that? Kim Ho smiled and replied, I just told you. I'll give you the information if you win. Hearing that, Jang Sam immediately gripped his sword hilt and said, if you're willing to go that far, then I'll do as you ask. Go Hyunwoo was a little surprised. In an instant, his gaze changed and he said, I'll go all out too. On the other side, Jang Sam let out a soft breath, then lunged toward Go Hyunwoo with terrifying speed. In no time, he had landed a hit. A notification simultaneously appeared. Go Hyunwoo U 87%. Jang Sam kept swinging down. Jang Sam kept swinging down. Not over yet, the system immediately announced. Go Hyunwoo 73%. Go Hyunwoo 68%. Seeing himself on the offensive, Jang Sam told himself he'd finish it with this move. But astonishingly, up until then Go Hyunwoo hadn't budged. Even as the blade neared, he showed no movement. And in a blink, Go Hyunwoo bent down and dodged, while simultaneously assuming an attacking stance. He whispered, tightened his flow, then dashed forward, leaving a slash across Jang Sam's chest. At that moment, a few cracks also appeared on his sword. It turned out both of their swords had shattered. Just then, Kim Ho stepped forward and spoke in a conciliatory tone. Stop, enough, both of you rest here. At that point, the two of them slumped down. The scoreboard displayed the results. Kim Ho, Go Hyunwoo win against Jang Sam, Sio Yane lose. Observing them, Kim Ho thought to himself that because I remained standing, the system recorded us as the winners, but in reality we should consider it a loss. Once Jang Sam revealed his true strength and I couldn't withstand that blow, the outcome was decided in that moment. Indeed, we're still a bit short of reaching promising rank. I mean, it's just not there yet. At that moment, Jang Sam suddenly startled awake. He glanced at the system notice with some regret. So I lost after all? Kim Ho's voice quickly replied, as you can see. He immediately sat up, a little disappointed by the result, but said it was a good match. Kim Ho nodded. Yeah, Go Hyunwoo will probably say the same. Jang Sam quickly stood, rubbing his shoulders as he resumed. Before leaving, he asked, "Tell me, do you think my strength showed through too much?" Kim Ho smiled and answered, a little. The way you held the sword looked a bit awkward. And looking too ordinary also contributed. Jang Sam was astonished. Too ordinary makes you easy to judge. What do you mean by that? Kim Ho then offered a hint. Think about what the Death Dragon Academy is like. Jang Sam rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, then replied, "Indeed, it's a gathering place for top fighters from around the world. In such a place, being ordinary stands out even more. Useful, I'll remember that. And one more thing, Yulin Vo An is." Kim Ho interrupted, "I meant to ask after I'd won." He hesitated a moment. Jang Sam replied, "Yes, that's right. The next time I'll challenge you again." Kim Ho agreed. "Always welcome back to the arena." Go Hyunwoo felt a bit embarrassed. "I made a fool of myself back there. I've lost face." Kim asked, "What did you think of the match just now?" Kim Ho answered honestly, "You opened a gap with a probing move, then the final decisive play was very neat." At that moment, Go Hyunwoo pulled out his broken sword, inspected it for a moment, and said, "One thing, I'm worried about my weapon. I can't keep dodging this forever." Kim Ho stared at him in surprise. The simple solution is to use a better weapon. But Go Hyunwoo blushed with embarrassment. "My finances aren't exactly plentiful." Immediately, Kim Ho produced something and told him that weapons don't have to be bought with money. "How many points do you have? Open your phone and check." Go Hyunwoo answered honestly, "I've accumulated about 5,000 points. That's fairly enough. An E-grade longsword and a D-grade longsword." Immediately, a flurry of system notifications rang out. Purchased D-grade longsword item minus 100 points. Purchased E-grade longsword item points. Purchased 3 thermal catalyst vials minus 3,000 points. Kim Ho pressed buy and added, "With the remaining points, buy 3 thermal catalyst vials. First, give me those vials." Go Hyunwoo was a bit puzzled. "What are those vials used for?" Kim Ho replied, "They were crafting materials. I'll make a few useful items for you. That's enough for today. Focus on recovering." Go Hyunwoo was deeply grateful and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for everything, Mr. Kim." That evening, walking down the corridor, Kim Ho thought to himself that the weekly duel was over. Maybe he should prepare materials in the workshop and, while at it, craft the item for Go Hyunwoo. As soon as he opened the door, Kim Ho immediately greeted, "Hello." The other was a little surprised but replied, Sure." Looking at him, Kim Ho couldn't help thinking that he'd heard Bong Yi-seok had scolded him last time over the design. "He probably didn't like me rummaging around, so I felt more guilty. But this time I asked permission." A notification popped up immediately. "Register the subject's skill into the magic technique slot for skill copying 2-2. Magic technique B theft cable B." Kim Ho continued analyzing. Now that World Force exists, hummingbirds should probably rest. The luck of getting a blueprint cube is probably gone, but this place is ideal for finding usable materials. These items are unfinished, failed for some reason. In other words, the crafting process is still intact. Usually finding materials is easier than field hunting. Usually. Seeing Kim Ho continuously crafting, the other seemed very surprised. He turned and asked awkwardly, What are you doing?" Kim Ho answered honestly, "I'm disassembling items to collect some materials." He seemed interested and offered, "If you don't mind, can I take a look?" Kim Ho replied cheerfully, "Yes, sure." Looking at the vial in his hand, he couldn't help but be astonished. Wow, after disassembly, the material is this clean, like new. Kim Ho looked at the solution and smiled slightly, wondering, shall we try crafting a batch? Then he asked, "Senior, would you like to trade some materials?" He immediately brightened. "Really? I'd welcome that. What do you need?" Kim Ho began listing a cooling assembly with a reinforced steel wire central shaft. He hesitated and said, "What if Bong Yi-seok complains about this?" Kim Ho shrugged slightly. Exchanging just materials shouldn't be a problem. "If you're still worried, this time I'll get permission directly." He chuckled and asked, "Really? Then shall I send a message?" It showed as read but no reply yet. Kim Ho calmly said, "He's probably busy, so oh well." He continued, saying nothing special happened, would be fine, but before he finished speaking, the door burst open. The person who appeared was Bong Yi-seok. He couldn't help exclaiming, "What is this?" "Oh, Bong Yi-seok." Bong Yi-seok stepped forward and asked seriously, "You disassembled this?" "Perfect timing. Help me see if this is a failed item, because it consumed quite a lot of material, right?" "Can you disassemble it?" Kim Ho pondered for a moment and replied, This will take quite a bit of time." Bong Yi-seok offered, "I know it will take time. I'll pay you properly." Kim Ho smiled and proposed, "I also need materials, so let me take payment in materials." Bong Yi-seok immediately nodded. "Send me the list and I'll prepare it right away." "No rush, take your time, message me what you need." Saying that, he turned to leave. Kim Ho replied with a smile, "Yes, senior." At that moment, the other person stepped forward and shyly asked, "By the way, could you help me with one more thing?" Kim Ho asked, "What is it?" He pointed to his table and asked, "I have something over there I need taken apart. Can you disassemble it for me?" He looked at it, then answered, "No problem." He laughed, "Thanks. I'll try to provide whatever you need as much as I can. The next morning, that voice rang out again. Is it morning already? The rest I'll finish after class. Heading down to the lecture hall, Kim Ho thought to himself there was still plenty of time before class. Might as well catch a quick nap. Why did Sio Yane come so early today? She disappeared yesterday without a word. Kim Ho immediately approached and asked, why are you early? You haven't had breakfast, right? Want something to eat? But all he got in response was a tired groan. Kim Ho silently judged that she still hadn't fully recovered. He continued, yesterday's match was a bit one-sided, wasn't it? I did that just to show you your weakness. Kim Ho sighed softly. Perhaps you're gradually realizing that your fighting style is extremely weak once your position is exposed. Your mana foundation is fine now. This time try investing in support skills. Come here. Sio Yane immediately looked up and hesitantly asked, will you tutor me one-on-one? Kim Ho smiled, I'd like to tutor you myself, but learning this from another marksman will be more effective, though it's a bit inconvenient, accept the coaching. Finally, Sio Yane reached for the bread. She thought for a moment, then replied, all right, I'll do it. Just then Go Hyunwoo appeared and chuckled. Oh, Miss Sio signed up too, good choice. Hyunwoo, are you feeling better? Thanks to you, I'm back to my best. My body is fine, but I'm worried about the weapon I bought yesterday. I plan to test it in the remaining duels. Kim Ho looked straight at him and spoke each word clearly. All right, then use this too. Hyunwoo looked at the item in his hand in surprise. Isn't this a paperclip? Kim Ho cheerfully explained that it looked like a normal paperclip, but it was an item that protects equipment durability. Information about the paperclip also appeared. Paperclip quality D protects weapon durability and automatically restores weapon durability. He pinned it to his jacket pocket. In the remaining duels, try using it together with the newly acquired weapon. On one side were Hyunwoo and Han Tae-it with expressionless faces, and on the other were Youngsuj and Park Nari anxious. He stared at his opponent and thought, Miss Park Nari, the club's hope. Kim Hyung warned to be careful of that spirit beast. Nari stroked the cat on her shoulder. Booma, get ready. Booma immediately sprang forward, and it transformed into a massive tiger. Booma, obeying its master's command, leapt forward. Go. Hyunwoo's sword parried the pounce with a clang. Miss Bak Kung now. Bak Kung quickly executed her technique. She struck directly at the tiger's head. Snow Soul Master. It looked like Bak Kung was having a really hard time. Booma glared at her, Park Nari 87%. With just one swipe, Bak Kung was flung far away. Seeing that, he cried out in alarm, Miss Bak Kung. He thought as his sword was broken. Is this the limit for an E-grade weapon? He suddenly took a long step back. Hyunwoo said worriedly, at this rate we probably don't stand a chance. Bak Kung was tense too. I agree, try a different approach. He watched Booma approaching and thought to himself that the strategy seemed to be to have the spirit beast lead and continuously heal. In contrast, the caster was completely exposed, a playstyle wholly dependent on the spirit beast. Hyunwoo glanced over and nodded to signal agreement. She nodded back to show she understood. Strike the true form directly, and the two of them immediately attacked Nari. Suji's pendant glowed. No way. I anticipated a situation like this. Nari had created a shield with her ability, the Gaia Barrier. Before long, creeping vines had covered them both. Bak Kung and Hyunwoo fought on Ice Extreme Snow Soul Chief Than Lu. Hyunwoo silently conceded that it really wasn't easy to penetrate. The next strike would deal damage that bypassed magic defenses in one blow. But Booma had already bitten Bak Kung. Then there was a piercing scream and the scoreboard immediately appeared. Score Go Hyunwoo, Bak Kung Han Tae-it lose, Young Suji, Park Nari win. Time passed and the next day he reviewed the previous scene. I let you witness such an embarrassing moment. Kim Ho gently reassured Hyunwoo, no, facing a promising opponent and performing like that is already good. He looked at him with curiosity. If you were in this situation, what would you do, Kim? Kim Ho answered very seriously. It's not really a matter of strategy or technique. The stat gap is just too large. Park Nari is a promising talent fully backed by the club. Not only does she have broad skill and trait coverage, but the life form bundle she recently traded with me outfitted her from head to toe with all kinds of items. Hyunwoo sullenly accepted the truth. Hearing that losing was understandable, the opponent was excellent and well prepared. Kim Ho wondered to himself that perhaps this should be brought up for discussion. He calmly told him that while you can't raise your stats to match Park Nari, there are still countermeasures. Hyunwoo's eyes lit up, so there's a way. Kim Ho didn't beat around the bush. Demonic sword and a top-tier swordsman, that's a mandatory system item for this build. He bowed his head looking rather sad. A demonic sword? I didn't even know such an item existed. Another lesson from Kim. Kim Ho pointed at the paperclip on his jacket and reminded him, for now put the demonic sword aside. Priority is preventing your weapon from breaking. So focus on finding artifacts related to durability for weapons of B rank or higher. Hyunwoo still couldn't bright. B rank, those won't be easy to find. He pointed at the photo behind him and said they can drop in the underground dungeon of Dungeon Dong. Hyunwoo quickly reminded him, but it's currently the duel week, can't we go down to the dungeon? Anyway, you can't go down next week either. Kim Ho was quite surprised by this news. Why is that? He sadly replied. Because you don't have the qualification yet. Kim Ho nodded with his eyes closed. The dungeon's underground is different from the surface, it's live combat. They can't throw first-year freshmen into life-or-death live combat matches, so isn't there no way now? If he's still indifferent now, it's hard. Kim Ho picked up the glass on the table and replied, I mean officially. Officially, Hyunwoo suddenly became tense. Sneaking and would do. Kim Ho picked up his phone. There are errand services specifically for times like this. He's curious too. Should I call Shin? Kim Ho quickly confirmed, yes, he'll be here soon. Shin Byung-chul arrived rapidly grinning, you two here. How can I help? We're planning to go into Dungeon Dong a bit. I'm thinking Monday night. Kim Ho looked quite pleased. Monday night? Perfect. He was momentarily stunned. What's the dungeon number? As soon as he heard, Shin Byung-chul pulled out his notebook. Number 388. He flipped through the pages. If it's 388, it's the D-rank Feathered Serpent, right? It's a 4-person dungeon. Who's going in? The two of them looked at each other in silence. Kim Ho pointed at Hyunwoo, me and him, just the two of us. Byung-chul seemed quite worried. Are you sure? If anything happens, I'll be responsible. Kim Ho reassured wearily. You won't die. If there's trouble, retreat immediately. Hyunwoo nodded in agreement, and I trust you, Kim. He quickly jotted it down. All right, it's decided. I'll prepare for Monday night. Kim Ho asked bluntly, what's the pay for this favor? Byung-chul smiled broadly. What pay between us? Plus you still owe me from the Benway incident. Consider it lumped together. That attitude surprised him. He hadn't expected him to offer to settle the debt up front. Byung-chul just scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. To be honest, I've only been to the dungeon once. That makes me nervous, so you're inexperienced too, huh? Kim Ho quickly reassured him, it's fine, even if it's your first time, just don't be sloppy. He's still very awkward. Oh, don't worry, I'll give it my all. He added, while we're getting experience, add one for number 104 as well. Byung-chul checked the notebook once more. If it's 104, that's a B-rank common black serpent. It's in the deep area of the dungeon, so with my level I can't help. Kim Ho remained calm. I know, try asking the head of the department. He quickly put the notebook away. Hua Han, this should be doable. I'll ask my sister about it. See you Monday night then, thanks for the trouble. Kim Ho turned back to the table with Hyunwoo. Shall we make our plan too? Hyunwoo's hand gripped the cup tightly. Okay, what do I need to do? He began detailing the plan. First, go into the D-rank we scheduled for the Feathered Serpent, right? There will get you a weapon. At the same time, I'll try to gather profit for myself. First, go into the D-rank we scheduled for the Feathered Serpent, right? There will get you a weapon. At the same time, I'll try to gather profit for myself. The deep area of Dungeon Dong is a place where a single mistake can be deadly. Though worried, Hyunwoo was determined. I'm mentally prepared. He opened the system panel to show him. Your role is very important. Skill matters, of course, but synergy is essential, so you must learn the dungeon as well as I do. He looked flustered as he stared at the stack of papers. Can you quickly explain this to me? This was the walkthrough guide for the two of them, every word committed to memory. Yisiok at Workshop 1 laid out a pile of items. These are the things you asked me for last time, the suspended stone extract solution, the mana core, and the weather chip, right? Kim Ho expressed his thanks. Yes, thanks to you I easily found materials that are normally hard to obtain, thank you. He couldn't hide his curiosity. It looks almost finished, may I take a quick look? Yisiok didn't refuse. Yes, wait a moment. At last Kim Ho successfully completed the craft. Done. Yisiok stared dumbfounded at the item in his hands. I wondered what you were collecting materials for. Turns out you forged another strange thing. It looks like the head of a magic staff or wand. Have you found the main shaft yet? Kim Ho answered honestly, not yet. I don't have anything suitable right now. As for the shaft, I plan to find it gradually later. He told himself he would look in the dungeon's lower levels. He nodded after hearing that. Yes, there's no rush now. You probably won't be coming to the workshop for a while, right? Kim Ho nodded. Yes, I've bothered you a lot lately, but I'll still drop by often. A moment later in class 13, the young teacher announced to everyone, this week's assault match theme is a sweep. If you clear all the monsters, anyone can score high. There's no time limit, so pay attention to where monsters are hiding. And the important point in this assault is that terrain and teammates are randomly assigned, meaning you'll have to fight with new people in a new location. He closed the book, then coordinate smoothly and conquer it. Class dismissed, see you next session. Hyunwoo looked at Kim Ho with regret. Teams are random this week, so we can't go together. Kim Ho smiled back. That's right, this week everyone acts individually. Also, skip the lecture on mana bullets for now. Next week is mentoring week, so you can learn new skills then. This week focus on strengthening your internal power. Hyunwoo agreed it made sense. Alright, Yane remained indifferent as usual. They both nodded at his advice. Before entering real combat, be sure to try training mode first. Though he said that, he thought differently. Trying training mode himself would just waste time. The system issued a notice that they were entering a random dungeon. Teams are being matched randomly. Kim Ho's face was determined. He would go straight into real combat. He looked at the system and silently wished for a competent teammate. But whoever the teammate, completing 100% was guaranteed. So in this situation, a useful teammate is someone whose skills I can copy. Magic techniques aren't needed for now, so I'll switch to combat skills. Then my teammate will be something that surprises him. Huh, what's this? His partner turned out to be Hong Yeonwa her. She startled and asked flustered Kim Ho again. He was also surprised by her reaction, thinking, what is that? Such a strange response. From the placement exam to the one-on-one match, I'd met her many times as an opponent. Each time she was overwhelmed by me. It's only natural she'd hesitate a bit. Kim Ho sighed and smiled, but my goal now is to complete the mission efficiently. Sorry, but creating a little intimidating atmosphere is more convenient. He urged her, why are you still standing there dazed? Move now. Kim Ho's fierce glare made her nearly cry. Okay, fine. The two of them ran off at full speed. Hong Yeonwa ran while thinking, I should have known better today, do it tomorrow instead. Why did I insist on clearing it quickly for my pride? I just want to avoid being teammates with this guy. Why did I end up with him? Where is he planning to go? There's nothing over there. At that moment, a swarm of goblins swooped out. This surprised her. She wondered why monsters appeared no matter which path they took. This couldn't be that easy. Seeing Kim Ho sprint past, she yelped, wait, there are still monsters left uneliminated. His indifferent attitude irritated her. What? You didn't even listen to me and just left. You expect me to clean up after you? Yeonwa swung her staff and ran quickly. Her combustion was excellent. Stick together. Are you planning to solo it? But he coldly said, don't fall behind, just follow me. Yeonwa had no other choice. Okay. She kept watching him and thinking, though something felt odd during the assault. Without hesitation, choosing another path, he just marched straight ahead. The goblin was scorched by the flames. Yeonwa inwardly judged his composure. This guy acted like he'd been through dozens, even hundreds of assaults. At that moment, Kim Ho reached out to stop her. Wait. Yeonwa looked ahead. Huh, is that an earthen den? He suggested. Go take a closer look. She peered into the small cave entrance and exclaimed, judging by the size, it's probably a goblin burrow hard for a person to crawl into. Kim Ho calmly ordered, you check it out. Yeonwa flinched and shouted, me with that terrifying look of yours, of course I can do it, don't you want me to? That gaze frightened her again. If I can get in, fine, I'll go in. His action left him stunned and wondering, huh, why crawl inside? I only meant to use fire magic from the entrance. Suddenly a flash of light appeared. Oh, that light. A blaze erupted. Wow, truly a student of the Crimson Tower, so fiery. Yeonwa was also astonished at herself. What on earth am I doing? This kind of thing isn't unusual when exploring dungeons. I might as well keep going. She stood up and dusted off her clothes. Finding a burrow was lucky. They could clear it before the goblins poured out. He checked the system panel. It seemed this was the final den with one monster remaining. Now just take down the boss and it's over. At that moment, a flying axe came toward them. Kim Ho suddenly grabbed Yeonwa's wrist, then swiftly pulled her to the side. In dungeons, you mustn't be careless. Yeonwa couldn't meet Kim Ho's eyes. Sorry. The axe was spinning back in the opposite direction. Perhaps the earlier explosion had revealed our position. That one is the dungeon boss, we have to kill it. Perfect timing, both of them were planted on the ground. If they stayed alert, it would be an easy opponent. Coordinate attacks and finish it. He turned to look at the panting girl, thinking she still hadn't fully relaxed. Partly his fault, he should instill a bit of confidence in her. With that, he smiled at her. That one, try taking it down yourself. Yeon was startled and asked, me alone. Kim Ho encouraged her, make an effort, you can definitely do it. Yeonwa clenched her teeth in anger, damn it. And in the end she agreed, alright, I'll try once. A thought flashed through Kim Ho, yes, prove it to me. Hong Yeonwa swung her staff, weaving a ring of fire. He thought as he watched her she was utterly focused. How strong is her true power? Even the goblin was startled by the sight. It opened its mouth and screamed loudly. She was startled when she saw it lunge at her, thinking, what is? Since when? Did it raise its axe to strike down? But Yeonwa quickly leapt up and dodged, thinking, what do you mean? Do you think I'll lose? She immediately unleashed a flame orb from her staff. Confident she was sure it hit, definitely a hit. But the goblin stared back with wide eyes, irritating her. What, is this thing immune to damage? Could this dungeon have a trait that halves damage? What were they thinking designing a dungeon like this? The goblin swung its axe again. She quickly dodged the flying axe, determined to finish it before the overload effect ended. It swung another axe, startling her. With two thrown at once, she had already lowered her stance, too late to evade, and Kim Ho dashed forward while she was still panicking and screaming in her head. Quick, set up the barrier, or those two axes would have torn us apart. I told you not to be careless. She stood up and brushed dust from her skirt. Ah, thanks. Inside she breathed a sigh of relief. Alive, alive. He gently reminded her, don't do that, use that instead. For a moment she was stunned. HMPH, if it's that, he coldly interrupted and used a fire pillar. She felt a gratitude she didn't want to recall from the past. Yeonwa forced a smile and waved her hand. True, the skill was strong, but its range was limited. Kim Ho remained cool. I'll hold it down, you just focus on power. She called after him as he rushed forward, wait. Kim Ho merely waved and the goblin flew away. Seeing him like that, Yeonwa felt resolute. No more doubts, now just focus on fulfilling her role. The goblin had seen the magic array. As he looked at her, he said, Kim Ho, again, Yeonhwa quickly warned that it had recognized the magic array. He ignored its antics and seriously advised, don't worry about it, just proceed. Kim Ho struck swiftly, sorry, but you'll have to play with me a little longer. The goblin lay right inside the array. Yeonhwa announced loudly, the magic array is ready, get out of the area now. Kim Ho watched the goblin charge at him and thought, thanks to elemental resistance, I don't need to dodge. He leapt up just as it dove, but now he just followed instructions. Kim Ho jumped behind Yeonhwa. Okay, is this position good? She focused on her strike. Good, that's enough. Her staff glowed with her determination. This time she would finish it with a single blow. The fire incinerated the goblin like a blazing pillar, and instantly a flame shot out and swallowed it whole. Kim Ho, please, thought to himself. As expected, the fire spawned a massive vortex. The system immediately notified, remaining monsters 0, completion 100% equals 800 points, clear bonus 200 points, total 1000 points, multiplied by 0.8 equals 800 PTS. Yeonhwa breathed a sigh of relief, it's over. He also inwardly assessed that it ended quickly. Facing the boss, they fought fairly well, even if it was a bit forced. Yeonhwa cleared her throat. I have a favor to ask. Kim Ho looked at her quite surprised. What is it? Why are you hesitating? Yeonhwa shyly recalled the earlier scenes. Could that replay be set to private? He casually asked back, you want me to make the replay private? Yeonhwa was annoyed by that attitude. I'll compensate you for the lost points. So this thing, it's definitely worth more than a replay. He frowned displeased and thought to himself, what? The ruby only in exchange for a private replay? A modest reward might be acceptable, but this is too much. Yeonhwa, furious at his indifference, tapped the system in anger. Then I'll offer a larger ruby. Seeing that, he hurriedly stopped her. No need, this is enough. Kim Ho gave a thumbs up in approval. You worked hard, Hong Yeonhwa. Startled, her eyebrows nearly met as she wondered why he suddenly called her like that. She'd been doing everything herself from the start. Yeonhwa quickly stepped through the gate. You worked hard too. He looked at her at a loss for words. No need to be so shy. Anyway, Hong Yeonhwa's movements were better than he expected. The rumors that she could rival promising talents were true. What surprised him most was her close combat. Because of that, he could choose a skill to copy. Kim Ho recalled Yeonhwa's image in battle. He didn't know which skill she absorbed via overload. He also has a very powerful fire-type skill. Inferno Fish, the Hellish Fist. Such overwhelming power would surely come with massively enhanced physical strength. He looked at the ruby in his hand and wondered, well, what should I do about this? Tonight, I need to go down to the dungeon basement. I'll bring this to the Crimson Tower later to have it checked. He stepped through the space gate to the dungeon's ground floor. It seemed Go Hyunwoo and Shin Byung-chul hadn't arrived yet. While waiting, he checked the mission rewards. The system showed a weekly combat subquest completed. Objective, clear the dungeon raid with 100% completion. Reward, +1 slot property copy. Kim Ho looked and had to exclaim, oh, finally I can copy a new property. If we find a useful trait in the dungeon basement, that'd be great. Just then a voice rang in his ear. Hey, what are you doing? Byung-chul approached with a scolding. If you're going ahead, at least say something. I was waiting up there. Hyunwoo also appeared and said, Kim, so you got here first. He urged cheerfully, after all, we're running late, let's go. Hyunwoo brimmed with confidence. I won't let you down, Kim. Byung-chul began rummaging in his pockets. Oh right, I have something to give you guys. Wear these second-year student tie clips and anonymous badges. They'll make the wearer's face look ordinary, not conspicuous. With these, you won't worry even if you run into seniors. Kim Ho looked at him in surprise. Oh, it does blur the face. Hyunwoo grinned. If you just pass by, your identity won't be exposed. He inwardly sweat-smiled, sensing something odd. Kim Ho was ready. All right, let's go. They began descending the stairs. Hyunwoo's patience was thinning. Everyone, hurry up, are we still far? Byung-chul spoke to reassure them. Almost there, he remarked, looking down at the spiral they'd just passed. I've heard the dungeon is huge, but I didn't expect it to take this long just to reach rank D. As for the so-called deeper levels, Kim Ho said calmly that there actually were teleportation devices, but because we sneaked in, we can't use them. In fact, if Guy were skilled enough, he could even hack those. The guy chuckled at his remark, but they were almost there. They'd finally arrived. Dear guests, sorry to keep you waiting. Please proceed this way. This is dungeon number 388. Before them was a spatial gate, the feathered snake altar. Hyunwoo felt a bit relieved. Luckily, they hadn't been detected. They arrived safely. Kim Ho was ready. Everyone has probably memorized the raid guide, so let's begin. An irritated voice sounded behind them. What on earth are you doing? The green-haired girl seemed furious. What kind of cursed skill is that? The boy beside her looked regretful. If not for that, we'd have cleared it already. He had noticed the three of them, but the young man didn't think much of it. What? They came to raid the dungeon too? Kim Ho breathed inwardly. The formation deployment clearly worked. Hyunwoo still felt uneasy. Before encountering others, it's better to move in quickly. Byung-chul patted his shoulder and smiled. Wait, hold on a moment. I still need to deal with the last layer of defense. He placed a transparent cube down and all the defensive devices around ceased functioning. For now, there should be nothing to worry about. But I'll monitor from outside just in case. Kim Ho looked displeased. Okay, I'll finish quickly, wait a moment. Feet approached the gate quickly, there was no time to hesitate. Act now. Kim Ho pointed ahead, see that? That's the focal point of this dungeon, the feathered snake altar you'll be responsible for. Many tribal warriors guarded the area, be careful. Hyunwoo recalled something. Ah, I remember reading about it in the raid guide Kim gave. A mysterious man. Charged spear aimed straight at Kim Ho. He merely shook his head and dodged. He quickly became alert. As soon as it was mentioned, they had appeared, the tribal warriors. The tribe had chosen them as sacrificial offerings to capture them alive. They surrounded them, sacrificial offerings, capture them alive. Kim Ho wondered if they were supposed to capture them, why are they throwing spears? But they didn't care, they charged with spears, determined to make them sacrifices. Hyunwoo looked tense, stick to the plan, right? He quickly nodded. Yes, let's start. Kim Ho unleashed his power again. He swung his arm and knocked several attackers down. The other quickly drew his sword and swiftly cut down 3 of them. Looking back, Kim Ho said, good luck then. He replied in kind, you too. The tribal warriors, even more exhilarated, charged. Who are these? They're robust sacrifices, capture them at all costs. Hyunwoo gripped his sword coldly and said, your opponents are me. This blade will end your faces. Kim Ho thought faster, from now on, everyone acts according to plan. Go Hyunwoo will head straight to the altar, while I'll go through the jungle. Not following the main route, the usual completion condition for the feathered snake altar is a red assault. After breaking through the tribal warriors and entering the altar, the feathered snake high priest boss will finally appear. Only by disrupting the ritual and simultaneously defeating the high priest and the tribes can the dungeon be cleared. Kim Ho kept a smile on his face. Following the main route, the raid would be fine, but they wouldn't be able to obtain the hidden shard in this dungeon. So they had to search in places others wouldn't notice to dig something up, just like now. It looked like there weren't many tribesmen left in the camp. They'd probably concentrated around the altar. Even a few of them weren't a match for Go Hyunwoo. He ran forward while acting polite. Greetings. The tribesmen's eyes brightened at the sight of him. Sacrifices have come to them, a robust offering. They immediately hurled spears at him to capture him alive. Kim Ho was left speechless. Don't they know anything beyond those lines? He quickly executed a move and confidently said, I won't bother with these shrimp. Go fetch your chieftain here now. He watched them gasp blood and inwardly pleased himself. It's still going according to plan. Among the ordinary tents stood a larger, unusual tent. That was the chieftain's private tent. A flash of light flickered inside the tent, and he quickly dodged it. The chieftain lifted the tent flap and stepped out. It's rare to see someone with such a strong aura. You'll make an excellent sacrifice. If you submit to capture, your moments of pain will be shortened. He prepared to unleash a devastating strike. Inferno fish, the hellish overhead fist overloaded. Everyone only spoke of sacrifices, nothing else. He readied that powerful blow. Inferno fish, the hellish overloaded overhead fist. Everyone only talked about sacrifices, nothing else. That's why I had to scour the whole forest to find this camp. He leapt back to avoid the enemy's strike. So far everything was unfolding as planned. He had to hold the chieftain off until Go Hyunwoo found the hidden shard. This golden attack wasn't an elemental strike, so being hit even once could be fatal. But if he used the overhead to absorb the Inferno fish's fire flare while his body was being pushed to the extreme limit, he moved close to the chieftain. Dodging a strike of that size wasn't difficult, and the chieftain immediately formed a protective barrier. But his fist punched right through that barrier. Kim Ho's punch sent the chieftain flying. He stared at his hand in amazement, thinking, overhead combined with Inferno fish. As expected, the power was extraordinary. Even a D-rank barrier was destroyed easily. But as expected, a boss is still a boss. Such a blow seemed to cause little damage. Indeed, a boss is a boss. That hit seemed to do little damage. Don't get careless now. A beam of light streaked past right beside Kim Ho. The chieftain flew into a rage. You won't die easily. But Kim Ho, unafraid, mocked, oh my, how terrifying, you look really angry. Kim Ho dodged again, thinking, the most important thing for the priest is to perform the ritual. If we just dodge enough during the fight, he'll often leave midway. Want to prevent that unexpected interruption. Just provoke his fury, let the chieftain keep attacking while you dodge. Naturally, the angrier he gets, the more effective it is, though it does make dodging harder. He glanced back and silently encouraged him. Do it well. Go Hyunwoo, the rest depends on you. A bloodstained pant leg moved forward. Hyunwoo stepped forward solemnly. Behind him lay the sprawled body of a tribesman. A bloodstained pair of pants was walking. Hyunwoo stepped forward solemnly. Behind him lay the scattered corpses of the beastmen. His face showed determination. Kim must be fighting for his life, so I must act quickly too. I'll complete the mission Kim entrusted to me without any mistakes, then rendezvous with the troops. Something surprised him. A large man was hoisting a log, about to hurl it down. Hyunwoo easily dodged it, then dashed past it. He assessed inwardly. That guy is the acolyte listed in THE Chinese letter book, the mid-level boss of this dungeon, nicknamed the Chubby One. of course he'd appear immediately. While dealing with him, I must obtain the hidden feathered serpent sword shard at all costs. He also spotted another mysterious figure. According to The Chinese letter book, he quickly drew his sword and deflected a hidden projectile. Besides him, there's another common boss. Hyunwoo glanced at the projectile and thought, is this a poison-coated dart? No sooner had he thought that than another acolyte appeared, nicknamed the Skinny One. He gripped his sword hilt, thinking, coordinated they'll be troublesome. I wanted to take my time testing them, but now I must win quickly. The remaining acolyte unleashed a hidden projectile, but he still avoided it. At that moment, the other one swung his log like a club to attack, and Hyunwoo also quickly evaded. Now he had to fight both of them, thinking, dealing with them is really a nuisance. This will take too much time, then I have no choice but to be a bit reckless. Both of them began to cooperate. Hyunwoo closed his eyes and invoked the name of a technique. After a moment, his eyes snapped open wide. The Skinny One was astonished too, and the chubby man couldn't hide his surprise. With a single swing of his sword, he felled both of them, each knocked down to opposite sides. Hyunwoo sheathed his sword, reminding himself, good, they're taken care of, but their vitality is resilient. I can't relax until the very end. Just then the chubby man got up, angering him. So they aren't going down easily, but the most important thing now is the shard. Finishing him off can wait. The chubby one refused to give up. As he hurled the log, Hyunwoo nearly touched the item, but only saw the log slam into the ground. The acolyte exhaled in exhaustion, when suddenly a shaft of light appeared within the log. Seeing that, he couldn't help but be surprised. Hyunwoo finally obtained the hidden shard, a perfect toss. If he'd been a moment slower, he'd have been hit. Now let's finish this fight, teach me a lesson. He couldn't withstand the shout and lunged forward. He coldly delivered one final slash, and glanced at his opponent lying on the ground. Meanwhile, at the Feathered Serpent altar camp, Kim Ho was staring straight ahead, still trying to avoid the enemy's light. Normally, he only knows how to run away. It's really annoying. He thought to himself that Go Hyunwoo had probably already found the magic sword. He suddenly stopped. The chieftain looked up in surprise. This aura is coming from the altar. Could it be the magic sword placed on the altar? Kim Ho checked the system notification and smugly thought, good, it's cleared. I can safely entrust the next dungeon to him. He reached out his hand. Then before we handle it, we must copy its attributes first. He used the primary attribute copying skill of the Feathered Serpent Priest. This priest possesses blended abilities, among which increasing magic perception is extremely useful. The chieftain grew impatient. Out of the way, I must reach the altar. Kim Ho was clearly irritated by this. Hey you, we're having fun, where do you think you're going? He summoned firepower and smiled. Even if you get there, there's nothing left. It's all over, let's finish up quickly. He was knocked back by his power. At that moment, the system also announced the Feathered Serpent altar dungeon had been completed. Hyunwoo sprinted over to Kim. Seeing him, Kim Ho said, oh, perfect timing. Hyunwoo stared in astonishment at the hidden shard emitting dark energy. This is. Kim Ho calmly explained, it absorbed the priest's soul, so its power has been enhanced. And that other thing is the dungeon's completion reward this time. Hyunwoo looked at the hidden shard in his hand with satisfaction, thinking, I see, for me this sword alone is more than enough. It'll probably be quite useful for a while. So take the remaining reward, Kim. Kim Ho immediately agreed, alright, if you say so I won't refuse. First let's leave the dungeon. A conquered dungeon will collapse after a certain time. After a while, the two emerged. Byung-chul stood there to greet them. Oh, that didn't take long, did it? Kim Ho walked confidently. I told you we'd finish quickly. Hyunwoo looked back and remarked, the entrance is disappearing. Kim Ho replied calmly, as I explained earlier, when a dungeon's core is destroyed, the entrance closes and you can't enter or exit temporarily. Once time passes and the core regenerates, it will be accessible again. He shrugged as if it were obvious, and someone will come to conquer the regenerated dungeon. Byung-chul looked rather worried. The problem is this attribute always leaves proof that the dungeon was conquered. It's the kind of evidence that even a skilled guide can't erase. Kim Ho's face remained impassive. Soon someone will come down to check. So before that happens, let's get out of here. He complained as he climbed the stairs, finally arrived. What kind of stairs are these with so many steps? Hyunwoo laughed, of course going up is harder than going down. He seemed full of life. I know, but it's way more than I can handle. But luckily they didn't meet anyone on the way back. Now return the badge and pin it. Hyunwoo returned them with a bright smile. Because of you I was able to return safely. Thanks a lot, Kim. Kim Ho exhaled. I hope you'll help again next time. He beamed at the praise. Oh, it's nothing. That's what service is for. Somi was standing waving from afar. Hello, hello. It seems we run into each other quite often. Byung-chul looked like he was about to cry, thinking, why now of all times? Because Chun-hai suddenly exploded in anger, yelling, at this late hour, what are you doing in the dungeon? Byung-chul was shaking but forced a smile. What's odd about being in a dungeon? Of course we're here to assault it. She looked very suspicious. Did you plan to assault it from day one? I find that hard to believe. Byung-chul nudged Kim Ho and signaled, oh come on, have you lived until now and always be deceived? Why don't you trust others? Hey you, don't just stand there, say something. He looked at him with a contemptuous gaze, thinking, is he pushing this troublesome matter onto me again? But to get out of this quickly, there was no other choice. Kim Ho stepped forward and began to ask, did you just return from the assault too? How much % completed? Chun H quickly replied, yes, but that's none of your business. Byung-chul's sarcastic remark made her furious. Hey, why ask such things? If the score isn't good, you can't exactly reveal it. Chun Hai, stung in her pride, sparked with electricity. I don't know how much you completed, but I'm sure I'll be higher than you. Kim Ho remained very calm, then let's bet on who has the higher completion rate. She wouldn't back down. If we bet, what are you putting up? He quickly set the terms. The loser must fulfill one request or answer any question the opponent is curious about. Deal. Chun-hai stared at her opponent with a fierce look. All right. He radiated power. Then count to 3 and reveal your completion simultaneously. She on the other side was equally determined. Fine. Both of them looked at the system board and began to count. 3, 2, 1. She went dumbfounded when she saw the other's progress was 100%. Kim Ho sighed inwardly at the scene. If it were 97%, that would indeed be confidently respectable. Since it accidentally shocked them, he decided to take the opportunity and leave quickly. Soon after, Kim Ho and his friend left first. I'll record that wish as a debt. Well then, good luck. The next day, they met again in the cafeteria. Hyunwoo pulled out a chair and relaxed. It's been a long time since we've had a lunch without classes. Kim Ho just closed his eyes to relax. Resting is also part of training. He'd pushed himself hard yesterday, so taking a day off today was fine. He looked at him and smiled. So why did you call me out? Kim Ho replied cheerfully, I want to show everyone another fun thing after assaulting the dungeon. I mean the thrill of opening random boxes. The system board displayed a notification. Random alter box draw. Both of them listened and stared. Then let's start the box opening session now. A beam of light shone from inside. At first, all 3 of them were stunned by the first item. Kim Ho seemed quite pleased. E-rank title, oh not a bad start. Kim Ho nervously opened the next box. Next, Hyunwoo couldn't help but exclaim. Inside was the black bracelet of Priest D. There it was, he felt quite satisfied. Getting both a title and priest-attributed jewelry was a great gain. Kim Ho suggested, you guys should try opening one too. Hyunwoo was startled, really, I can. He anxiously opened the box, then I'll go ahead. Hyunwoo looked displeased when he saw the Gem Tribe's wooden cup. He was speechless. You're really unpredictable, not a bit of luck. He felt very sad. Sorry, Kim. Kim Ho quickly reassured his friend. Come on, no need to apologize like that. Don't worry about it. I'm the one who asked you to open the box. The light from the next box dazzled him. I'm so embarrassed. I've never been lucky with these things. Hyunwoo stared in surprise. Ah, isn't that a hug pillow? A craving pillow thing. Kim Ho was also astonished. A pillow ranked B. He wiped sweat from his brow and pondered. A B rank item dropping from a D rank random box is nothing short of a miracle. I didn't expect Sio Yane to hit that improbable probability. Hyunwoo felt regret too. Judging by the stats, it's clearly a support for combat item, but sadly it's a sleeping accessory. Kim Ho remained lost in thought, but that was only unfortunate for him. Household items are always in high demand and many people would want to buy it. Better to sell it in exchange for something else. Should we send it to the supply center or put it up for auction? While he was still considering, he saw Yane's eyes light up as she stared at the pillow. Kim Ho asked, you want it? Yane only nodded silently. He recalled the time she was exhausted and thought to himself, wait, on second thought, it might be better to let Sio Yane keep it. If she uses this pillow, its fatigue recovery effect will reduce her sleep time and increase her waking hours, which would boost her training efficiency. Considering the impact on Sio Yane's training, it's truly worth giving it to her. After a moment, Kim Ho spoke up. All right, I'll give it to you, take it. Yane seemed very moved. Really? He smiled kindly. Yes, it's a gift. Sio Yane took it but remained silent. After a while, she hugged it and said, thank you. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket vibrated. Hyunwoo grew worried. Kim, what's wrong? He looked at the phone curiously. Byung-chul's phone, what's up? As Kim Ho answered, the caller babbled. Oh, you picked up. Hey, are you free? If you're not busy, can you come to the club room now? Kim Ho asked in surprise. Now, what's going on? The caller replied immediately. It's about that deep floor dungeon job I asked you about. Things got a bit complicated, so she wants to see you. A short while later, Kim Ho pushed open the theft club's door. Guyang saw him and smiled. Oh, you're here. We've been waiting. One guy immediately noticed him. Is this the kid? I heard you've been making moves recently. The twin next to him added at once. Rumor has it you even caused a ruckus at the Magical Engineering Club. The other sneered. You want us to let your underlings go, is that it? The young man kept talking without noticing something beside him. Senior Bong Yisiok was getting roughed up. Yet he was delighted. He'd never seen her take action like that in his life. While he was still speaking, that thing wrapped tightly around his mouth. Guyang immediately shouted, too noisy, don't interfere, get lost. Then she cleared her throat a few times and said, ignore their rubbish. Kim Ho didn't take it to heart. Yes, senior. But Guyang frowned. You answered so readily, you seem a bit concerned about it. He could only force a smile. I'll think about it. Putting aside the unnecessary pleasantries, Guyung stretched and said, let's get straight to the point. The Black Serpent Gang commission you asked about earlier, there's been a problem with the receiver. It's caught up in a bidding dispute. Kim Ho was a bit curious. Is it a regular bid or a priority bid? She seemed displeased. It's a priority bid. He was startled. A priority bid. This is going to be troublesome. Deep floor dungeons, once their core is destroyed, cannot be entered again until they regenerate. In a given cycle, the number of people who can challenge the same dungeon is limited. For dungeons with good rewards, competition is inevitable. To resolve this competition fairly, the Satrong Academy implemented a bidding system. The basic mode of the bidding system is called regular bidding, which orders participation based on teams' dungeon clear success rates. But there is a mode that can reverse those conditions called priority bidding. Each club possesses a certain number of priority bidding rights. If used, all regular bidding conditions are ignored and the club immediately secures the right to enter that dungeon first. And currently, it means the Black Serpent Gang is tangled up with this priority bidding right. She also voiced her concerns. Of course, we entered unofficially, so getting into the dungeon isn't the issue. But once that dungeon is cleared, it will close, and the club that used the priority bid certainly won't let it go. By the way, the club that placed the priority bid this time is the Swordsmanship Club. You know, the Swordsmanship Club is one of the top clubs competing for rank 12 at Satrong Academy. Even so, do you still want to proceed? But he answered very seriously, yes, I want to proceed. This annoyed her. Are you really going to do it? Really? He was firm in his choice. Let me handle the consequences. Please allow us to proceed. In the end, she reluctantly agreed. Fine, after all, you're an outstanding junior. You probably have your own way of doing things, right? Then let's give it a try. Byung-chul couldn't hide his surprise. You'll go yourself, Guyung answered very calmly. Of course I'll go, and I'll take Davin with me. In exchange for extra pay, how about that? Kim Ho happily agreed. If we're doing it, do it properly. Guyung suddenly looked at him inquisitively. Who will accompany you? That pretty silver-haired girl from last time? He squinted and replied. Ah, you probably saw him during the match between Go Hyunwoo and Ebero. She glanced aside indifferently. Oh, the handsome one from then. But if you guys can clear a B-rank dungeon on your own, that would be impressive. The girl in the group wondered, Vice Head, she's a first year, can she enter a B-rank dungeon? Guyung was suddenly startled, thinking, oh right, Davin probably doesn't know about this. You saw him when we raided the temporary storage. But at that time, he wore a mask with magic to conceal his presence. Guyung anxiously whispered to Kim Ho, hey, can that be revealed? He wearily replied. As long as it's not broadcast everywhere, it should be fine. Guyung cleared her throat to be clearer. Hey Davin, don't be shocked, listen carefully, he is Inferno Fist. She immediately snapped her head over to look at him. After a moment, Kim Ho pulled out a thick stack of papers and said, then the introduction is done. Everyone, take a look at this. She squinted as she flipped through the pages and asked, what is this? Master Luke Siffin's strategy? Where did you find this? Hey, check this out, turn back and only pick the essentials, then get out. After reading for a while, the three of them exclaimed, you're really no different from a thief. Guyung chuckled with satisfaction. I told you he fits our club best. Davin also changed his opinion of him. Looking closely now, he's kind of cute too. Kim Ho flatly objected. I'm leaving the opportunity open, but that doesn't mean I'll accept anything carelessly. She just sighed. You're really perceptive. Kim Ho returned to the main topic. So do you think you can follow the strategy? Guyung nodded. Yes, if we follow your plan, we probably won't have to fight. We just need Byung-chul to deactivate the trigger mechanism. He flinched when he heard his name. Do I have to go in too? She immediately reminded him, you always brag about being confident and being the promising one at disarming magical mechanisms. The young man could only sigh in exasperation. Well, I did say that, but it's B rank, you know. Lives are at stake there. I absolutely won't do it. It's not that I can't do it. Kim Ho egged him on from the side. Really, you'll regret it. But Byung-chul remained unshaken. Sorry, no matter how high the pay is, I'm not risking my life for it. Before he could finish, Kim Ho read aloud. Vo An Yu Lin. He thought to himself that if someone values secrecy in their line of work, this is a hidden piece they can't ignore. The assassin they'd met before even revealed his identity when confronted with it. For a thieving club, this condition is even harder to refuse. Guyung asked skeptically, that actually exists? I thought it was just a campus legend. He affirmed again, it's real. She understood, winked to signal emphasis. Yes, you're not the type to lie, then we can't let it go. If Byung-chul won't go, then it's just us left. He couldn't hold back and retorted. Come on, if you're a man, you should have goals and dare to challenge yourself. Speaking of mechanisms, isn't Byung-chul our expert on that? Kim Ho was at a loss for words about them. If Guyung still trusts him that much, Byung-chul's ability must be reliable. If he goes along, I'm even more supportive. Afterwards, he took his leave. See you Friday night. Time passed to the following Friday night, in the Mana training room. He was sitting in a corner training. Before going into Dion's deep floor, they needed to prepare a few things carefully. As skill levels rose, using D and M grade gear was becoming insufficient, with the cleric trait he had just received. Thanks to resonance with the cleric's black bracelet, mana accumulated quickly, raising the core's level. Next was the D rank upgrade cable obtained from the random box. Even though heavy cannon is the main skill, it's very hard to level it up by normal means. So he used the upgrade cable to be safe. Kim Ho checked the information on the screen. The heavy cannon skill rank had risen from E to D. His level had increased from D to C. He smiled determinedly. Good, all preparations are complete. I've prepared everything necessary. At this rate, we shouldn't lack anything going into the dungeon's deep floor, right? Just then, Hyunwoo appeared and greeted. Kim, you're in the training room too. Kim Ho smiled warmly in reply. Oh, you're about to depart too? Training right up until entering the dungeon. Impressive. He recalled his training moments and said, I'm getting used to a new weapon. I think I can probably use it proficiently in real combat now. Kim Ho smiled, pleased. Good, it seems everything is ready. Shall we go then? That night they arrived at the dungeon area. Gyeong's 3-person team was waiting. It seemed everyone had arrived. If everyone's ready, let's set off. Go Hyunwoo felt worried again, but is it okay for Kim to go like this? What about the item you offered earlier? Kim Ho quickly reassured. Ah, that thing, it's not necessary. Just wait and you'll see. You'll understand once you look. Gyeong performed her familiar technique. Shadow butterfly flight, butterflies fluttered all around. Hyunwoo now understood, so that's it, using butterflies to scout. Kim Ho quickly confirmed. Right, we just need to follow them. Gyeong ran ahead and shouted, let's go. Davin took the opportunity to check his tablet. Soon flying camera drones appeared, and several more approached her. Gyeong quickly leapt down below, and upon landing she ordered, everyone stop. The entrance to the alchemy vault will be guarded by me and Davin. From here on, what happens to you out front will be completely different from anything we've seen before. So good luck. See you again if we survive. Everyone then stepped through the gate. Kim Ho glanced at Byung-chul, who was surveying the area, thinking to himself. As soon as they entered the dungeon, everyone immediately tensed and moved awkwardly. Sure enough, it was a B-rank dungeon. Are they nervous? If they stay like this, no matter how perfect the plan, it will fail. I need to boost their morale a bit. He suddenly called out to him, Shin Byung-chul. In his mind, he was calculating. At a time like this, rousing a man's spirit is the best approach. Byung-chul waved his hand in denial. Hey, what are you saying? Who says I'm trembling? Kim Ho pointed at his shaking legs. Your legs are trembling. Byung-chul hastily protested. It's just a habit. A normal habit, nothing to worry about. This is a B-rank shrine, the Wind Black Serpent, Hyunwoo felt uneasy, but don't you find something strange? Normally, when there are this many people, it should be lively. Somehow the atmosphere is eerily quiet. Kim Ho analyzed coldly. This area has had continuous, unusual incidents. Unfortunately, we have to take advantage of those incidents. If we follow the plan and reach the alliance, the objective will be achieved. First, let's go to the initial rendezvous point. They arrived in front of a shop. Welcome, customers. The waiter immediately ran over and asked, what would you like? Kim Ho didn't overthink it and ordered 3 portions of duck soup and a plate of dumplings. He replied very cheerfully, yes, I'll prepare that right away. Byung-chul watched him and immediately became alert. He was right, something was about to happen. Kim Ho closed his eyes and shared information. Here they periodically kidnap hunters. Their next target is that restaurant. After a moment, the waiter brought the food and reported, the dishes are ready. Hyunwoo looked at the food set on the table and remarked, that was fast, it's here as soon as we ordered. The young man quickly replied, my father gets up at dawn to prepare it. Please enjoy your meal. Just then, a masked man entered. Oh, strange, customers today, business doing well. The young man immediately defended himself. The Oxhorn Guild has definitely submitted their dues this month. But the masked man corrected him. No, I'm here about something else today. Hyunwoo immediately paid attention to that man. Is it them? Kim Ho quickly confirmed, yes. A low-ranking fighter of the Black Serpent Division. The masked man threatened, you're coming with us. The young man immediately trembled at that moment. An old man suddenly ran out. No, please don't take my son, please spare him. The man's hand reached toward his face, and then he jabbed his elbow into the old man's belly. The man fell to the ground in pain. The other immediately threatened the boy, come along nicely, and if you hesitate anymore you'll see what happens. The thug grabbed his collar. The old man could only kneel and beg. No, my son. At that moment Kim Ho spoke up. Old man will go and bring your son back. The old man was deeply moved and grabbed his hand. If you really do that, I'll give you everything I have. Kim Ho gave a knowing smile. Don't change your mind later, okay? Then he stepped out of the eatery. He watched the 3 figures in the distance and judged. They don't seem to have gone far, follow them immediately. Hyunwoo whispered to the 2 of them. They're turning into a deserted area. It seemed they'd noticed, but Kim Ho wasn't worried. Fine by me if they're lying in wait there. The one pointed his sword at the 3 of them. Who are you lot? Oh, the ones from the inn earlier, planning to play hero here. Hyunwoo felt indignant. Seeing a young man being abducted right before his eyes, how could he stand by? Kim Ho agreed. Yes, if you see injustice and do nothing, you're not really human. The two immediately charged, kudos for your courage, but it's stupid. This chivalry will get you killed soon enough. He calmly reminded Hyunwoo, don't tear their clothes. He agreed, got it. Kim Ho summoned the power of wind. The thug seemed fine and snarled back, tricks won't work. He quickly dodged the slash, and then grabbed the man's face with his hand. Kim Ho pressed down with all his strength. He watched Hyunwoo fight and thought, this side is done, but the other side still hasn't settled. Byung-chul attacked from behind and shouted, only to be kicked in the groin by that guy. Kim Ho watched inside in exasperation. Right, Go Hyunwoo can't use a sword, so he has to endure, but seeing two people beating one makes him uneasy. This fight is really dirty. After a while, he brushed his hands off inside. Byung-chul looked at the two tied up and was surprised. What? These are low-ranking fighters, not captains, he quickly confirmed. Yeah, they're the weakest in this area. In truth, he worried a bit. Lower-tier shrines probably have mid-level bosses. He reiterated, yeah, they're the weakest here. But never mind, Kim Ho turned and smiled at the young man. So the situation's resolved, let's head back. Back at the restaurant, the boy immediately ran to the old man. Father. The man was overjoyed, my son. He embraced the boy and thanked them. Thank you, truly thank you so much. Kim Ho awkwardly scratched his cheek, apologizing for intruding on the touching moment, but he still had to settle matters. The old man then remembered his promise. Ah yes, what should I do to thank you? Kim Ho pointed to a statue in the distance. I'll take that. The old man looked surprised and asked, isn't that a Bodhidharma statue? Take as many as you like. Kim Ho politely replied, thank you, then let me finish what I was eating and I'll go. The old man cheerfully offered, I'll warm it up for you right away. After a moment, Hyunwoo inspected the statue and wondered, this statue doesn't look ordinary. Byung-chul pointed and guessed, isn't that used in formations? Hyunwoo seemed quite surprised. Formations, you mean the statue? Kim Ho quickly confirmed, yes, something used in formations. More precisely, it's an authentication key used to dispel a particular type of formation. He heard it and broke into a sweat. Kim, if this statue is just a formation key then. Before he finished, Kim jumped up to block him. It contains the martial reasoning of the one who carved it. Keep it, sooner or later you'll need it, and I'm full now. Time to get serious. After a while, the three of them moved to another spot. Kim Ho turned back to remind them, you've probably memorized the strategy map, but let's review it once more. The method for conquering the Black Serpent Chamber is generally similar to the Feather Altar's edge. While I hold the Black Serpent's leader and the main force, your task is to split into two directions and secure the designated targets. However, the biggest difference from the Feather Altar edge is that the Black Serpent's leader is too strong to kill, so we'll finish it another way. Have you brought all the items listed in the strategy book? Byung-chul answered immediately. Of course. Hyunwoo also smiled brightly. Obviously. He produced the two items with their info, an emergency escape scroll B and an in-ear communicator B. Kim Ho instructed, wear the communicator and keep the escape scroll safe. From here, I'll act separately. Contact me immediately if anything happens. If you follow the plan exactly, there should be no problems, but be careful in your actions. Hyunwoo smiled encouragingly. Good luck, Kim. A moment later, the guard above snapped his eyes open. And looking at Kim Ho climbing the stairs, he demanded, who the hell are you? I'm asking who you are. But nothing responded except the hand of Kim Ho blazing with fire. He drew his sword threateningly. You think silence will save you? I'll shut that mouth of yours. Huh, what's with your hand? Kim Ho clenched his fist, flames swirling around him. With a single casual punch aimed straight ahead, he instantly blasted the masked man deep inside. His hand tightened, black smoke spreading out from within more and more. Then his hand retracted. Min Hoa looked at the flames and clicked his tongue. It burns well since it's made of wood. Even though he was the one who ignited it, watching the blaze was mesmerizing. Suddenly from behind Kim Ho came a shout. What's that? What's happening? Where's the fire? Put it out quick. He glanced back, thinking, oh, it's this loud and they still haven't noticed me. Their reaction is surprisingly slow. Maybe I should help them a bit. Kim Ho took a deep breath and loudly announced, enemies attack. Immediately, a group of assassins appeared from nowhere and encircled him. Kim Ho thought, quite a crowd, they planned to overwhelm me with numbers. Fine. One of them shouted, who are you? He shrugged nonchalantly. Ah, I said already, this is an enemy ambush. The masked man gripped his sword tightly and frowned. He's insane, seize him. At his command, the group lunged at Kim Ho in unison. He remained unfazed, merely curling his lips into a smile. Crazy? Yeah, probably, then let's begin. Thinking that, Kim Ho bent down to gather momentum. He leapt several meters above the ground. Flames sprang from his hands. Kim Ho shouted wildly, let's see which of us is truly crazier. He brought his strike down straight and fast, leaving them no time to defend. The ground around him shattered under immense force. The masked men all fell sprawling to the ground, gasping for breath. Standing in the circle, Kim Ho smiled softly. By now he should recognize me. Maybe I should cause a bit more chaos to force him to show himself sooner. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded beside Kim Ho. Judging by your moves, could you be a disciple of the Flame Tyrant? You've turned this place into a mess. Kim Ho immediately recognized the voice and thought to himself, you arrived earlier than I expected. He looked Kim Ho straight in the eye and warned, Of course you'll pay for this destruction with your life. Kim Ho knew this man was the Black Serpent's master. His gaze sharpened. Flame Tyrant, could he have mistaken me because of that Hell Fist move? Whatever this actually helps, it'll draw his attention. Kim Ho sneered, I have no reason to answer a low-ranking left flank scum. The Black Serpent's claw extended, exuding poison, he said coldly. Arrogant. If you truly are the Flame Tyrant's disciple, then prove your strength to me. With that, he swung his hand toward Kim Ho. Kim Ho gently dodged and clicked his tongue in feigned disappointment. Attacking without a word, how rude. At least let me finish speaking. He snorted at Kim Ho. You avoided that move, not bad. Staring at the Black Serpent's claws, he thought, his technique mixes Talon arts with poison skills. Cruel, one scratch could be fatal, and he won't stop there. The Black Serpent snarled, you're a slippery eel at running away. Then he lunged again, and this time Kim Ho once more evaded. Just keep dodging his strikes. Growing impatient, the Black Serpent ground his teeth. Stand still. Kim Ho shrugged provocatively. I've always been quick on my feet. By the way, you should wash your hands. Look how filthy they are. His words made the Black Serpent pause for a beat. What did you say? Using his agility to dodge, Kim Ho clicked his tongue. When those hands are clean, I might consider a duel with you. For now, I'm not coming any closer. The Black Serpent's body trembled with rage. He hissed, you bastard, I'll give you a miserable death. Yet again, the Black Serpent's claw was a beat slow to reach Kim Ho's body. He smiled with mock regret. You seem a bit too slow to dole out someone's death. He continued to surge forward with continuous attacks, constantly hissing. How long do you intend to keep running? While dodging, Kim Ho thought to himself, until I get the signal from Go Hyunwoo, I just need to keep the Black Serpent Master focused on me. Once I get the signal, I'll retreat. But if I drag this out too long, the Willow Path deception might be exposed. It seems the Black Serpent Master is starting to get suspicious. With that thought, Kim Ho resolved, it's about time I strike him. A calm smile remained on his lips. Kim Ho slowly said, if that's what you really want, I'll show you. Power radiated from his hand, triggering the system warning, Hell Fist overload. The Black Serpent finally confirmed, so it's true, you really are a disciple of the Flame Tyrant. Clenching his fist, Kim Ho shrugged, think whatever you like. Seeing him take a running leap again, the man exclaimed in shock, are you going to destroy this place again? But leaping like that is foolish. In midair, your flashy moves won't do any good. The Black Serpent's claw nearly touched Kim Ho's face. But at that moment, using his agility, he vaulted behind the man. Kim Ho laughed arrogantly, is that so? With that, he swung his arm and punched forward, a wind force technique. Hell Fist. Kim Ho frowned, estimating the strike landed squarely, but it's still too weak to take down the master. Priest Zavu is only a D rank leader. As for why the leader of an ordinary underworld gang is ranked B, it's because the Black Serpent clan is not an ordinary underworld group. His true identity is a survivor of the Great War between the righteous and demonic orders long ago. As he pondered, the Black Serpent's deep voice sounded, diverting Kim Ho's attention. I said your technique is good, but I didn't expect you to learn the void form. It seems I've underestimated the Flame Tyrant's disciple. Kim Ho narrowed his eyes, fully alert. Is he serious? Not just the Black Serpent Master, but the Black Serpent leaders of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Black Serpent's body transformed, becoming far more muscular than before. He roared, if I don't tear you to pieces today. At the same time, inside the house, the masked men scattered in panic. Voices overlapped nonstop. The main gate, what's happening? It's on fire, put it out, quick. Go Hyunwoo frowned and whispered to Shin Byingchul, it seems we slipped through without being noticed. He nodded in agreement. If things keep going this smoothly, maybe we won't have to fight at all. The two ran forward together. Go Hyunwoo voiced his guess. That door looks like the entrance to the treasure. Shin Byingchul agreed. Yeah, seeing the guards made it obvious. After finishing his exchange with Go Hyunwoo, Shin Byingchul suddenly shouted, hey, can't you hear? That's the main gate. There's an intruder at the main gate. Go Hyunwoo behind him glanced over in surprise. His acting was impressive. The burly guard looked the two up and down, then after a moment's silence smirked and said, so it's you intruders. I must give credit, you sneaked all the way here, you've got guts. But your luck ends here. Shin Byingchul ground his teeth and frowned. Damn, how did he detect this perfect disguise? He drew the sword at his side and said mockingly, how many who set foot here have only come to die? As members of the clan, you should know that. And furthermore, he said, pointing the tip of his sword at Go Hyunwoo's face and shouting, I don't recall ever seeing such a handsome-faced fellow like you before. Shin Byingchul, startled, glanced at Go Hyunwoo and thought, he got exposed because he's too good-looking even with his face covered. I wish I could be caught for that reason. He felt no guilt. Instead, he squinted happily and said, so it's my fault. I'm just grateful to be called handsome. Go Hyunwoo lunged forward decisively and cleaved the thug's body in two. He said coldly, please understand, I have no choice but to cut you down here. While Go Hyunwoo dealt with him, Shin Byingchul wrestled with the door. This is such a pain to open. Who designs locks this tight? Go Hyunwoo looked helpless and asked quietly, hey, why did you run over there? Removing his mask, Shin Byingchul sighed. Not that I'm thrilled, but it's my job. I wasn't invited here to wield a sword. They asked me because I'm the technician. Hearing that, Go Hyunwoo smiled brightly. Of course I know. I heard you're an extremely skilled expert. I have high expectations. Shin Byung-chul couldn't help but chuckle. If you say so, then let me show you what class looks like. Watch closely, the ultimate performance of Shin Byung-chul. With that, he lunged crazily at the massive door and worked on it. After a while, small splinters fell from the door as Shin Byung-chul exhaled. Finally, the door was open. Go Hyunwoo was so surprised he stammered, "Is it done?" He smiled and nodded. "Yes, you can go in now." The two entered together. Go Hyunwoo looked around and said quietly, "This is the main passage to the Vigo vault with no security devices at all." Shin Byung-chul sneered. "Unbelievable amateurs. Places like this are perfect for hiding traps." No sooner had he spoken than Go Hyunwoo's foot stepped on a brick containing a hidden trap. He quickly noticed something flash to the side. As it fired, Go Hyunwoo bent aside in time to dodge. Watching the arrow's sharp tip still trembling in the wall, he nodded and said, "Indeed, the trap mechanism is hidden well. Without you, we'd have been in danger." Shin Byung-chul frowned and asked, "Now do you understand? One lapse and you'll die instantly." Go Hyunwoo quickly replied, "From now on I trust only you." Shin Byung-chul, with a few compact tools at his chest, called out crisply, "Good, stick close to me from now on." Go Hyunwoo answered immediately, "Yes." Along the way, Shin Byung-chul kept giving orders. "Step here. Press here. When I tell you, pull this, now pull." He nimbly leapt across the traps without harm. Once safely on the other side, Shin Byung-chul laughed. "Done, you can pass now." Go Hyunwoo hurried after him, unable not to praise. "I've only heard about it, but your mechanism control is amazing, Shin Byung-chul." Seeing this, he beamed. "See, people must use technology to get things done. Got it?" Shin Byung-chul stood before a solid stone wall and frowned. "But this is a dead end. I covered the vault entrance with a false wall to hide it." Go Hyunwoo held the sword in his hand and said firmly, "After you cut through the outer layer of rock, leave the rest to me." Immediately after, he delivered sharp slashes and chunks of stone fell away. Shin Byung-chul stood to the side, applauding in admiration. Go Hyunwoo said casually, "All right, please step back a bit." Shin Byung-chul looked at what he had produced and asked softly, "Is this enough?" Shin Byung-chul nodded. "Good, that's enough. From here it's my turn. First, lend me that Daruma statue you received earlier for a moment." He used his small tools to try to disable the door's mechanism, brow furrowed in deep concentration. "You mean this, N? If this is one of the keys that breaks the barrier, then it must also be one of the important components here. After dismantling all the other parts, if I finally fit it into this slot, the door to the treasure vault will open." The two entered together. Shin Byung-chul looked around and exhaled. How much would even a single item in this pile be worth? Go Hyunwoo smacked his lips and said softly, "Just a glance shows they're all valuable items." The other nodded in agreement. "I think so too, but we can't trade our lives for them." "Oh, do you see the black talisman stuck on that chest over there? As the strategy manual says, that's the Black Serpent Leader's special anti-theft device. If a finger touches the talisman, poison is sprayed instantly. So don't be greedy and touch it." "No, wake up, Shin Byung-chul." Go Hyunwoo stood to the side watching him ad-lib, his face growing embarrassed. He was talking to himself. Glancing in another direction, Go Hyunwoo continued, "By the way, the strategy manual clearly states there's only one item not fitted with a protective talisman." Huh? Suddenly his gaze landed on something glowing in the room. Go Hyunwoo picked up the leader's black chest, surprise showing on his face, a small black chest exactly like the manual described. "Found the chest, let's get out of here quickly." Shin Byung-chul cheerfully agreed. "Right, staying longer won't help." The two of them quickly ran out, and as they went he said, "Hey, I dismantled all the trap mechanisms on the way in, so if we leave now and head to the safe zone, it should be fine. It would be more fun if something unexpected actually happened." Go Hyunwoo warned Shin Byung-chul, "Don't say such unlucky things, you know words can become reality." He immediately replied, Okay, my mouth really does run away sometimes." Suddenly Go Hyunwoo froze. He stammered, "That is." Shin Byung-chul beside him glanced at him with a puzzled look. "What's wrong? Why suddenly?" But then he put on a similar expression himself. "Wait, it really works. Could that person be the one mentioned in the manual?" The old man with white hair looked at them and asked in a low voice, "Your operation was neat. Did you do it yourself?" Go Hyunwoo stammered in reply, "Yes, that's right. I want to ask, are you a senior elder of the Heavenly Demon Order? Senior Beak Hyuk Seo, the White Serpent?" At that he frowned and thought, White Serpent, he's the Black Serpent sect's deputy leader, who in the past served as a senior elder of the Heavenly Demon Order and is one of the two titled Black Serpent and White Serpent, an existence that even the Black Serpent leader cannot fully control. He wanders unpredictably within the Black Serpent sect, following no rules, and one only encounters him with extreme bad luck. Go Hyunwoo swallowed in stunned horror. That meant the situation was indeed the worst possible luck. We were facing the worst opponent imaginable. His power exceeded every measure. If we fought, we'd certainly be defeated. The sword in his hand was infused with power. Go Hyunwoo warned in a low voice, "Shin Byung-chul, if you can, stay away from him." Shin Byung-chul frowned and asked, "What about you?" Go Hyun-woo thought the gap in strength is too great, so escape is impossible. If so, there's only one option left, he said firmly. I'll try to handle him with my own strength. Baek Hyuk-seo looked at the two and murmured, "Impressive that you've achieved so much before turning 20. Go Hyun-woo replied coldly, "It's all thanks to my master and close friends." He reached into his robe and drew out a sharp sword, saying, "You truly have a worthy master and companions. However, it's regrettable, it's sorrowful that I must personally send a promising junior like you to the afterlife. Blame your unlucky fate for meeting this old man today. As a final act of pity, I'll let you make the first move." Go Hyun-woo tightened his grip on the sword and agreed without hesitation. "Then I will make a move, hope you're ready." He launched the technique flowing water sword aimed straight at Baek Hyuk. He silently assessed. The man not only controlled the wind but also the flow of his vital energy. This was no ordinary move. But the sword in Baek Hyuk-seo's hand bent unexpectedly. Go Hyun-woo was stunned. This was the soft sword path, a venomous serpent technique. The serpent strike was unleashed without mercy, and that terrifying power successfully sent Go Hyun-woo flying backward. He gasped, a strike of tremendous force, utterly indifferent to consequences. Seeing Go Hyun-woo coughing up blood in pain, Baek Hyuk-seo's cold voice rang out, "This is a move fit only for dying alongside your opponent. Surely you don't expect this old man to go easy on you. Now prepare to block the next strike." Shin Byung-chul standing aside merely witnessing it was enough to have his whole body shaken by a single clash. Go Hyun-woo collapsed completely, fresh blood streaming from his mouth without stopping. He trembled as he thought, with such a gap in strength, a clumsy counterattack is pointless. If so, I must use my strongest technique. Go Hyun-woo struggled to stand, his eyes flashing with resolve. Baek Hyuk-seo grew increasingly amused and laughed heartily. Wonderful, but still not enough to withstand this old man's ultimate skill. With that, Baek Hyuk-seo lunged at him once more. Go Hyun-woo steeled himself inwardly, therefore I must succeed. Suddenly his eyes widened as he realized the motion matched the endless engravings on the Daruma statue. A single line perfectly coinciding with the sword's trajectory. That's the point. That's the point. A great surge of power welled up, forming the technique Azure Flowing Sword. Go Hyun-woo gritted his teeth and charged forward, dodging Baek Hyuk-seo's attack. He nodded in satisfaction. Amazing, I didn't expect someone so young to perform the move so perfectly. You have every right to be proud. Go Hyun-woo panted, holding his posture, thinking, the Azure Flowing Sword just now was nearly perfect. Still not enough. At that moment, a sharp glint appeared in Baek Hyuk-seo's eyes. He said in a low voice, "If I held back, it would insult you. Now this old man should show some real power." The power within him diffused once more. Go Hyun-woo immediately realized, this current alone made me numb just facing it, as if a giant serpent were staring straight at me. With immense power yet unshaken, Go Hyun-woo cautiously laid out a plan for himself. The next move must be his strongest technique. At his current strength, I absolutely cannot withstand it. But I cannot fall here. I must fulfill the sect's age-old wish, the dying wish my master entrusted to me, and the trust of my fellow disciples, those who placed their hopes in me and waited for me. Thinking this, Go Hyun-woo gritted his teeth and growled, "Am I supposed to collapse here? I'm not ready to end." Baek Hyuk-seo said coldly, "Then take it. This is a final strike." Go Hyun-woo fixed his determined gaze on him. He stood like a true warrior, alone against that colossal serpent. Observing his movements, Baek Hyuk could somewhat discern that the technique was a method of using softness to overcome hardness, employing pure suppleness to neutralize a lethal blow. You don't really think you can stop that attack with just that stance, do you? If you expect a bit of mercy from this old man, you'll be buried here. Baek Hyuk-seo launched a lethal strike called White Serpent Ascends to Heaven, rushing forward to assault him directly. However, Go Hyun-woo at this moment displayed an uncanny calm. He seized the perfect moment, sprang upward to evade Baek Hyuk-seo's blade. The look on Baek Hyuk-seo's face turned extremely ugly. This was a real duel between the two. The ground bore a deep groove from Go Hyun-woo's movement. His body pushed to the limit, causing him to cough out a painful gasp. Baek Hyuk-seo glanced at Go Hyun-woo, thinking, that kid used the long sword strapped to his back, and he still held firm against that ultimate technique. The moment the two swords met, it was as if an invisible force had split the space between them. That sword must be an unparalleled masterpiece. Then what exactly is that sword, and who is the boy who owns it? Baek Hyuk-seo pondered silently, but the fight was over. There are countless questions I want to ask, yet asking now would only make this moment ordinary. At last he leisurely turned away, looked at Go Hyun-woo and said coldly, "You may leave now." I recall saying the move just now was the final strike. This old man never spoke in vain. Go Hyun-woo involuntarily remembered the words spoken before he delivered the finishing blow. Then take it, this is the final strike. Only then did he suddenly realize, so that's what he meant. Baek Hyuk-seo said in a low voice, "Take him and leave, I will not pursue you." Shin Byung-chul hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you very much." He quickly supported Go Hyun-woo and began to leave. After a few steps, he turned back to watch the old man warily, whispering, "Hey, don't tell me that old man let us go only to stab us in the back later." Go Hyunwoo looked ahead without turning back, but his voice carried conviction. "I will visit you next time." Baek Hyuk-seo nodded in agreement. "I will wait." Only after they had left that place did Shin Byung-chul finally exhale. At least that old man didn't deceive us. Thank goodness, it seems no one pursued us. Rest a bit and regain your strength before we move on. He put a potion in front of Go Hyunwoo and said, "Here, drink this." He blinked in confusion. "What is this?" Shin Byung-chul explained. "This is called a high potion, a high-grade recovery elixir. I broke my rule and took out a bottle I've kept safe in my storage." He downed the bottle in one go. Go Hyunwoo wiped his mouth and gratefully said, "Thanks to you I feel much better." Shin Byung-chul smiled softly. "Of course, drinking that should make you recover." Go Hyunwoo tilted his head and asked, "Giving me such a precious item, did that cost you a lot?" He turned his face away and clicked his tongue resignedly. "It was a heavy loss. But what can you do? Things have turned out this way." Go Hyunwoo put on an excited expression. "You're generous at crucial moments. I learn something new about you every day." Shin Byung-chul, pretending to be moved, puffed out his chest and played along. "I'm the kind of man who acts when needed, remember that." Then he returned to a serious demeanor. Shin Byung-chul asked in a low voice, "By the way, do you intend to visit him again?" Go Hyunwoo nodded firmly, "Yes." Hearing that, he sighed briefly. "Next time you go, he might not even remember you. This dungeon has been put up for auction by the Sword Club. Those guys will surely sweep out the Black Serpent house. Once it resets, all memories inside will be erased." Go Hyunwoo tightened his grip on the sword and smiled faintly. "Whether he remembers me or not doesn't matter. What matters is that our duel isn't over." His eyes shone as he stared at the sword. Go Hyunwoo fully understood Baek Hyuk-seo's intention. The reason he let us live and used that last word as an excuse was likely the prideful spirit of a warrior, hopping one day to face a matured version of me. In other words, this match was only postponed. One day, I will definitely return to settle the score between warrior and warrior. Back to the battle here. I told you, I never said I was the Flame Tyrant's disciple. At that moment, Shin Byung-chul's voice came through his earpiece. "Done, head to the safe zone." Kim Ho's spirit immediately brightened. "All right, I should probably end this here." He looked at the Black Serpent and said coldly, "I think I'll be going now." Of course, the serpent didn't want to let him go. "You think I'll let you leave easily?" Kim Ho shrugged nonchalantly. "Not a chance. After all, you can't catch me, can you?" That taunt successfully enraged the Black Serpent into hissing, "You." But he paid it no mind and turned to run off, saying, "Well then, take care." The Black Serpent chased after him, shouting, "Stop right there, do you think I'll let you leave peacefully?" With that, the serpent summoned all its strength and unleashed the Heavenly Net technique. Kim Ho, who was running, suddenly slammed on the brakes. His hand absorbed the fire chi, activating an enhancement. The level of the Hell Fist rose from C to A, combined with wind power. Just as the Black Serpent's Heavenly Net neared Kim Ho, he managed to neutralize it in time. He even retaliated against it with an enhanced Hell Fist. The heat it emitted was so intense that Minho had to stagger back in pain. He looked at his smoking palm and thought, "I expected this but still got burned. I stacked an enhancement onto the Hell Fist which already has a high rebound, so taking this damage is inevitable. But even with this power, it's probably still not enough to kill the Black Serpent House's master. I shoved him away and bought some time, so I'd better get out of here quickly." Just as he turned his back to leave, the Black Serpent's voice rose from the smoke. "Stop right there." Minho forced a smile and calculated, "Look, he's recovered. I need to get out of here before things get messy." After running away for a while and reaching some distance, Kim Ho decided to stop. "Okay, getting this far should be fine. They'll surely search the area after we leave the dungeon. He'll be furious when he can't find us." Looking toward the small house, Kim Ho wondered, "Is that abandoned house the safe zone? I wonder if Go Hyunwoo and Shin Byung-chul have arrived." He gently opened the door and saw two familiar faces inside. Kim Ho exclaimed and smiled, "You two came quickly." Upon seeing him, Go Hyunwoo called out, "Brother Kim, you're here." Kim Ho, slightly surprised, hurriedly asked, "Why do you both look so pale? With your abilities, there's no way you'd struggle against ordinary warriors. Did you fight the W Serpent?" Go Hyunwoo smiled sheepishly and nodded, "Yes." Kim Ho clicked his tongue softly. "That's unlucky. Anyway, you two worked hard." He spread his hand and took out an emergency escape roll, grade B. He tore it in half with a single motion and said, "We've been in the dungeon longer than I thought, and I'm worried about the people waiting outside for you. Now let's head back." The three of them stepped through the spatial gate to return. Shin Byung-chul waved excitedly and called out loudly, "Gyeong, we're back." Go Hyunwoo looked anxious. "We need to get out of here before we're caught." A strange black smoke spread throughout the room, making him flinch. Go Hyunwoo hurriedly asked, "What exactly is this black veil?" Shin Byung-chul laughed, "Oh come on, don't overreact. That's Gyeong's skill, so don't worry. It's called Shadow Pouch, a skill that hides the people around you inside a space of darkness. So don't be tense, just relax." Hearing this, Go Hyunwoo felt somewhat reassured. That's Shin Byung-chul all right, thanks for explaining. After that, the group moved to a magnificent place like a castle. Dang Guyung led the group and said, okay, just go up here a bit more and we'll reach the ground floor. There are a lot of people above, so we'll walk. After walking a while, she turned and asked, is Fang Break-san okay? Kim Ho replied, no major problems. Hearing that, Dang Guyung snapped her fingers, smiling with satisfaction. That's my junior, so professional, you know. Who would believe a first-year student cleared a B-rank dungeon? Suddenly her eyes widened, her smile vanished, and she looked ahead. Dang Guyung whispered, wait, something seems to have entered the summonable beast's range that I sent to scout. Kim Ho frowned and asked, who is it? Don't tell me it's a teacher. She answered, no, it's Guak Seung Yi. Dang Guyung's voice suddenly dropped. We only went down to the basement for a stroll. We haven't even touched the dungeon yet, okay? From the teleportation point above, a silhouette appeared. Guak Seung Yi nodded slightly and said, hello, Dang Guyung. Seeing him, Dang Guyung cheerfully exclaimed, Guak Seung Yi hi, long time no see. In his hand, he now held a small cage. Seung Yi coldly brushed it off, skipped the pleasantries. I found something like this on another floor. I came to check, and it seems finding you was the right call. A first-year student came up from the basement, accompanied by second and third-year students. And that third year is even the vice president of the thievery club. Seung Yi glanced over each of them and then requested, please come with me to the disciplinary committee office for a moment. Dang Guyung immediately agreed. All right, sure. Later, in the head of discipline's office, Song Chunhai folded his arms and said coldly, please come in. Guak Seung Yi stepped forward and whispered into the ear of the man seated in the center of the room. I saw them near the basement entrance and brought them here. Oh Sehun asked in a low voice, were you planning to go down? Guak Seung Yi replied, no, they're coming up. He cast a skeptical glance at Guak Seung Yi. Really? Guak Seung Yi gave a slight nod as confirmation. He turned his face back and stood with a straight posture. Then Guak Seung Yi turned and walked toward the teleportation door. Oh Sehun quietly assessed the people before him. Them coming up meant they'd finished whatever they were doing in the basement. It would be best to verify that clearly. With that in mind, he softened his tone. Please have a seat first. Would you like something to drink? The student sitting opposite answered without ceremony, just water is fine. Dang Guyung added, I like honeyed water. Shin Byung-chul, standing behind, waved his hand awkwardly. We don't need anything. Suddenly, a hand reached down to pull out a chair. Kim Ho sat, crossing his legs with a confident expression. Good, I have honeyed water ready here. Oh Sehun fell silent in thought and after a moment asked, is he a member of your club now? I get that impression. Dang Guyung draped an arm over Kim Ho's shoulder, grinning. Something like that did happen. But he shrugged it off. No, I'm trying to stay independent for a while. Oh Sehun nodded in agreement. Changing clubs is troublesome, so think carefully. So tell me why you brought a first-year student down to the basement? Dang Guyung answered bluntly. There was no reason, I just wanted to show him. A flash of coldness crossed Oh Sehun's eyes. He asked, you didn't enter Dungan, did you? Kim Ho quickly replied, no, we didn't even get close. Hearing that, Oh Sehun resumed his gentle demeanor. I see. You know first years aren't allowed in the basement without permission, right? That's a rule violation. Kim Ho obediently nodded. Yes, I know. He was then questioned further. So why did you go down? Kim Ho shrugged. I couldn't help being curious about what it looked like. Oh Han sighed softly and asked everyone, curiosity is natural, but did you have to go down knowing it meant breaking the rules? He answered, no sir, I'm sorry. After pondering for a long while, Oh Sehun continued the conversation. First, Seung Yi went down to inspect the basement. Wait, I just received a call from Seung Yi. He said there were no records tonight of any unauthorized clearing of Dungan. Kim Ho and Dang Guyung glanced at each other quietly and smiled, both thinking the same. The disciplinary committee isn't stupid. They know we used an emergency escape roll, but since we didn't clear Dungan, they can't tell which Dion it was. That means they can't hold us further based on mere suspicion. Oh Sehun exhaled wearily. Anyway, the first years went into the basement, and those two escorted them. I'll deduct 1 violation point from each of you. Be careful next time, then you may leave. Dang Guyung immediately agreed, thinking to herself that it would be best not to meet again. A little later, in the hallway, Guak Seung Yi's cold voice rang out. Song Chunhai bowed respectfully and replied, yes, sir, he asked sternly. Tell me what you think about today's situation. Song Chunhai thought for a moment and then answered carefully. First, that formation was too conspicuous and drew excessive attention. If they were truly only scouting the area, Senior Dang Guyung alone would have sufficed. There was no need for the vice president to intervene personally. Not to mention Shin Byung-chul. Looking at that 3-person formation, it's highly likely their target was a dungeon, and if they aimed for a high-ranked dungeon, they must have found a way to bypass the dungeon's security system. Moreover, Go Hyunwoo is currently ranked in the top 10 of the first-year dungeon clearing rankings. Yet just now, he appeared to be suffering from internal injuries. Hearing this, Guak Seung Yi slightly furrowed his brow. For someone of his caliber to suffer internal injuries, it can only mean he challenged a high-difficulty dungeon. The likelihood of it being around D to C rank is low. It could even be B rank. "Have you checked Kim Ho's hand?" Song Chun-hai scratched his head and averted his eyes. "I only glanced, so I haven't had a proper look." Guak Seung-yi said coldly, "There's a burn on his right hand. And of course it's hard to link the temporary storage incident to this matter. But one thing is certain, that burn is recent. In that case, even if someone entered the dungeon they passed through today, that would be the moment we could trace them." A little later, outside the city, Dang Gyeong waved to everyone and squinted, smiling. "That's it for today, everyone get some rest." Shin Byung-chul was no less verbal, saying everyone had worked hard. After everyone left, Dang Gyeong glanced at him and cleared her throat before saying, "Hey, Kim Ho, you and I need to talk." Kim Ho agreed immediately. "All right." The two of them then strolled together along the quiet path. After a while, Dang Gyeong stammered, "Sorry, I bragged too much." Then she was finally caught out. Kim Ho clicked his tongue. "Right, it's a bit disappointing." She hastily explained, "No, but honestly it's because Guak Seung-yi handled it too well." "Are you teasing me?" He laughed and waved his hand. "I don't care about one violation point. It's fine." Suddenly Dang Gyeong's face tightened. "Let me see your hand for a moment." Kim Ho looked puzzled but let her do as she wished. Staring at the burn on his hand, Dang Gyeong made a judgment. Seung-yi must have seen this. Kim Ho nodded. "I thought so too," she said softly. "Have you been using the Hell Fist a lot in the Black Sand Room?" He replied sheepishly. "Actually, I've been a bit sloppy with it." Dang Gyeong stroked her chin in contemplative thought. "If this continues, we could be exposed. The key is whether we can alter the Black Sand Room's records." Kim Ho said earnestly, "I'd be very grateful if you could use some of your influence on that." Dang Gyeong snorted coldly at that. "Then do it. We also failed to serve properly, and if you get caught, we'll be in trouble." "But Kim Ho, there's something I want to ask. Why do you always do such reckless things?" The question made Kim Ho pause slightly. A look of embarrassment crossed his face. He thought to himself that it had only been a month since he arrived here, and in that time he had broken quite a few academy rules. Some were big, some small, and he hadn't shied away from clashes with various factions. Perhaps she was asking what he hoped to gain by going this far. Thinking that, Kim Ho replied, "I've cleared the Dragon Slaying Academy over 200 times already." Dang Gyeong frowned in displeasure. "Don't joke, be serious." He sighed with a careless air and asked, "Do you think only good things happened during that time, in those early days?" "Bad things happened even more often, people dying or getting injured." Dang Gyeong became embarrassed and stammered, "Sorry, I think I asked something I shouldn't have." Unsure of what to say next, Kim Ho continued, "I made a firm decision then. What belongs to me, I will never let anyone take away. Whether it's an object or a person." Dang Gyeong looked at him inquisitively. "Is that what you want? That goal is truly difficult." Kim Ho answered resolutely, "So I have to get stronger until it becomes easy." After understanding the whole story, Dang Gyeong thought to herself that it sounded fanciful. But if that was his reason, then she quietly smiled and said, "All right, I like that. It's late, go rest. I'll see you on Monday." Kim Ho asked blankly, "Why Monday?" Dang Gyeong mischievously stuck out her tongue and teased him, "I'm not telling." Time passed, and a few days later Hyunwoo ran into Kim Ho in the school hallway. "Kim Ho, good morning." He nodded when he saw him. "You look much better." Hyunwoo laughed about his condition. "I spent the weekend focusing on recovery, so I'm much better now." Kim Ho complimented, "After facing the White Serpent and ending up like that, you're lucky to have come out so well." "I'm just wondering, how did you escape from it?" He scratched his face awkwardly. "To be honest, it's a bit embarrassing to say. I used my sect's sacred treasure. I felt that with my current power I couldn't withstand the finishing blow from the White Serpent," he said before Hyunwoo could finish speaking. Kim Ho immediately guessed, "So you borrowed the power of the sacred treasure?" Hyunwoo nodded in confirmation. "Yes, back then it wasn't just my life at stake but Shin Byung-chul's as well. I had no other choice. I had to rely on the sacred treasure to survive. Even though I'm weak, I have no face to show my master now." Seeing Hyunwoo's awkwardness, Kim Ho thought to himself that the one swing had blocked the White Serpent's attack. That sacred treasure must be at least S rank, or even higher, and yet it had to be used just to escape a crisis. For a martial artist like him, his pride must have been severely wounded. Thinking that, he gently offered reassurance. "You've been through a lot. Letting go of pride is never easy." Encouraged, Hyunwoo clenched his fists. "From now on I'll work harder to become worthy and restore the sect's honor." Kim Ho smiled, pleased. "Yeah, you can do it." Suddenly Hyunwoo remembered something. "Oh, Kim Ho, are you coming alone today?" Hyunwoo glanced and Kim Ho nodded. "Yeah, is Sio Yane already in class? Let's go in too." As they entered the classroom, Hyunwoo greeted her. "Hi, miss." "Hello, you're early today." Kim Ho chimed in beside him. "Why are you here so early?" A jolt ran through Hyunwoo, the rich scent filling the classroom. "Don't tell me it's you, Kim Ho. Do you notice it?" Across from them, Sio Yane casually waved her hand, her pupils contracting as she thought to herself, "Of course. How could I not notice that smell filling the whole room?" Kim Ho scowled and muttered, "It's cookies." Hyunwoo's attitude isn't any better. "They're cookies, really." Sio Yane, uninterested, took out a bear-shaped one. Here, wanna try? Remember earlier when he innocently asked what it looked like? The two of them immediately went pale. That question made Hyunwoo quickly, with some tension, look at Kim Ho. I can't let Kim Ho suffer the same fate as me. I have to stop that from happening. So he hurriedly spoke first. The fish looked so lifelike, as if it were just scooped from the pond. Sio Yane's face fell into gloom. Oh no, could it not actually be fish? I have to make amends somehow. Suddenly someone saved Hyunwoo. The one that looks like a rabbit, right? It's delicious. Your skills have improved. Though she didn't smile, her expression relaxed. Have some more. Hyunwoo clenched his fist at his side and vowed inwardly that it was a worthy sacrifice. Later, Kim Ho suggested, hey, before others arrive, let's do this first. He turned to them, curious. What do you mean? He smiled and took out a black evil artifact box from the system. Anything else? Open it up. Hyunwoo's eyes glittered. It's finally here. I've been looking forward to this a lot, he reminded. Don't get your hopes up too fast. The items that drop directly from Yang are fixed. The real rewards are the random B rank boxes inside. Of course, compared to the reward for clearing the black sand room, this is still pretty modest, but getting 2 B rank boxes after grabbing a few things and running is still a bargain. Saying that, Kim Ho eyed the 2 gift boxes greedily. Especially the metal ingot box, it's guaranteed to contain high-grade weapon crafting materials. And there's one important thing I need to confirm with Sio Yane, just once. But she worked a miracle and pulled a B-rank pillow from a D-rank random box. Assuming Sio Yane has a luck-related trait, he placed the box under the table and asked, can you open it for me? Sio Yane nodded and replied, sure. Kim Ho watched intently as the light flashed from inside. What if the metal ingot box yields something beyond expectations? The two of them fell silent, waiting to see. Sio Yane opened it and revealed an A-type 10,000-year steel ingot. Kim Ho commented with satisfaction. As predicted, Sio's luck is insane, 2 jackpots in a row. Hyunwoo could hardly believe it. Me too, how did I get such luck? Kim Ho didn't hesitate, then opened the other one too. She quickly agreed. Okay. Next up was an energy restoring root. He exclaimed, oh, it's a pretty decent herb. There are 4, let's each take 1. Done. Kim Ho rubbed his chin in thought. The metal ingot box hit the jackpot and the random box was a decent prize too. Could there be some activation condition besides luck? Sio Yane asked, does that help you? He smiled and gave a thumbs up. Yes, very much. Hearing that, she relaxed into a comfortable smile. That's good then. Kim Ho continued thinking about the rewards. Crafting the 10,000-year steel ingot will take quite some time. I have to hurry. After class, I must stop by the forge. In the blink of an eye, it was lunchtime. Kim Ho's forge appeared soon after. I'm here to request an item, he said. The blacksmith replied while working, sorry, but this semester's commission list is full. He patiently asked, wait, can I speak with the club director? The blacksmith didn't turn and answered, no means no. We don't even accept direct heirs of famous families, so don't waste your time. Kim Ho cut in, I may not be a direct descendant of a noble house, but I have this. The smith, a bit curious, turned, huh, what is it? Where would a freshman get that? Kim Ho produced a VIP production ticket and asked, can this change your mind? A short while later, he met the Forge Club president. So what do you intend to make? A freshman with a VIP ticket, huh? Kim Ho looked a little distracted at the man before him. Here's the design I drew up. If you look it over, it'll be faster. The man sat and scanned it. You're not an ordinary student, are you? Is this a magical device? Kim Ho wasn't surprised. He had been recognized at once. Then the club president remarked on the unusual shape, possible add-on parts, and the fairly complex, interesting structure. Normally, I don't take on magical equipment, but this time I'll make an exception. What about materials? Immediately, he produced the 10,000-year steel ingot. Please use this as the main material. For the secondary material, use this mithril-made bracelet. If combined well, you can take advantage of the strengths of both metals. He took the items, thinking to himself that this freshman was interesting. The thing he wanted was unusual, and he even had a VIP ticket plus 10,000-year steel. The director laughed with delight. I've never handled this combination before, but it shouldn't be too difficult. It will take about a week. I'll contact you when it's done. Kim Ho smiled confidently inwardly. It won't be as easy as that teacher thinks. He'll contact me not in a week, but in just a few days. A little later at the arena entrance, Kim Ho exhaled and muttered, phew, looks like I won't be late. He recalled the teacher's announcement in class. You all know mentoring week starts this week, right? Students participating in the first mentoring session should move to the arena. Kim Ho thought to himself, mentoring already? Time really flies. Just then he heard someone talking. What? You signed up for mentoring too? At a glance, he recognized the 2 girls in the distance. Han Somi and Song Chunhai were here as well. Han Somi approached and greeted him. You're the versatile type mage, right? Kim Ho replied coolly, yes, why? Her eyes immediately brightened. Just as I thought, Chunhai signed up as a versatile type too. If things go well, you two might get mentored together. Chunhai turned away angrily, don't talk nonsense. Somi blinked at her retreating back. Huh, what nonsense? Chunhai only gave a vague, irritated reply, it's just rubbish. Kim Ho glanced at Somi. Is she usually like that? She sighed and continued, not usually, but lately she's been acting a bit strange sometimes. Anyway, I'm from the other district, so I'll go ahead. Good luck. He winked at Somi. You too. Shortly after, Kim Ho entered the row of classrooms. Chunhai turned and demanded, why are you following me? He innocently insisted, I'm not following you. She frowned, then please go ahead. Kim Ho immediately quickened his pace and took the lead. She trailed behind him silently, speechless. Suddenly Chunhai probed, don't tell me you just guessed. You're also going to 163H. Before he could answer, a sharp voice came from ahead. You there, you're a familiar face. Guak Jichial seemed to have registered as a versatile type mage as well. And beside him was Hong Yonhwa, the Rose Tower beauty. Song Chunhai, Guak Jichial, and Hong Yonhwa were all familiar faces. So who will be our mentor? Footsteps approached and a voice spoke, everyone. 4 pairs of eyes looked down together. Kim Ho breathed out, so that's what she meant when she said, see you on Monday. Gayung smiled and introduced herself. I'm your mentor, vice president of the Thief Club, Dang Gayung. Light streamed down the halls between the rows of classrooms. Gayung stood before the 4 of them and introduced herself. As you know, you're all in my group to become versatile mages, and being versatile means you can't rely on just magic. I don't know exactly where each of you is lacking, so today we'll assess your abilities. She snapped her fingers, and a circular map of the arena appeared behind her. We'll do this through this week's dueling matches. So this week's matches will count as the mentoring session. Now I'll explain the rules, listen carefully. The first rule is stronger opponent versus stronger opponent. Here, of course, that means me. But since freshmen must fight a senior, that's a bit harsh, so I'll add a few custom rules. First, this bracelet will limit all my skills to C1 rank when I wear it. You can think of it like a level lock area. If you can remove all 3 stickers on me while I'm still limited, the victory is yours. The final rule is for 2 people, meaning you 2 simply have to cooperate. That concludes the explanation. If you have any questions or comments, ask now. No questions? Good. When you're ready, enter in pairs. The 3 of them spoke at once, pairing up. What a coincidence. All 3 shared the same thought about Kim Ho. So if we have to fight in pairs, remembering Hong Yonhwa's excited expression, you should just go in. Go ahead. Then they recalled the raid progress Chunhai had to face. Kim Ho, no matter what happens, you must stay away from that guy. We absolutely must avoid him. Thinking that, Chunhai took a risk and asked, please pair with me. Guak Jichial looked delighted. Fine by me. Yonhwa stood in the middle looking around. What about me? Kim Ho frowned gloomily and stepped closer. Another team together, let's do our best. Seeing her almost in tears, he thought to himself that she really hadn't changed. He wondered how long she'd keep acting like that. While waiting, I'll check the quest first. The mentoring event can be checked later. Right now, what's more important is the duel rewards, which vary by completion time. Dragging it out would be disadvantageous, so it's best to finish today. Is it our turn already? Seeing Chunhai and Jichial roughed up and announcing, they called the next pair in. Kim Ho was pleased, just as expected. The seniors of 53 are on another level. Kim Ho's pair stepped onto the arena, and when ready, enter, he looked at Guang ahead and quietly assessed. Although there had been several matches before, the arena was spotless. Even with ranks limited, the skill gap between him and Song Chunhai and Kim Hwi Chial remained huge. Yonhwa whispered in his ear, any plan? Kim Ho replied without worry, first, you try fighting alone. She flinched, stammering alone. Yonhwa frowned at Kim Ho's puzzling decision. From her expression, she seemed to expect him to help like before. But since this is mentoring, she has to learn something for herself. Building teamwork comes later. First, you need to clash and taste failure on your own. When Gayung saw she was ready, she summoned a swarm of magic butterflies. So it's a take-turns strategy, do as you wish. Instantly, Yonhwa found the butterflies chasing her from behind. She quickly activated a rocket. Watching Yonhwa's actions, Kim Ho thought, a probing rocket then close in. Not a bad plan, but the skill gap is large, so it won't be easy. Gayung swept through the butterflies and darted forward. She couldn't match the speed, since when? Gayung curled a dangerous smile. I understand what you're aiming for, but that's still not enough. At those words, she launched a punch, followed by a knee strike to the gut, and finally grabbed a butterfly and threw it. The move completed, producing a large explosion. Guang wore a smug expression. Impressive, did you react from that distance? Finally, I feel like moving. Kim Ho intercepted the blow for Yonhwa, and smiled, don't worry, I don't intend to 2-on-1. Then he turned and whispered, don't just rely on laying pressure from afar. Assassin, she gasped in shock. After all those failed strikes, now you tell me to rush into melee. He suddenly emitted killing intent and growled, even if you lose, you should at least try once. Yonhwa was drenched in sweat. Yes. Immediately after, she returned to the match. Right, stalling won't win. Then I'll go all out, activate overload at maximum power. This time, she carefully used the magma whip. Seeing that, Gayung stepped back a few meters, then suddenly lunged into close combat. Ah, bold move, not a bad tactic. But that only matters if your attack actually lands on me. The whip immediately slid past her, startling her. Guyung smiled with obvious delight. She read my motion and charged straight for the sticker, promising truly a rising talent. However, I do not intend to concede easily. Yeonhwa gritted her teeth, thinking it's too fast. She used the explosion to boost her speed. In the blink of an eye, Guyung was right behind her. Where are you looking? Never lose focus in the middle of a fight. Purple viscous fluid on the ground coiled around Yeonhwa's legs. My leg. A glowing butterfly flew close, and then the explosion occurred. Inside was Yeonhwa's scream. Later, Guyung walked up to her and said, if you only stare at what's right in front of you, you'll never see the whole picture. If you don't understand, take the hits and learn from them. This is your first lesson, so extract as much as you can from it. Suddenly Kim Ho appeared and stopped her. That's enough. Yeonhwa thrashed, refusing to yield. I can still fight. Before she finished, Kim Ho interrupted. She's a third year and the club president. Pushing further won't change the outcome. You're doing pretty well handling it yourself. Good job, now go rest. Her eyes shimmered. All right, wait until Yeonhwa leaves. Gwang murmured, so it's just the two of us now? Kim Ho replied nonchalantly, seems so, incidentally. Why did you accept mentoring? She laughed with amusement. Surprised? Exactly. Oh, Sehun personally came to beg me, really, he said. If I'm in charge of mentoring, all my disciplinary points will be wiped clean. He said that and I showed no expression. I couldn't imagine him begging someone, but that was a fairly fair price. The head of discipline is bolder than I thought. So before we start, can I ask you a favor? Guyung showed some interest. A favor? Try telling me. Kim Ho smiled and made his request. I want this week's matches to start with replay disabled. She looked a bit surprised. Going all out good, I'm curious to see. Normally mentoring sessions are recorded, but this time I'll allow an exception. You should be grateful. Normally mentoring sessions are recorded, but this time I'll allow an exception. You should be grateful. Immediately after, Guyung entered combat mode. All right, let's see how far you kid can go. Kim Ho waved his hand. Please teach me, ma'am. His fist instantly glowed fiery red. The higher the overload level, the more power grows exponentially. The Capped's skill was an advanced fire magic, Hell Fist. This amount of power exceeded what his body could comfortably endure, so he had to finish this quickly. Kim Ho showed no mercy and charged forward. Currently, all of Dang Guyung's skills and traits are limited to grade C, while the static technique I copied from her is grade B. Guyung struggled to dodge the blow. Immediately after, he held the item in his hand, smiled slightly, and from Jang Guyung's perspective, the overload had been boosted to grade B while I was also using overload. This should be completely overwhelming. Kim Ho frowned, confidence showing in the corners of his eyes. Then onto the next one. This dominance made Gujang somewhat wary. Wait, at least give me a bit of time to prepare. He quickly slid past her with a reminder. In a real fight, there's no such thing as wait. Gwang refused to yield and immediately counterattacked. It seems I have no other choice. Kim Ho gathered a sphere of light above his head and slammed it into the ground to send a gust of wind that hurled Guyung away. She was instantly blinded by dust. Damn it. Kim Ho seized the opportunity to go for a knockout. The corner of Gujang's mouth twitched a few times. That makes two. She snapped and questioned him. Hey, seriously, at least give me a little time to prepare. In response, Kim Ho just curled his lips. Do you think I don't know that giving you more time only puts me at a disadvantage? I'll say it again, I'll do my best to win. Guyung gently twisted her body. Then the last one, I'll take this too. Unexpectedly, Guyung flipped in midair to evade. She proved she wasn't mediocre. She had definitely been off guard because of those kids earlier. Come to think of it, he left the Black Snake room with only a wound on his arm. I should treat him according to his actual ability. If he gets out of its range, it's easy to neutralize, and he must surely know that. His face darkened as he scrutinized each change. Very quickly after, Kim Ho ran away to evade. When the overload's duration ends, Dang Guyung's speed and mine will be equal. If she keeps running, my overload will end too, making the risk equal. However, with a grade C mana vein, maintaining a field-type magic is very difficult. In other words, while sustaining the territory, she won't be able to use any other skills. Even as the aggressor, Guyung had some difficulty. Damn, I thought he was trying to buy time just a bit, but he charged straight into confrontation. Kim Ho brushed past her and asked, where are you aiming? Guyung's step subconsciously lost momentum, causing her to collapse flat to the ground. Kim Ho stepped over and reached out to catch her. I'll take that last one too. The system board popped up announcing the score, Kim Ho and Dang Guyung, win-loss. After the match, Guyung met up with the other three. Those kids who let you take a break, is this the time for that? Chunhai muttered with a stern face. Look at the senior's outfit and the placement of his stickers. Jichial frowned, inspecting. There's a slight change from the start, right? Guyung showed obvious irritation. Hey, stop whispering among yourselves and focus here. At first I planned to give individual feedback to each of you, but now it doesn't seem important. Even considering that you're all mages, your close quarters skills are far too weak. If you're supposed to be versatile, you should at least have basic countermeasures for close combat. So today's mentoring will focus entirely on close combat. You all have a solid foundation, so you should be able to handle it. And I'm sure you guys are disappointed with the outcome of the spar, right? I'll give you 3 chances. If you remove all of my stickers in those attempts, you'll earn points. That concludes today's mentoring. Dismissed. The 3 of them slunk off while Kim Ho stayed to check the notification. The quest reward increases growth stats during the mentoring event. With that reward, acquiring skills and traits will be much easier. Seeing him standing there blankly, Gyeong called after him, "Why are you still here? Someone like you doesn't even need mentoring." Kim Ho folded his arms and replied, "Don't say that, I want to learn as much as I can. Especially with you teaching, I'll learn a lot." This sounded absurd to Gyeong. "Is there really anything you need to learn from me? You grow fast without anyone's help." Kim Ho was humble rather than arrogant. "No, I still need help. I want to learn a trait, an evasion-type trait." He thought to himself that to get the subquest reward he had to receive assistance. With this mentor, no matter how I train, as long as the mentor accompanies me, I'll get extra rewards. Gyeong stretched and asked, "An evasion-type trait? Then you'll definitely need my help. Let me take a look. Get ready." Suddenly, Kim Ho noticed something. "Before we start, you'd better take that bracelet off." She was a bit surprised. "This, you want not to be level capped?" His firm nod made his intent clear. "That would increase my chance of obtaining the trait." What kind of trait requires such an extreme condition? That strange word, distortion, puzzled Gyeong. Another oddity, what does it do? Kim Ho half closed his eyes, promising, "I'll show you after I learn it." She unhurriedly removed the bracelet from her wrist. "All right, remember to dodge properly," he half joked. "Fine." The bracelet fell and hit the ground in an instant. Okay, good. Then show me you're all talk. Dodge this one." Kim Ho barely tilted his head to avoid the move. Was this one of the Dang family's hidden throwing weapon techniques? Using throwing needles to distract and then merging into the shadows. She must have used Shadow Leap. Shadow Leap is a skill that conceals the user in darkness and disorients the opponent. It consumes a massive amount of mana. Someone with a low mana vein wouldn't dare use it. This is on a completely different level from when she said she'd only remove stickers. Just compare the number of butterflies in Spirit Flight and you can see the clear difference. That last move was really dangerous. She could unleash a grade B skill like Spirit Flight without hesitation. If she can handle that mana cost, her mana vein must be grade A or higher. But that actually works in my favor now. To get distortion, I need to dodge attacks and accumulate stacks. If the level gap is large enough, each dodge can grant 3 or 4 stacks. When I reach the minimum requirement of 1,000 stacks, I'll finally have a chance to learn distortion. That's why I pushed myself to solo bosses in all those dungeons. By now, I must have around 4,000 points, so I'll get it during this mentoring. On the final strike, Gyeong coldly slashed down. Kim Ho was a bit surprised to see her sitting down. "Why did you stop so suddenly?" Gyeong sighed and said, "I'm done, I'm taking a break." He gaped at her and yawned. Well, she used all those costly skills into the air, she must be exhausted. And evasion stacks have no time limit, so it's fine. Soon after, Gyeong lay fully on the ground. "Come rest here too," he agreed. "All right, take a short break." She also offered some praise. "You dodged pretty well. I was fighting seriously and you still didn't get hit once." Kim Ho laughed out loud. "This is a skill I honed after graduating more than 200 times. She looked at him cautiously and said, "You're really dedicated. Are you going to keep that style forever?" Kim Ho didn't hesitate to reply, "For now, yes." Gyeong cast her gaze up at the sky, but the more she thought about it, the more she felt shortchanged. Kim Ho calmly sat down beside her. "Why's that?" "It's all part of the mentoring, isn't it?" At that, Gyeong sprang up irritably. "Keeping secrets like that doesn't count as mentoring. Can I post the whole thing as a replay?" Kim Ho thought to himself. I tried to dodge the subject, but she really saw through the existence of the distortion trait, especially the conditions to learn it. This is extremely rare information. The price to keep this secret will surely be high. So he stopped dodging and asked directly, "So what do you want?" Gyeong winked mischievously. "For now, nothing, just one wish ticket." Kim Ho breathed a teasing sigh. "Sounds suspicious." She wouldn't demand anything strange later, like forcing me to join her club, would she? Gyeong pouted and snorted smoke. "Nothing weird. Is joining a club weird to you?" "Fine, I'll hear the request later and you can refuse if you don't like it. Happy now?" He winked teasingly. "I agree." Kim Ho looked at Dang Gyeong's human-like face and wondered, why does she want a wish ticket so badly? Remember that promise, though it's probably not that important. Meanwhile, at another circular arena, Sio Yane was doing short board yawns. Someone appeared from behind. "So you were here already, long time no see." "Miss," the woman introduced herself as An Young-mi, leader of Team 2 in the Future Strategy Division of Heist Corporation. She informed Yane that during the mentorship period, Yane would participate in PvP matches and strategy-focused battles directly under her guidance. Yane appeared extremely flustered, while Young-mi calmly explained the situation. The formidable opponent mentioned in the weekly PvP rules was none other than Young-mi herself. Before explaining the match rules in detail, she wanted to personally assess how much Yane had grown. For the first lesson, Youngmi decided to use a bracelet that forms a barrier. When activated, she created a reinforced magic shield and explained that she had deliberately strengthened it because she believed Yane had improved. She emphasized that if Yane approached the shield with her previous power level, breaking it would be impossible. Having said that, she invited Yane to begin. 2 weeks earlier, Youngmi had been astonished to receive a report that Yane had voluntarily signed up for the mentorship program. In her eyes, Yane had always lacked motivation despite having extraordinary talent and potential. Seeing such a gifted person remain stationary had left her deeply disappointed. Yane's proactive application raised many questions for Youngmi. She wondered whether the future strategy division's final plan project related to admission to the Last Dragon Academy had had any effect. Just getting Yane to attend regularly would satisfy her, but the possibility that social interaction with peers had sparked a real change couldn't be ignored. Whatever the reason, Yane's application gave Youngmi a rare opportunity to teach her properly. At that time, Youngmi resolved to impart all the knowledge she had to her. Back in the present, Youngmi inhaled deeply, steeled herself, and officially began the training session. However, Youngmi remained silent, simply watching her intently. Youngmi immediately recognized that look. It was the expression Yane usually wore when she felt displeased. She briefly wondered if she had misjudged the situation and whether she should adjust the difficulty level. At that moment, Youngmi equipped her weapon. Watching closely, Youngmi realized Yane had changed a lot. Just a month ago, Yane's mana was rough and unfocused. Now, the magical projectile she produced had been refined to near perfection. Still, Youngmi felt accuracy alone wasn't enough. Without supporting skills, the shield would hold. While maintaining the barrier, Youngmi quietly planned her lecture. She intended to restrain her praise for Yane's progress, then introduce the concept of projection. Youngmi fired. The magical bullet immediately shattered Yane's shield. Youngmi smiled in astonishment, silently acknowledging Sio Yane's incredible growth. In just 1 month, this progress far exceeded all expectations. Before she could fully grasp what had happened, the projectile struck Youngmi directly, knocking her to the ground. After regaining her composure, Youngmi adjusted her glasses and walked toward Yane. She asked how Yane could master both magical bullets and projection in such a short time, not only learning them but raising them to grade C. Learning that someone named Kim Ho had guided and encouraged Yane to join the mentorship only increased Youngmi's curiosity. Seeing Yane take initiative both pleased and puzzled her. She wanted to know what had caused such a dramatic change. Yane briefly recalled the past, then returned to the present, and responded only with a slight smile, offering no further explanation. Youngmi was genuinely shaken. Seeing Yane's smile was extremely rare. She expressed a desire to meet Kim Ho, and Sio Yane nodded softly in agreement. The next day, at lunchtime in the cafeteria, Kim Ho asked Hyunwoo about his mentorship experience. Hyunwoo described it as incredible, praising the mentor and the quality of the trainees in the group. When asked who else participated, Hyunwoo said Han was in the same group. Midway through his cold drink, Kim Ho realized this explained why that area was full of Sword Club members. He had suspected it before and now was sure Hyunwoo had been grouped with Han Somi. He encouraged Hyunwoo to spar with her. Hyunwoo smiled sheepishly, saying he'd once confessed to Han Somi but had been rejected. Kim Ho seemed a bit puzzled, suggesting that if Hyunwoo tried again more politely, she might reconsider. He also mentioned he happened to be grouped with Song Chunhai and planned to find out what Han Somi liked. Hearing this, Hyunwoo looked relieved and thanked him. Kim Ho knew Song Chunhai wouldn't easily reveal information, but he already had a plan to handle it. Not long after, Sio Yane appeared with her mentor. Seeing them, Hyunwoo politely greeted her. Kim Ho noticed she arrived later than usual and casually asked if the mentorship went smoothly. Both he and Hyunwoo paid attention to the unfamiliar woman accompanying her and were surprised. The woman introduced herself as An Youngmi, explaining she had been assigned as Sio Yane's mentor. Hyunwoo introduced himself politely, and then Kim Ho gave his name as well. Youngmi immediately recognized him, saying she had heard quite a bit about him, and asked if he could spare a moment for a private conversation. Although taken aback, he agreed. Hyunwoo skillfully excused himself, leaving the two. Youngmi thanked him and suggested continuing the discussion indoors. Once inside, Youngmi formally reintroduced herself and handed over a business card. She explained she was the leader of Team 2 in the future strategy division of Hyseung Corporation, a major defense industry conglomerate known for competing for top positions at the Dragon Slayer Academy and producing high-end magical tech gear, including monoclass items. This also explains why Yane possesses such advanced equipment. Examining the business card, Kim Ho silently suspected that if someone of Youngmi's standing called Yane Miss, Yane's status must be extremely noble, perhaps among the senior leadership. Sio Yane nonchalantly interjected, saying that Youngmi was basically her steward. Youngmi calmly confirmed that, adding that she handled those duties even though she felt unworthy of the title. Then Youngmi clarified her real purpose in meeting him. She wanted his opinion on Yane's future development path. Kim Ho was skeptical, saying he was just a student and certainly not the best person to provide such guidance. Youngmi firmly objected, saying she knew he was the one who had taught Yane both magical bullets and projection in just a month, something neither she nor Yane's private tutors had achieved. In her view, that made him an outstanding teacher. Kim Ho was greatly surprised, wondering whether Yane had truly never received serious instruction before. He even blurted out whether she would listen to people at home. Youngmi replied that Yane only spent time on things she found interesting. In his heart, Kim Ho felt this explanation wasn't entirely honest. Still, he agreed to help, saying Yane was his friend and he would support her as much as he could. Youngmi thanked him sincerely. Then she shared her assessment from the previous day, saying Yane had successfully raised both magical bullets and projection to grade C. Hearing that, Kim Ho couldn't help but be astonished. After a brief thought, he concluded that although her damage output was sufficient, Yane still lacked mobility and defense, factors necessary for prolonged fights. He suggested Yane learn a movement skill first. Youngmi agreed with that assessment and asked if he had any specific recommendations. Kim Ho proposed the name Featherwalk and calmly explained its function. Like silent steps, this skill lightens the user's body, increasing movement speed while generating weak turbulence around them, subtly deflecting incoming attacks and thereby providing a degree of defensive effect. The only drawback is the skill book's high price, but he added that that would certainly be no issue for Heist Corporation. Youngmi immediately accepted the suggestion and said she would have someone purchase the skill book at once. After that, she opened her storage and handed him an item to express her gratitude for his help in Yane's training so far. Kim Ho froze when he received a pair of shoes called Cloudstepper. Youngmi emphasized it was merely a thank you gift and asked him to accept it without feeling pressured. Holding the shoes, Kim Ho thought to himself that Cloudstepper must be an extremely valuable item, and only a corporation like Heist could casually give it as a reward. After regaining his composure, he accepted the gift, saying he had many needs and would not refuse. Youngmi smiled and asked him to continue looking after and caring for Yane in the future. A few hours later, walking down a corridor at the Dragon Slayer Academy, Kim Ho thought calmly. For now, Yane's training could be entrusted to Youngmi, and Hyunwoo seemed genuinely satisfied with the mentorship program's results. All that remained was to arrange a spar with Hansomi, but that wasn't urgent. With that in mind, he decided to head to the forge, until an unusual sight caught his attention. Ahead, a figure trudged down the corridor. From the exhausted posture, it seemed she had just finished a PvP match. As he got closer, he recognized Song Chunhai. However, her condition was far worse than usual, to the point he briefly wondered whether she'd suffered a crushing defeat to Dang Gyeong. This was completely unlike her normally composed demeanor. When he called, she immediately straightened her posture and she replied in her familiar stern tone. Seeing that, he couldn't help but smile inwardly, thinking this must be how she preserves the disciplinary committee's dignity. He remarked that she looked as if she'd just finished a mentorship session and must have had a hard time. She shrugged it off, insisting she was fine. But he pointed out the fatigue written on her face. That was the last straw. Her irritation flared. After venting, she finally reluctantly admitted she was indeed very tired. She accused him of calling her back just to tease her and turned to leave. He hurriedly explained he wasn't teasing, he'd just run into her and had something to ask. She replied coolly that she wasn't obliged to answer and again tried to walk off. Just then, he calmly brought up the wish ticket from their previous bet. At the mention of it, memories immediately flooded back, and with a clearly displeased expression, she gave in and told him to ask. He bluntly asked what Hansomi liked. The question left her completely stunned. For a moment, she misunderstood and thought he was interested in Somi. He immediately denied it, saying that wasn't the case. When she realized the misunderstanding, her demeanor softened. She said that if this could help Somi, she'd be willing to assist. However, she also noted Somi wasn't easily persuaded. Instead, she offered to speak to Somi in person. He gladly accepted and thanked her. She reacted with some awkwardness, clearly embarrassed. When everything was settled, he said he'd take his leave first. But as he turned, she called him back and proposed another wager. She suggested betting on the week's PvP matches, specifically who would remove more stickers. He thought to himself that he'd long ago cleared all his stickers, but he had no reason to say so. When he asked what the wager would be, she proposed another wish ticket like last time. He briefly guessed she might be asking about the burns he once received in the underground levels, but he dismissed the thought. The wound had fully healed, and he was confident he wouldn't lose. With nothing to lose, he agreed to the bet and placed a wish ticket on the table. The scene shifted to the forge. As soon as he arrived, he immediately sensed something was wrong. He'd been summoned here, and that rarely boded well. The moment he stepped in, the smith explained there had been a problem during processing. Hearing that, Kim Ho quietly confirmed to himself just as he'd suspected. The smith said combining the two items wasn't the issue. The real trouble came afterward. The cold energy within the material wasn't ordinary cold. No matter how many times they processed it, it wouldn't react properly. Most of the furnace's heat was lost rather than absorbed. Hearing this, Kim Ho nodded calmly. His reaction made the smith realize he had likely anticipated this outcome. The smith pointed out that it seemed Kim Ho had prepared a backup plan since he hadn't expected the process to go smoothly. Kim Ho admitted he indeed had a method in mind, though he wasn't entirely sure it would succeed. He added that if the method worked, the smith could request any compensation. Inwardly, Kim Ho appreciated the smith's shrewdness. With a slight smile, he made his request. After finishing the staff, there would surely be some leftover material, and he wanted that remainder used to craft a small item for him. Though the exact method remained unclear, the smith agreed that if successful, he would make the extra item. Satisfied, Kim Ho said he'd get in touch when everything was ready. Watching the smith, he thought someone in a department head position wouldn't easily give up in the face of difficulty and could handle it at a reasonable cost. The smith would certainly want to pursue it to the end, even to the point of melting the 10,000-year iron alloy. However, to do that, he needed the assistance of an extremely powerful fire element mage. That's why he prepared this method, targeting Hong Yewa, head of the Ruby Magic Tower and Hong Yeonhwa's older sister. Given their past relationship, at least she would receive him as a guest. Elsewhere, Hong Yeonhwa was exhausted. Since the mentoring began, she had been beaten to a pulp every day, and it was only Wednesday. Even though she could feel her skills improving rapidly, she still hadn't removed a single sticker. Back in her room, she wondered how much longer her body could endure this and decided she should rest today. Just as she was about to speak with her sister, she froze at an unexpected sight. In the room, her sister sat calmly with Kim Ho, who greeted her naturally as she entered. Her sister said there was no need to return Ruby since Yeonhwa had presumably handed it over voluntarily. Kim Ho politely thanked her, and her sister told him to continue taking good care of Yeonhwa. He smiled reassuringly and asked leave to go. Hong Yeonhwa watched him go with an awkward expression. Once he left, she immediately demanded to know why he had shown up here. Her sister answered nonchalantly, praising his polite manners and saying she'd heard the two of them were training together. She pointed out that Hong Yeonhwa was weak in close combat and reminded her that she'd been asked to train but had never taken it seriously. Annoyed, Hong Yeonhwa retorted that everyone was the same. Her sister replied that having teammates of that caliber was a good thing, then mentioned the upcoming PvP match, saying Hong Yeonhwa would be the one to remove all the stickers. Hong Yeonhwa was horrified, protesting that it was absurd, especially if he was on the same team. Her sister immediately dismissed the complaint, firmly asserting that she would do it all. Under pressure, Hong Yeonhwa reluctantly agreed. Before they finished, her sister added one more request. Song Chunhai and Guak Jicheol should also be on the same team. And although she didn't care about Kim Ho, her sister stressed that Hong Yeonhwa must not lose to those two. Hong Yeonhwa replied in a confident tone, of course. The next day, the scene shifted to the circular arena. Hong Yeonhwa and Kim Ho stood opposite the brown-haired boy's sister. While waiting, Kim Ho recalled the earlier conversation. She had asked him to assign the sticker removal task to Yeonhwa in this week's PvP matches. With Yeonhwa's current strength, failure was very likely, but having her take on a difficult role herself also had some value. Back in the present, Kim Ho thought about his own request to melt the 10,000-year iron alloy with the help of a fire element mage possessing a special attribute. None other than Hong Yeonhwa. Observing Yeonhwa fight her sister, he deduced that even if things didn't work out, Hong Yewa had said she'd handle it herself. In that sense, this was more of a favor than a transaction. Still, since he had accepted the ruby that had been meant to be returned, he felt he should put in effort commensurate with its value. Just then, he suggested to the sister that they adjust the training method a bit. When she asked how to adjust it, he explained that she seemed to focus only on evasion and defense. Incorporating more offense would better suit the mentorship's purpose. Tired, she easily accepted the suggestion and tossed a sticker at him, telling him to try. He stuck the sticker on his arm and then turned to Hong Yeonhwa, signaling the start of the second round and inviting her to attack. Confused, Yeonhwa reacted instinctively, while he stood firm and confident, explaining that he was only dodging, encouraging her to remove the sticker herself. Hong Yeonhwa hesitated, unsure whether he was truly only defending or would suddenly counterattack. Kim Ho calmly reassured her, conveying by voice and manner that he had never deceived her and urged her to approach without tension. Still cautious, she asked once more to be certain he wouldn't change his fighting style midstream. When the exchange ended, Dang Gyeong stepped aside, saying she would observe and that the training would begin afterward. Kim Ho nodded, and once things settled, he thought to himself. He recalled receiving a sticker from Dang Gyeong and figured she wouldn't give it casually. Very likely she wanted to assess his ability and then decide the next direction for the mentorship. Hong Yeonhwa launched an offensive, using the skill Scorch. Kim Ho narrowly evaded, keeping his promise to only dodge. Yeonhwa immediately pressed in with the next attack. While continuously dodging, he analyzed her movements. The burst effect of the Scorch seemed to act like a smoke screen. Compared to the first day, her motions were no longer simple or purely instinctive. They became more deliberate, showing clear progress. her grueling training had not been in vain. Even so, it was obvious she still had plenty of room to grow. From afar, Dang Gyeong watched the match closely, clearly interested in the training outcome. Meanwhile, Kim Ho continued to dodge, thinking about the deeper purpose of this exercise. Training focused entirely on evasion would benefit not only Hong Yeonhwa but also Dang Gyeong. After witnessing this, Dang Gyeong would very likely devise a new method combining offense and defense. Managing both elements simultaneously would certainly be harder, but that challenge was unavoidable. In the end, fatigue caught up with Hong Yeonhwa. She collapsed to the ground, unable to continue. Looking up at him, her eyes mixed dissatisfaction and disbelief. He had dodged countless attacks without being hit even once. Inwardly, she admitted his power was overwhelming, and briefly considered leaving before being assigned even harsher training. As she stood to leave, Kim Ho called her back and mentioned her rare trait. He named it correctly Aquaflame, which startled her. She was amazed he knew that, and he explained he'd heard it from her sister. Aquaflame is an extremely rare trait for fire mages, allowing flames to burn even in the deep sea environment, giving an overwhelming advantage over water and ice attributes. After a pause, he added that he'd also heard its development had stalled before reaching the next threshold. Her annoyed reaction showed this was a sensitive topic. Inside, she understood the reality. Powerful traits like Aquaflame are rare, dominant, but extremely hard to develop under normal conditions. At that moment, Kim Ho proposed another possibility. What if there were a way to push Aquaflame beyond its current limit? Those words shocked her. She demanded how such a thing could happen. In response, he calmly explained the core principle. Skills and traits can only evolve by surpassing barriers set by the system, and the nature of those barriers depends on the skill itself. For Aquaflame, the trait specialized in penetrating water and ice. The key lies in continuously burning something that carries extreme cold energy. She countered that she'd tried countless times, fighting ice golems, ice sprites, and similar creatures. He acknowledged that, but pointed out those targets melted almost immediately. Then he presented the crucial difference. What if the target had an extremely strong cold aura but wasn't easy to melt? The scene returned to the forge. The smith looked back and forth between Kim Ho and Hong Yeonhwa, asking if this was the plan he'd prepared from the start. Kim Ho confirmed that it was. The smith turned to Hong Yeonhwa, remarked that what she intended was reckless, and said he'd once sought another fire mage but failed. Looking back at Kim Ho, he expressed doubt that the result would differ this time, especially since she was still a first-year student. Still, Kim Ho remained resolute and begged for another chance. After a moment of consideration, the smith agreed to let them try. Hong Yeonhwa looked at Kim Ho in confusion, then turned to the cold welding block. When she sensed it, her thoughts immediately matched his earlier explanation. The cold aura emitted from this material was intensely chilling, unlike anything she'd faced before, and she realized this was the not-easy-to-melt target he had mentioned. She poured all her firepower into the welding block, concentrating every ounce of energy into a single point. Rather than letting the flame disperse, she maintained a steady column of fire, forcing it inch by inch through the terrible cold aura. Watching the scene, the smith couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. It was the first time he'd seen a fire mage sustain continuous output when facing such extreme cold aura. Even so, he believed it would still take a very long time to fully process this material. Kim Ho calmly replied, asking for a few more days. After seeing the initial results with his own eyes, the smith admitted there was hope and agreed to wait. A few days later, the setting shifted to the circular arena. As he entered, Kim Ho wondered if this was the final day of the first mentorship period. Hong Yeonhwa arrived quickly and greeted him, nodding he seemed to be alone. He explained the other two had gone in earlier. Observing her more closely, he pointed out that her rank appeared to have increased. She was astonished, not understanding how he could tell so easily. He just smiled it off, saying it was obvious at a glance, which made her even more embarrassed. He reminded her not to be distracted and to focus on the match. At that moment, the other team teleported back from the battlefield. Seeing their condition, Kim Ho remarked that the match must have been brutal. Hong Yeonhwa quickly assessed the situation and concluded that at this level, removing even a single sticker was already very difficult. After that, Kim Ho called Song Chunhai out for a private word. While watching the two of them, Hong Yeonhwa became distracted by idle thoughts. She wondered what their relationship was, then immediately scolded herself for caring about it. When Kim Ho called her name and she didn't respond, he stepped forward to pull her back to the present and asked how many stickers she'd removed. Curious, she asked about the others' results and learned they hadn't removed any. Realizing that removing just one sticker herself could put her ahead, she began to feel things were no longer impossible. Kim Ho told her to do it the way she wanted. He would provide corresponding support. She hesitated, surprised that this time they'd coordinate together, but he reassured her with confidence. He reminded her she'd done very well and only needed to trust her training. With his support, Hong Yeonhwa noticed something strange in herself. Normally being beside him made her feel intense pressure, but today felt completely different. Soon after, the two of them teleported to the battlefield, facing Deng Gaiyang. They were reminded that the previous pair had completely failed, unable to remove any stickers, and were warned not to disappoint me. Hong Yonhwa took a deep breath, steadied herself, activated her power, and told herself she could do it. She immediately pushed the flame column to its limit, overheating it to the maximum. Seeing this, Gaiyang questioned whether changing tactics and going all out from the start was too reckless. In response, Hong Yonhwa activated Flame Orb and Lava Warp. Holding her ground, she signaled that this time would be different, then charged forward to attack, channeling all her kinetic energy into the collision. Gaiyang calmly equipped her magic sword, observing and trying to grasp the intent behind this style of attack. When Hong Yonhwa unleashed her full force strike, it was blocked and neatly countered. But as the fight continued, Gaiyang gradually understood the plan. The flames weren't meant to overwhelm directly, but to spread across the area, creating interference and breaking up the shadows around her. Hong Yonhwa kept pressing, continuously attacking, each strike being blocked by the sword. At one point, Gaiyang realized the real target wasn't her body, but the weapon in her hand. On the next impact, the sword was knocked out of her hand. Hong Yonhwa immediately seized the opportunity. With the opponent disarmed, she closed in and delivered the next kick. For a brief moment, Gaiyang didn't move at all, causing Hong Yonhwa to hesitate in confusion. That hesitation proved costly. Dark butterfly shadows suddenly bound her legs, throwing her off balance. Gaiyang seized the moment to counterattack, and Hong Yonhwa barely dodged in the nick of time, almost taking a direct hit. Kim Ho reminded her not to lose focus just because things were going according to plan. She replied and quickly regained her composure. Watching closely, Gaiyang realized that if support like this continued, she'd have to increase the difficulty. Gaiyang advanced, warning her not to be careless in combat. Hong Yonhwa barely managed to evade the strike and countered with renewed momentum. From Gaiyang's perspective, Hong Yonhwa's judgment had clearly improved, and her movements were now usable in real combat. However, her attack patterns remained too predictable. Kim Ho decided to intervene lightly, activating magic to provide support. Still, Gaiyang warned that this balance wouldn't last forever. Then a gap appeared. Seeing Gaiyang expose a flaw for a moment, Hong Yonhwa reacted immediately. She reached out and successfully removed the sticker from the opponent's arm. The result surprised even her. "I got her sticker." From Kim Ho's perspective, the most important thing wasn't the success itself, but that she acted the moment the opportunity appeared without panicking. He reminded her that the match wasn't over yet and she needed to remain vigilant. Gaiyang acknowledged the achievement and challenged her to try to remove the remaining stickers. Hong Yonhwa assessed the situation, unsure if she could handle the rest but resolved to try. She charged forward again, but was counterattacked before she could make another clear attempt. The system declared the match a failure. Exhausted, Hong Yonhwa sat down, accepting the result. Even so, Gaiyang praised their effort. After teleporting back to the arena, Gaiyang told both teams that someone had finally removed a sticker, proving the training was not in vain. Reactions around them varied. Some were clearly astonished at what Hong Yonhwa had achieved. She herself realized that she had finally surpassed Song Chunhai, though she tried not to show it. Others showed annoyance or disbelief. Gaiyang finished by warning Hong Yonhwa not to become overconfident. He emphasized that Yonhwa still had a long way to go and announced that one-on-one duels would continue regularly. The announcement stunned both Hong Yonhwa and the blue-haired boy, signaling that the mentoring process was far from over. Gaiyang remained calm at their surprise, explaining that there were still 3 weeks of mentoring left and continuing was obvious. He told them to rest well and said he'd see them tomorrow. With that, Gaiyang ended the training. The brown-haired girls offered to return together and the blue-haired boy agreed, saying they should rest if they were training again tomorrow. As the other team began to depart, Kim Ho turned to Hong Yonhwa, intending to suggest they head back too. Before he finished speaking, Hong Yonhwa suddenly grabbed his hand. She hesitated a moment, then thanked him for helping her remove the sticker, admitting that his constant pressure had created the necessary opening. He calmly replied that no thanks were needed, and that the result was due to her own effort. Looking at him, Hong Yonhwa thought to herself that perhaps she had misunderstood him all this time, realizing he was kinder than she'd believed. When he noticed her staring and asked why, she was startled and embarrassed. She hurriedly waved, thanked him again, then left quickly, saying she'd see him tomorrow. Left behind, Kim Ho watched after her, puzzled by her sudden behavior and wondering if something urgent had happened. At that moment, Gaiyang appeared behind him, clearly annoyed. Gaiyang complained that while he was tense about someone, Kim Ho looked completely relaxed. Kim Ho was surprised to see her return, pointing out that she had left earlier. Gaiyang explained that his strange wind skill had annoyed her enough that she had to come back and set things straight. He replied that it's the only skill he can currently use. Gaiyang doubted how that could be when he claimed to have graduated many times. He explained that re-enrolling resets everything to level 1. Gaiyang noted that his technique still had no clear flaws and was hard to deal with. He smiled lightly, saying it wasn't a cheap trick. Yawning, Guyang ignored the exchange, saying she was exhausted from handling the remaining 3 students. As she turned to leave again, Guyang told him to take it easy from tomorrow and said she was going to rest. He called Guyang back, asking where she was going. When Guyang turned back, he reminded her that his week wasn't over and mentioned her promise to help him learn distortion. Guyang grumpily complained about having to work without rest, but he persisted, saying they were almost there. Sighing in resignation, Guyang agreed. Inwardly, Guyang wondered why she had promised that in the first place. He thanked Guyang, and they immediately began training seriously. During the training, Guyang attacked without pause. As he dodged, he noticed Guyang seemed hurried. Guyang explained that if they were going to do it, she wanted to finish quickly so she could rest. While continuing to dodge the blows, he also realized that unlike before, Guyang could maintain an offensive stance without tiring. Recognizing that Guyang's skill had also improved, Guyang asked whether he was far from unlocking the trait. He replied that it was very close. While dodging another blow, he instinctively opened the system panel. At the same time, Guyang warned that she was about to attack more seriously and lunged forward. In mid-motion, Guyang suddenly froze, unable to continue. Confused, Guyang asked what had happened, certain she had landed a hit. Kim Ho calmly explained that he had just learned the distortion trait. By warping space, it allows him to evade enemy attacks, though it carries a very long cooldown. The training ended there, marking the moment he finally obtained the trait he'd long pursued, something far beyond the ordinary standard. Kim Ho calmly explained that although the ability was very powerful, it had a strict limitation. After each use, there was a full day cooldown. Having heard of that drawback, she still considered the skill overwhelmingly strong and openly expressed her desire to learn it herself. Kim Ho reassured her that it was entirely possible. He went on to explain the method to quickly improve evasion, continuously face opponents stronger than oneself. In other words, she needed to do exactly what she'd done with him, but apply it to the instructors. This explanation stunned her since those opponents were far above her current level. Kim Ho didn't push further, simply saying calmly that the decision was entirely hers. He thanked her for helping him unlock the trait and told her to go rest. As she was about to leave, she called him back, reminding him of the promise he had made earlier, a wish ticket in exchange for her help. She decided to use it immediately. When asked what she wanted to wish for, she confirmed that his schedule for next week was mostly free, aside from mentoring. Seizing the opportunity, Guyang expressed her intention to go somewhere with him. She refused to reveal the destination, choosing to keep it secret as a surprise, then left saying she'd explain in detail later. Kim Ho accepted this without asking further. The scene shifted to the following week in the corridor outside a classroom. As he walked, he thought that the week could be busy if mentoring overlapped with other duties. At that moment, he noticed Sio Yane approaching, attentive to her light, controlled movements. He quickly realized she had learned Feather Step. He acknowledged her progress and asked about the rank, learning that it had reached the Deer rank. As the conversation continued, Sio Yane turned back. Kim Ho noticed her efficiency and understood that she had anticipated this situation early on. Youngmi confirmed Sio Yane's rapid progress, explaining that she had reached rank D by the weekend and was expected to reach rank C. She outlined a detailed training plan: improve mobility, increase the power of the magic bullet, fine-tune accuracy, and prepare for situations where movement abilities couldn't be used. Kim Ho praised the curriculum structure, realizing it was so well designed that his involvement seemed unnecessary. However, upon further thought, he discovered a key issue hidden beneath that perfection. Kim Ho expressed concern that the training pace might be too intense. Youngmi admitted that this was also something she wanted to discuss. With Sio Yane present, Kim Ho suggested they address it together. He asked Sio Yane how she felt after a week of mentoring. Sio Yane expressed dissatisfaction, saying the training was too repetitive and boring. Youngmi explained that repetition is the foundation of all training processes and reminded her that she had done similar exercises before. Sio Yane brushed off that comparison, saying this time felt completely different and much more tedious. When asked if there was anything else wrong, Sio Yane complained that she couldn't even nap because she kept being woken up. Youngmi sternly replied that sleeping too much was unacceptable. Kim Ho inwardly suppressed a laugh, recognizing that Sio Yane's complaint wasn't entirely unreasonable. But he also understood that if he agreed publicly, she would immediately give up on the training. Aware of that, he deftly steered the conversation and asked Sio Yane what she needed most right now. She answered that she needed rest and time to recover mentally. After considering it, Kim Ho agreed and suggested giving her a temporary break. Youngmi appeared worried, pointing out that a break would disrupt the carefully planned schedule. Kim Ho lowered his voice and explained that there was no other choice, because if they pushed Sio Yane further, she might shut down completely and refuse to cooperate. After a brief silence, Youngmi accepted the decision. Turning to Sio Yane, Kim Ho asked what she intended to do during the break, or whether she planned to lie around all day doing nothing. After thinking for a moment, Sio Yane expressed a desire to go to the city center. Youngmi immediately offered to come along, but Sio Yane flatly refused, calling her boring. Youngmi was thoroughly surprised by the remark. Realizing Sio Yane's intent, Kim Ho pointed out that she probably didn't plan to go alone and asked who she wanted to bring. Sio Yane directly said she wanted Kim Ho to come. He was slightly surprised. Internally, he reflected that he was the one who had persuaded Sio Yane to accept mentoring in the first place, so he bore some responsibility. He also considered practical benefits. Reduced training time could likely be compensated by the Heist Corporation, and taking a day to stabilize Sio Yane's morale was a worthwhile investment. After weighing everything, he agreed to go out with her that weekend on the condition that she listened to Youngmi seriously and maintain good performance during the week. Sio Yane accepted without objection. The scene shifted to a classroom. A moment later, the teacher announced that grading for the 4th week dungeon had finished and individual results had been sent out. The students began checking their scores, comparing results with one another, the room filled with mild complaints and a moderate competitive spirit. Hyunwoo praised Kim Ho for scoring perfectly, showing clear admiration. When asked about his own result, Hyunwoo modestly admitted his score wasn't very high. Kim Ho reassured him that his performance was perfectly fine. Glancing at Sio Yane, he noticed her map was unexpectedly neat. He had thought it would be messy, then realized that mapping seemed to be different from her usual habits. Hyunwoo unexpectedly agreed, startling Kim Ho, who joked that he didn't know how his thoughts were being read. The teacher then called the class to attention again and began explaining this week's raid topic, centered on the concept of protection. The explanation clarified that a dungeon boss's rank depends on what it is protecting, and to clear a dungeon you must break that protection. To illustrate the concept more clearly, a defense rule will be applied. The objective is to protect a statue of a goddess for a set period, and the score is higher the less damage the statue sustains. Monsters defeated during the defense will also count for points. Additionally, guidance sessions will be conducted according to a random rule chosen by the instructor. The announcement clearly shocked the students. However, the protagonist reacted calmly since he had already pictured how the others in the group would respond. He quickly assessed his teammates. Hyunwoo looked full of motivation, Sio Yane clearly irritated, and Youngmi was likely facing a very hectic week managing her. The scene shifted to the arena. The brown-haired girl quietly asked the blue-haired boy if he understood the raid explanation. He confirmed, mentioning the random rule chosen by the instructor. Hong Yeonhwa expressed disappointment, recalling how overwhelmed they had been in previous PvP matches. The blue-haired boy admitted he didn't know what type of task they'd face this time. Observing everyone's expressions, the protagonist noticed the group's morale was low. At that moment, Dang Gyeong stepped forward and told the group to be quiet, scolding them for the noise. With a calm smile, she announced she would explain the raid rules, skipping the basics the teacher had covered and going straight to the additional conditions. She opened the map and explained that there were 2 subsidiary rules. The first rule was melee, in which skill effectiveness increases at close range and diminishes with distance, meaning only melee damage would be counted. Kim Ho mentally noted that this random rule wasn't as harsh as he'd feared, but remained cautious because he knew there was still another condition. Gyeong continued to introduce the second rule, command. She explained that monsters on the upper floors often lack intelligence due to their low levels, but the rule of command would compensate for that weakness. With obvious confidence, she declared that she herself would command the monsters throughout the raid. Kim Ho and Song Chunhai were standing in the arena lobby after class, waiting to prepare for their round. Chunhai looked a bit surprised that the other team had stayed longer than she expected, and Kim Ho nodded in agreement. The orange-haired girl was determined she wouldn't let the butcher goblin trick her again this time. Just then, Hong Yeonhwa's group stepped out, glowing with triumphant radiance after completing their challenge successfully. When Kim Ho asked, Yeonhwa just smirked smugly, confirming they had passed the trial splendidly. That arrogant look infuriated Chunhai, while the male lead remained calm, advising her not to rush. Wasting no time, Chunhai, fired up, demanded to enter the fray immediately to reclaim her honor. The challenge began. The task was to protect the goddess statue at full health, and she immediately cast the skill Thunder domain to cover the ground. The sickly green goblins that appeared were met by her rushing straight in to attack without hesitation. A thunderous punch struck the ugly monster in the face, electricity scattering across the area. Chunhai acted extremely quickly, giving the beasts no chance to breathe. She even summoned spirit beasts to help attack. With nearly 5 minutes remaining, she stood amid the ring of lightning, looking incredibly cool and formidable. Standing behind her, Kim Ho watched silently and remarked that her magical coordination had clearly improved compared to before. But the goblins kept coming in like ants, and Chunhai was on high alert as they began to swarm the statue. She decided to strike fast and asked Kim Ho to cover her rear. he trusted her and told her to give it her all. Chun-Hai continued to channel her power, and the lightning magic under her feet flared even stronger. She lunged into the horde like a storm of electricity, sweeping away everything in her path to push forward. Kim-Ho thought the hit-fast tactic was clever, but what mattered was whether she had the speed to execute it perfectly. The male lead began to use his support skill, conjuring green magic circles around them to boost his partner's strength. However, he suddenly noticed something odd when the beasts halted abruptly at the edge of his attack range. They didn't charge in but started to spread out, attempting to surround the goddess statue from a distance to keep a safe gap. A goblin screamed piercingly and swung a weapon from a blind spot they hadn't anticipated. The axe struck the goddess statue, lowering the protected target's health to 92%, which startled Kim-Ho. He realized he could no longer be complacent. The sheer number of monsters made perfect defense extremely difficult. Kim-Ho guessed that Yon Hwa had analyzed the weakness in his skill to find a way to break it. She was indeed cunning. Now the battle had become a real race, whether the goddess statue would be destroyed first or Chun-Hai would finish them off. Pressure mounted as the monsters pressed attacks from all directions at both sides. Chun-Hai was straining to withstand the fiery slashes of the giant goblins in the midst of the battlefield. Suddenly, a roar thundered out as the butcher goblin leader appeared, wielding a massive greatsword. Chun-Hai went pale when she saw the black death aura emanating from its blade, the thing she feared most. But this time she was prepared. She stopped its attack and declared that this move wouldn't work a second time. Yet the monster had another trick. It threw her off with overwhelming strength, leaving Chun-Hai only able to exclaim in shock. Kim-Ho sighed, though he had told her to watch closely. She had ultimately missed this crucial defensive rhythm. Seeing Chun-Hai giving her all, he decided to help her win this time to satisfy her wish. Another attack landed, leaving the goddess statue with a miserable 32% health, cracks beginning to spread everywhere. Chun-Hai froze, unable to believe she had fallen into the same trap again at her old weak point. Kim-Ho immediately spoke up to reassure her, reminding her they had only lost part of the health and still had a chance if they focused on the objective. With just one final minute left, Chun-Hai calmed herself, lightning crackling threateningly around her. She realized that if she disarmed it, this butcher goblin would be just a mediocre ordinary monster. With fierce determination, she unleashed the finishing blow, a powerful current of electricity piercing through the giant monster. The goddess statue's health stopped at 15% with 58 seconds on the clock, a breathless close call for both of them. The light from her final attack swept away all nearby enemies, ending the dramatic battle at the 52nd second. Kim-Ho watched and silently admired Chun-Hai's enormous mana after she defeated the butcher. The result screen appeared, mission success with 517 points, and he turned to praise his partner. Although they won, Chun-Hai scowled. She regarded leaving the statue at 15% health as nothing short of a failure. Kim-Ho smiled. He respected her perseverance even when exhausted and encouraged them both to do better next time. The next day in Class 1-3, the school's peaceful atmosphere had returned. While their friend Han Ki-rin was still dozing beside them, Kim-Ho quietly planned to upgrade a new skill. Suddenly, Hong Yon Hwa appeared at the classroom door, causing the students to start whispering and buzzing. Kim-Ho immediately guessed that the red-haired girl had come looking for him and nowhere else. As predicted, the moment he saw the familiar figure, he knew there would soon be a favor to ask. The two greeted each other naturally amid the class's unceasing curious glances. Yon Hwa hesitated, saying she had a gift for him, and at that moment Ki-rin beside them began to stir awake. It was a long black box sent from the smithy. The item Kim-Ho had long awaited was finally finished. He boasted that thanks to her help, his aquaflame had ranked up to C. Yon Hwa cheerfully told him to keep grinding. The Mage Tower's feedback about him was very positive. Kim-Ho discussed searching for rare materials to continue upgrading, unaware that Ki-rin was watching him. Yon Hwa advised him to take his time experimenting with methods and arranged to meet during the training session. Just as he was about to turn away, Kim-Ho felt someone weakly tug his sleeve from behind. Ki-rin suddenly asked if he would accompany her to somewhere this weekend. The invitation was so sudden he couldn't react in time, only blinking and asking to confirm. Kim-Ho intended to decline and say he'd decide later, but Ki-rin emitted an overwhelming purple aura that forced him to go immediately. Kim-Ho proactively told Han Ki-rin that he had urgent business to attend to right after class. Han Ki-rin suddenly held his hand. Kim-Ho could only promise another time because he had to go meet a senior now. At that moment, the housekeeper appeared to remind the young lady that it was time to go to her advisor training. She even reminded her of the agreement about rest time to apply pressure, leaving Ki-rin to fall silent with regret. The girl had to let go of Kim-Ho's hand with obvious reluctance. While the housekeeper and Kim-Ho gave a thumbs up in agreement for punctuality, Ki-rin trudged away with a sullen expression. Watching her friend's retreating figure, Kim-Ho felt a bit guilty, but he was busy with today's extra lesson. At the arena, Senior Dangman was praising the students' progress after the successive raid. But then she announced that tomorrow they'd increase the number of goblins, leaving everyone stunned. At the complaints, the senior glared and reminded them this was the last day, so everyone needed to speed up. When the lesson ended, the group dispersed in resentment, feeling they were being pushed too hard. Kim Ho lingered and proactively offered extra practice. The senior smiled as if she'd been waiting for him. Confidently, Kim Ho asked her to funnel all the monsters toward him. That was all he needed right now. The two entered the ancient temple. Before the goddess statue, the goblins began to surround them. The monsters roared and lunged straight at the supporting youth. The goblin pounced mouth wide and threatening. Kim Ho immediately used wind force combined with levitate zone, reducing gravity and leaving the beasts hanging in midair. Seeing this, Senior Dangman couldn't help but remark that his mob-clearing ability looked almost like cheating. She was curious how his wind magic worked and also noticed the unusual weapon in his hand. Kim Ho explained the mechanism for lightening the monster's weight and revealed he was focusing on training a new skill. The senior asked curiously what the skill was, and he suddenly realized he hadn't told her yet. He raised his staff, preparing to demonstrate the results of his practice. Kim Ho said showing it directly would be clearer, surprising the senior who hadn't expected him to learn it so quickly. Seeing him point the staff at her, she panicked and waved her hands, pleading him not to use it on her. The new skill called Twister was activated, creating an extremely powerful swirling vortex. The senior couldn't react in time and was swept up, spinning through the air. As soon as she landed, she flew into a rage and grabbed Kim Ho by the head to settle the score. Kim Ho had his cheek pinched until it was distorted, only able to stammer apologies amid her anger. With a few scratches on his face, Kim Ho smiled and thanked her for the highly effective extra training. Checking his status, he was pleased to have a new weapon and skill. Now it was time to fine-tune his attributes. The Mana Core had reached rank C, but the Priest attribute at rank D was no longer very useful for Kim Ho. He told himself he must switch to a different attribute quickly, but there was one place he needed to visit first. In the special meditation room, Shin Hyung was concentrating. Since the incident in the Black Serpent's secret chamber, his strength had improved noticeably. In his heart, he always remembered what he had received from Kim Ho. Images of the ancestor's statue and the battle with the monsters resurfaced. That was the moment he attained enlightenment. Shin Hyung began to comprehend the martial principles hidden within the ancient statue. He silently vowed to train hard so he could support and protect Kim Ho from behind. As a disciple of the Sky Wind sect, he was determined to repay his senior's kindness. A few days later in class, Kim Ho suddenly took out an item and told Shin Hyung to accept it. Seeing the younger boy puzzled, he casually said it was just a small gift, nothing grand. The moment Shin Hyung picked it up, he realized this wasn't an ordinary fountain pen. He blurted out, "Is this made of eternal steel?" Kim Ho casually explained that he had a bit of leftover material, so he had the smith make it, acting as if he were giving a cheap trinket. Kim Ho asked if Shin Hyung still had the paperclip he'd given him earlier. He showed him a small groove on the pen cap and told him to try fitting that clip in. As soon as it clicked in, the pen's stats popped up, leaving Shin Hyung stunned. Extremely high mana conductivity and auto-repairing durability, truly an A-rank weapon. Shin Hyung felt embarrassed to keep receiving such valuable items from his senior. Kim Ho reassured him that it was just a reward for them having gone through life and death together in the Black Serpent Chamber. Seeing the younger boy still hesitant, Kim Ho told him to consider it a deposit for an important upcoming mission. Shin Hyung asked if they were returning to the dungeon. Kim Ho nodded, confirming it was tonight. Shin Hyung smiled determinedly, saying that whenever Kim Ho needed his sword, he would be ready. Night fell over the dungeon area, the space growing quiet and mysterious. They met a familiar guide boy again. He greeted his esteemed guests warmly. The boy insisted he arrived immediately upon hearing Kim Ho needed his guiding skills. He handed Kim Ho some support components and said there was no need to explain how to use them because they were already familiar. Kim Ho asked carefully whether they'd run into the senior guards. The guide thumped his chest and vowed to get them through without a single rat knowing. The three of them moved swiftly deeper into the academy's restricted area. Kim Ho remarked that the kids' guiding skills seemed to have improved dramatically since before. The guide boy grinned smugly, claiming he was now a true expert in stealth infiltration. In the blink of an eye, the group reached the final destination of their night's infiltration. Before them stood the teleport gate emitting a mystical purple light, dungeon number 353, the Night Feather Temple. Kim Ho and his companion had just arrived. He said it was lightning fast. In front of them was the portal to dungeon number 353, the Feathered Serpent Temple. Kim Ho pulled out a device to activate it. His companion told him to trust it. Kim Ho decided to jump in right away. She nodded in agreement. The temple rose imposingly in the midst of the ancient forest. Its archaic architecture looked colossal. Kim Ho pointed and said the target was the main shrine. His companion was overwhelmed by its scale. They began to move. Kim Ho ran while explaining the situation. He asked if she wondered why there was no tactical briefing this time. She said it was because she trusted he had a plan. Kim Ho smiled confidently. From ahead came a shout demanding to know who they were. He said the tactic was simple, clear everything in their path, The hostile locals had surrounded them. Kim Ho wanted to try a few things and told her to leave this area to him. A wave of fire energy rose from his fist. He unleashed Maelstrom and Flame Fist, blasting the rabble away in an instant. Kim Ho was quite pleased with the power he'd just displayed. His companion couldn't help but be impressed. Watching Kim Ho cut through the fray, she saw him as nothing less than a true martial master. She vowed to train harder if she wanted to be of help to him. Finally, the two arrived at the entrance to the main shrine, covered by a golden magical barrier. Her companion realized the barrier was extremely sturdy and not easy to break. Worry showed plainly in her eyes as she faced this layer of defense. Two guards inside shouted they'd let no one pass. Kim Ho, unconcerned, greeted them as if it had been a long time. They were the mid-boss pair, fat and skinny, the shrine's protectors. Kim Ho casually walked through the barrier like it was nothing and told his companion to stay and hold the entrance. She froze, baffled that he could get in. Kim Ho just waved a farewell. Recovering her composure, she was sure he had a plan. Her job now was to focus on defending outside. The two guards inside panicked when they saw him crawl in this far. They roared for blood. One lunged forward, swinging his weapon. But the support girl drew her sword to block, swearing no one would bother Kim Ho. This feathered serpent temple dungeon was notorious for being tough on anyone. Beyond the barrier and the crowded guards, the final boss, the high priest, was far more terrifying. Kim Ho thought the usual route would take too long, so he decided to play a trick. By rule, only the high priest could enter here, so the interior was rather deserted. It turned out he used the attribute copying skill, High Priest. Now the system recognized him as the boss here too. The temple's strict security backfired, allowing him to stroll in unbothered. As soon as Kim Ho entered, he heard a greeting and glanced over. The burly high priest, covered in tattoos, was holding a knife preparing to sacrifice a subordinate. Kim Ho mocked that hearing such a greeting from a man wasn't exactly pleasant. The priest warned him not to joke. He was smug. The ritual had begun and Kim Ho was too late. He challenged how Kim Ho could stop him now that the magic circle was activated. The blood of the sacrificed soldiers flowed as blazing red magical lines across the floor. He intended to turn both Kim Ho and the girl outside into supreme offerings. Kim Ho snorted, saying it sounded like the priest thought he was doing Kim Ho a favor. The high priest roared he would leave Kim Ho lying here forever. Kim Ho remained calm and prepared. A huge explosion erupted. The priest launched a furious assault with dark power, forcing Kim Ho to move constantly to dodge. Kim Ho evaded expertly and taunted him, telling the old man to try harder. Seeing red, the high priest asked if Kim Ho wanted to be beaten to a pulp like last time. Kim Ho already had Flame Fist ready. The priest laughed triumphantly, threatening that if the shrine collapsed, Kim Ho wouldn't survive. Kim Ho paused to consider. He couldn't use Flame Fist recklessly because the temple's structure was highly unstable. He realized that was why the priest was so confident. Flame Fist overheated. Running, Kim Ho decided to use a different technique to counter. He dodged a sweep of the priest's staff. The priest cursed him a little rat. The priest lunged with his dagger in a series of attacks aiming to kill. In the blink of an eye, Kim Ho appeared right behind him. Too slow, he whispered. A painful scream rang out. He had time to drive a killing knife into the old man's back. The high priest realized he had been stabbed with the very dagger taken from his own henchmen. He still growled that all tricks were useless. He gripped his staff tightly, accepting that summoning the serpent god would be slightly delayed to deal with the interloper. At his feet lay pools of blood from the sacrificed. He declared that as long as there were offerings, his body would keep regenerating infinitely. The high priest roared, vowing to turn him into the next offering to complete the ritual. He said resistance was foolish and promised to grant him a merciful death if he surrendered. Kim Ho only smiled confidently, saying he still saw a very high chance of victory. The priest flew into a rage, blasting out a barrage of blazing energy rays to incinerate his target. Kim Ho dodged and closed the gap, using the dagger to strike at the opponent's openings. Sequential, razor-sharp cuts tore across the burly priest's body. The old man began to falter, blood pouring everywhere. Kim Ho sneered that he seemed to be getting worried. He added a cutting remark. A supposedly infinitely healing man sure had slow wound closure. Cornered, the high priest began muttering incantations with a face full of hatred. Kim Ho realized the priest intended to release the outer barrier to call in more soldiers as substitute offerings. The priest raised his staff high, shouting for the warriors outside to come in and sacrifice themselves to the serpent god. But the call was met with a terrifying silence. Both of them turned to look toward the gate. The high priest's face drained of color. He couldn't believe no one answered. The gate swung wide, revealing the bodies of guards strewn about. Standing there was Kim Ho's companion, who had wiped out all of the reinforcements. Just as Kim Ho had predicted, the protective shield had collapsed, leaving support girl alone among the fallen tribal soldiers. She told herself to stay absolutely focused until she cleaned up this mess. One soldier suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils glowed red with a vicious stare fixed on her. He stealthily reached for a blowpipe, planning a surprise attack while she wasn't looking. Support girl looked down with an unreadable expression, the wooden sword in her hand still at the ready. She noted his wound was only superficial. skill. No wonder he still had the strength to cause trouble. The soldier's comrades cheered at the sight of him alive, regaining their morale. They shouted, determined not to let her leave, murderous intent blazing. Support girl smirked slightly. This was the perfect chance to test the new sword technique she had just learned. The largest soldier hoisted an enormous log and roared, aiming to crush the brat before him. She activated her skill, and a blue radiance began to envelop the wooden sword. The heavy log descended at breakneck speed. Using the smooth flow skill, she easily deflected the 1,000-pound blow as if it were a joke. The soldiers froze when they saw their heavy weapon knocked aside by a slender sword. She apologized, saying it was just business, her eyes sharp as she prepared the finishing strike. Rapid torrent, a flurry of blade arcs flashed through the foes before they could comprehend what was happening. The soldier collapsed completely, gasping out praise for the support girl's strength. Support girl politely complimented his attack abilities before turning to walk away. But after taking a few steps, she encountered a sight that made her uneasy. Another one was sneaking away to use a blowpipe. She sighed and asked if he really had to do that. She wanted a moment of silence for her opponent, and being disturbed like this was unbearable. Seeing her approach, the soldier panicked and scrambled away in terror. Support girl closed in quickly, telling him to go down there and join his comrades. A decisive sword stroke ended the fleeing coward's life. Immediately after, a glittering item box appeared from the tribal soldier's corpse. Looking at the random box in hand, she thought Kim Ho would definitely be pleased with this loot. A distant shout rose, a new group of soldiers rushed in, urging each other to bypass her and rescue the high priest. She stood blocking the passage, coldly declaring this was their final warning. As long as she stood here, not a single one would get past this door. Cut to deeper inside the temple, the high priest clutched a deep wound in his chest, blood pouring non-stop. Kim Ho nonchalantly sheathed his dagger at his hip, sarcastically saying it's over. He told the priest to surrender, since there were no more sacrifices left to heal his wounds. The high priest growled in pain, urging Kim Ho to finish him quickly because he'd run out of tricks. Kim Ho flashed an inscrutable smile. Though he said he'd oblige, he sensed something was off. The gaze of someone who has truly given up would never be so cold and calculating. He realized the priest was feigning weakness to channel power for a finishing move called the Final Desperation. But it turned out that move was exactly the reason Kim Ho had come into this dungeon. He shouted for the high priest to stop stalling and unleash everything he had prepared. Caught, the high priest gritted his teeth and drew a gleaming short sword from his own wound. He roared he would grant Kim Ho's wish and show him the true power of a high priest. Curses echoed as eerie flames began to flare around his sword. The high priest's muscles bulged. Dark energy accumulated to the point of shaking the entire chamber. He growled that at this stage, there was no turning back for either of them. A massive hellfire orb erupted, but Kim Ho silently judged that though large, its speed wasn't as fast as he'd expected. However, what made the technique truly dangerous was its homing ability. Although slower than other attacks, it was still swift enough to make anyone wary. Fortunately, he possessed both silent steps and overheat, allowing him to dodge the relentless pursuit in time. The high priest sneered triumphantly, mocking when Kim Ho planned to run, since exhaustion would be his end. Kim Ho stopped at a pre-calculated spot, murmuring that this was the perfect place. As the fireball descended, he suddenly leapt high into the air. The priest laughed, thinking Kim Ho foolishly cut off his own escape before a ranged thermal strike. But Kim Ho's calm expression showed everything was still under his control. A deafening explosion ripped through the temple ceiling, dust and smoke choking out all visibility. The high priest laughed triumphantly, convinced his arrogant opponent had been reduced to ashes without a trace. He declared victoriously that in the end, the last one standing is the winner. But his smile died when he heard Kim Ho's voice right behind him complaining about the mess of dust. It turned out that at that moment, he had activated the distortion skill with a cooldown of nearly 24 hours. He calmly said that since the ceiling was already ruined, there was no need to bother cleaning up, which stunned the priest. A terrifying heat began to gather around Kim Ho's blazing fist. He curled his lip, saying there was no ceiling left to collapse, so he could unleash his full strength without holding back. The high priest's eyes widened in horror as he realized he was about to face a true inferno. A perfect fusion of blazing inferno fist and razor-sharp twister engulfed the villain in an instant. The battle ended, numerous valuable items dropped, including a C-rank shaman dagger and a D-rank random box. Support girl stepped in, casually remarking it looked like he was finished. Kim Ho just smiled and said she arrived at the perfect time. He thanked her, saying that because she held the gate, he could finish the boss so smoothly. She was happy to have helped. With the necessary loot in hand, the goal of this expedition had been perfectly achieved. Standing amid the ruined temple, Kim Ho casually suggested the group leave this place. Plaque number 353 was fixed on the stone wall, marking the entrance to the dungeon's basement. Kim Ho and support girl strolled out through the purple teleport gate. Shin Hyung had been waiting, grinning, and asking if they ran into any trouble. Kim Ho nodded to confirm everything was fine. The run had been quite rewarding. He asked whether Shin Hyung had been spotted. The guy confidently patted his chest, claiming he'd cleaned up all traces perfectly. Then the group headed up together for some fresh air. Heavy footsteps echoed up the stone stairs leading from the basement to the surface. Reaching the building's hall, Shin Hyung breathed a sigh of relief at their safety. Kim Ho didn't forget to thank him for his efforts. Kim Ho pulled out a small wooden box and handed it to Shin Hyung as payment. The guy's eyes lit up like he'd struck gold, calling him a VIP client. Seeing Shin about to tear the seal, Kim Ho raised a hand to stop him, saying not yet. He shook the box and slyly asked if Shin would be willing to do a few more favors for free later, since this payment was just a D-rank random box anyway. Shin Hyung puffed out his chest, declaring a real man plays all in, win or lose, he wouldn't back down. Kim Ho nodded and handed over the box, reminding him not to complain if it turned out to be trash. Shin eagerly agreed, just wanting to see what's inside. The orange-haired friend excitedly asked to open it right there. Kim Ho shrugged, it's yours, do as you like. Shin Hyung poured all his luck into his hands and lifted the lid. A sparkling light burst forth, making him think he just snagged a golden rainbow. But reality was cruel. What flew out was only an F-rank wooden cup from the Spirit Serpent tribe. Truly unlucky, forget lucky. Shin Hyung lamented his misfortune in tears. Support girl patted his head consolingly, saying she had the exact same one and it was fine for drinking tea. Then she took out another small wooden box and handed it to Kim Ho, asking him to open it to try her luck. Kim Ho said the gift was deserved payment for her efforts, but support girl only sighed because she'd always opened F-rank wooden cups until now. She feared her bad luck would curse the item, so she asked Kim Ho to keep it and open it later if needed. Kim Ho took the box and promised to open it for her peace of mind. The next day at a fancy cafe, Kim Ho met Han Ki-rin for another unboxing session. She clapped excitedly at the prospect. While they were talking, Kim Ho suddenly suggested the female assistant hiding nearby come sit with them for fun instead of watching from afar. Han Ki-rin looked surprised following Kim Ho's gaze. He casually invited the housekeeper to show herself. The female assistant in a neat suit emerged from behind the bushes, pushed up her glasses, and asked whether the two of them had sneaked down to the basement last night. Kim Ho admitted they had. She sternly reminded them that was a violation of school rules, but added that she wasn't rigid, being bound strictly by regulations wasn't her style. Kim Ho smiled smugly, thinking she was exactly as he'd guessed. The housekeeper could be flexible, not mechanical. He knew she'd only follow if he showed enough confidence. He fell silent, waiting expectantly for the however he knew was coming. The assistant began recounting the island dungeon's terrifying past, once considered a demon realm crawling with monsters from goblins to skull priests. She looked Kim Ho straight in the eyes and warned him to be extremely careful whenever he intended to enter those dungeons. It was the sincerest advice she could give. Kim Ho snorted and promised he would take that warning to heart. Han Ki-rin, finding the story thrilling, demanded to go down and see for herself, but the assistant immediately crushed that hope with a blunt absolutely not. She explained that if the young lady were harmed down there, many people, including herself, would be devastated with worry. Han Ki-rin pouted in protest. The assistant implored the young lady to drop the idea if she cared about anyone at all, even a little. The housekeeper seemed to be applying psychological pressure to stop her. In the end, Han Ki-rin surrendered and sat still. Kim Ho watched and thought being a housekeeper must be a tough job. He quickly changed the subject and placed 2 D-rank random boxes from the Spirit Serpent Temple on the table to start the main event. Kim Ho asked Han Ki-rin if she wanted to try her luck opening a box again. She nodded eagerly. As the lid opened, a dazzling light burst forth. The petite young lady's hand seemed to have a luck-changing charm. Han Ki-rin held a rolled parchment emanating an eerie purple aura, the B-rank transformation scroll for household items. Kim Ho read the item's stats in astonishment. Who would have thought a D-rank box could yield a B-rank item and exactly the household type she used? Han Ki-rin stared at the new item with eyes that sparkled as if she wanted to devour it. Kim Ho thought to himself she must be desperately craving this. But unexpectedly she handed it to Kim Ho, telling him to keep it since household items didn't help her in combat. A rather sudden generosity. Kim Ho accepted it and thanked her. He thought it was a good deal, consider it the assistant's reward for his help improving her lady. He bowed politely. Riding the high, Kim Ho handed the remaining box to the assistant and asked her to open it to see if there was a better surprise inside. The housekeeper was slightly taken aback by the request. The assistant was surprised when Kim Ho told her to open the remaining box. He nonchalantly said he didn't care about the outcome, so she should try her luck. Understood, then I'll do it. The assistant took a breath and began opening the wooden box with a serious expression. The result was another F-rank wooden cup from the Spirit Serpent tribe. Kim Ho wasn't very surprised to see the trash item emerge. This group's bad luck was no joke. A little later, Kim Ho sipped his drink, quietly regretting that he'd unintentionally made the housekeeper feel guilty about her bad luck. The quiet was punctuated by the soft slurping sound. The assistant bowed her head and kept apologizing for not producing anything good. Kim Ho waved her off repeatedly, saying it was unnecessary. He really thought it was perfectly normal. He hadn't expected her to apologize so much. Kim Ho pulled out the most important item he'd obtained, the High Priest's C-rank Shaman Dagger, for inspection. The dagger's memory skill allowed it to store 2 spells and activate them instantly without casting time, a huge advantage in battle. Although it was C-rank and had some limitations on the level of spells it could store, Kim Ho was sure it would still be extremely useful to him for a long time. He began the surgery on the equipment right at the table. Kim Ho disassembled the dagger's parts and skillfully attached the components to his A-rank root sword. Perfect, done. The memory skill had been successfully transferred to the main sword, turning it into a far more versatile weapon. With the current weapon, Kim Ho felt he had enough for now. He began planning to find the attribute of that guy to overwrite onto the sword to optimize its power. Scene shifts to the arena after school. Song Chun-hai stood alone, anxiously biting her finger with an extremely tense and frustrated expression. She was racking her brain for strategies to improve the team's performance. The biggest goal was to surpass the leading duo Hong Yon Hwa and Kwak Jaichial. Images of the 2 formidable rivals flashed in her mind, making Chun-hai even more agitated. The gap wasn't huge, but they kept breaking away and she couldn't catch up. Kim Ho casually approached from behind and asked why her face had gone so dark. Chun-hai jumped and explained she was thinking about strategy. He suggested they have a real match instead of endless drills. Chun-hai worried they needed more practice in team coordination. She complained that no matter how hard they tried, their score remained stuck at around 70%. At this rate, how could they improve? Kim Ho shook his head decisively, asserting that in a real match their score would soar past 90%. Chun-hai stared, skeptical since that number was absurd compared to their training results. Kim Ho smiled mysteriously and gave a confident thumbs up. He revealed the secret that he'd just acquired a very solid new weapon. Chun-hai protested skeptically, saying that no matter how good the weapon was, they should at least practice once to get used to coordination. Kim Ho calmly told her to just follow their training. Seeing she still didn't trust him, Kim Ho pulled his old trick, proposing a bet again to boost motivation. Chun-hai eyed him warily. The reward was the same wish ticket as before. If Kim Ho won, he took 2 tickets. If she won, the ticket he held would be voided. Kim Ho patted his chest confidently. Chun-hai paused, recalling the previous bet involving Hong Yon Hwa that she had joined. This guy really loved gambling in tense moments. After a moment's thought, she realized she had nothing to lose. If they scored over 90, great. If not, she could reclaim her old wish ticket from him. Why not try? Deal 2 wish tickets. Chun-hai crossed her arms confidently, convinced she had the win this time. Kim Ho only smiled faintly. A triumphant smile spread across her face. Chun-hai thought that with these terms, even if she didn't reach 90, she'd still salvage 1 wish ticket, a very good deal. Seeing Chun-hai suddenly energized and striking a smug pose, Kim Ho froze. He couldn't figure out what she had eaten to get so fired up today. Probably just daydreaming about victory again. The setting was an old temple with a solemn statue of a goddess placed in the center. Han Ki-rin stood with her arms crossed and asked whether everyone wanted a rehearsal or a real fight. Song Chun-hai eagerly chose a real fight without hesitation. Han Ki-rin signaled to start whenever they were ready. A menacing black aura began to emanate around her. Kim Ho turned and asked if his teammates were ready. Song Chun-hai clenched her hand and nodded resolutely. Goblins began pouring out from the temple gates. A status board appeared. The goddess statue's HP was still at 100% with nearly 10 minutes left on the countdown. Without waiting, Song Chun-hai charged straight into the swarm. The goblins screamed in terror at the intruder. She unleashed the skill lightning field, creating a dazzling electric zone that swept away the surrounding monsters. Standing behind, Kim Ho noted that her movements were sharper than before. Song Chun-hai confidently replied that it was the result of hard training. Mid-fight, Song Chun-hai snapped around and asked what the hell Kim Ho was doing over there instead of guarding the statue's flank. Kim Ho smiled mysteriously and said he told her beforehand. A magical spear glowing pale blue hovered around him, automatically slaying the goblins. The monsters were flung aside by the strange magical spear. Kim Ho casually boasted that he just bought a new weapon. Song Chun-hai was surprised the spear could maintain its power from a distance. She wondered why melee rules didn't reduce its damage. Kim Ho explained that the spear was casting a wind skill on its own. Technically, the monsters were engaging the weapon in melee. She was speechless, accusing him of exploiting a loophole. Kim Ho just told her to focus on the fight. From within the black smoke, a massive creature appeared, the Goblin Decapitator, the boss of this assault. Song Chun-hai tightened her fist as electricity began to coil around her body. She resolved not to let any mistakes happen this turn. Kim Ho advised her to use a large area ultimate spell to finish it quickly. He promised to support her fully from behind. Song Chun-hai hesitated because that spell took a long time to cast. Kim Ho nodded to reassure her, telling her to take whatever time she needed. No longer hesitating, she began channeling. She announced she would unleash the move immediately and without holding back. An ice crown appeared above Song Chunhai's head, marking the eruption of immense magical power. The goblin decapitator uttered a strange cry in shock at the overwhelming magical pressure bearing down. The skill Summon Thunderstorm was activated. A colossal lightning pillar struck down, engulfing the creature in blinding light. Kim Ho watched from afar, silently admiring his teammates' raw but impressive power. The lightning blow felled the goblin decapitator, its whole body trembling from complete stun. Kim Ho turned toward the goddess statue. He wanted to ensure absolute safety and prevent the beast from swinging its blade again. Song Chunhai sneered, asserting that it definitely wouldn't happen again under her watch. However, the boss was not yet down. It growled in fury, black mist billowing from its bluish-green body. It lunged with a powerful slash. Song Chunhai realized the enemy was charging for a decisive blow. The great blade tore through the air. Song Chunhai nimbly dodged out of the way by a hair's breadth. She decided to finish it before its strike could land. Her eyes flashed with determination, leaving the enemy no opening. With a powerful electrified punch, Song Chunhai slammed into the monster's chest. The goblin decapitator was sent flying. A notification popped up. The goddess statue remained safe at 94% HP with just over a minute remaining. Kim Ho watched the shattered blade fragments fall and breathed a sigh of relief. She had handled that dangerous situation superbly. Still, he reminded her to stay vigilant until the dungeon was truly over. The smaller monsters were still lurking around. Song Chunhai smiled proudly, her hands still crackling with residual electricity. The score summary displayed an extremely high 925. Both of them were surprised. This result far exceeded initial expectations. Song Chunhai turned to thank Kim Ho for his support, but he modestly claimed she had carried the fight. Kim Ho thought to himself that he should actually feel guilty, since while she fought he had quietly copied a powerful skill trait from her. It was a skill that increased mana and reduced energy consumption, something every mage would covet. The weekly quest board showed completed. Kim Ho smiled in satisfaction. His 2 birds with 1 stone plan had succeeded brilliantly. He felt he had scored a great bargain with this extra reward. Earlier, he had thought keeping the statue's HP above 90% was impossible. Song Chunhai looked at the scoreboard and admitted she had overworried. In the end, they completed the challenge smoothly. Song Chunhai lavishly praised the decision to attack the boss's body directly rather than block the blade for Kim Ho, a brilliantly smart tactic. However, seeing Kim Ho's smile, she felt something off. There was a calculating, sly look about it. Kim Ho held up 3 fingers, stressing each word, 3 favors owed. Song Chunhai froze. She regretted blurting out the bet. Now she dug her own grave. After school, in the disciplinary office, Song Chunhai sat alone with a sullen face. She scolded herself for doing something so foolish. Her mouth had gotten her into trouble. Chunhai tore at her hair in despair. She couldn't believe she had been the one to start this mess. On top of that, she now owed Kim Ho exactly 3 favors. Thinking of his smug face made her want to explode. Her original goal had been to win the bet to force him to reveal the secret of the Inferno Fist. Now she had lost both money and advantage. A blue-haired senior with glasses watched her muttering to herself. The senior bluntly asked why she had done it, making Chunhai start in surprise. She sprang up like a spring when she saw him. He asked if she had finished her conquest match. Chunhai awkwardly asked if he had heard everything. The senior casually denied it, saying he hadn't heard a thing. He placed his hand on the stack of documents and got down to business. He wanted to know if there was anything unusual about her associate, Kim Ho. Chunhai revealed that Kim Ho had just acquired a new weapon. The senior pondered. He'd never seen the boy use a weapon before. She guessed he might have used the VIP crafting ticket won from the Emerald Magic Tower. She suggested contacting the smithing club to investigate. The senior shook his head, saying they'd never reveal customer information. Moreover, the disciplinary committee's inquiry only covered rule violations. It didn't have the clout to force them to disclose information. Chunhai still tried to persuade him to give it a shot. If they refused, she could always back off later. The senior remained cautious. He said next week was Conquest Week, so something was bound to happen. It was best to keep observing. A weekend morning in the city center. Kim Ho arrived early, dressed neatly. He turned when he saw a familiar figure. Early today, he greeted. It was Han Ki-rin with her elegant, long, silver hair. Kim Ho smiled politely and asked if she was ready to go. After a long journey, Kim Ho and his friend Sio Yane finally reached the bustling downtown. He breathed a sigh of relief, enjoying the lively atmosphere. Kim Ho asked Yin if there was anywhere she particularly wanted to visit. She paused, her expression thoughtful. Seeing Yin had no specific plan, Kim Ho suggested they stroll around and see. She nodded in agreement at once. Meanwhile, on another street corner, Lively music rang out from a wandering musician performing. They walked together along the clean cobblestone street, surrounded by upscale shops and a steady flow of pedestrians. Suddenly, a strange man wearing a smiling mask appeared, deftly sleight of hand shuffling cards to draw attention. The man's sudden appearance startled Yin slightly, while Kim Ho watched his every move with curiosity. Their eyes were drawn to two claw machines beside him, stuffed with an array of cute plush toys. Kim Ho asked if Yin wanted to try her luck. Though she said it was hard to win, her gaze never left the plushies. Yin decided to give it a try, but the slippery claw missed and she sighed in disappointment. Kim Ho stood behind, smiling quietly. Seeing his friend disappointed, Kim Ho stepped forward and offered to show his skill. Yin stepped back, curious to see what he'd do. To everyone's surprise, with a single grab, Kim Ho snagged the chubby stuffed tiger. He handed the prize to Yin. She blushed slightly as she took the plush with a shy expression. As they walked, Yin hugged the tiger tightly, pressing her face into its soft fur in obvious contentment. Kim Ho smiled as he watched her. The story flashed back to a few days earlier, when Kim Ho had met with Han Ki-rin's butler. The butler expressed sincere gratitude for Kim Ho's help in improving the young mistress. Kim Ho modestly said he hadn't done much. As thanks, he gave special exchange vouchers, including a VIP ticket for the Asura Bakery and a shopping voucher for the Elf Magic Shop. He told Kim Ho to use one voucher for himself and pick something suitable for the young mistress with the other. Kim Ho nodded in acknowledgement. Back in the present, Kim Ho watched Yin skipping ahead and felt reassured. He silently vowed to make sure she had a great day. Suddenly, the masked man reappeared right in front of them, blocking their path with a dramatic pose. Kim Ho immediately recognized him as the masked gentleman, a rare event boss. He was astonished to see him here. It seemed the masked man was targeting Yin, waving a mysterious greeting. But she showed no interest, her face cold as ice. Kim Ho guessed the man intended a familiar card trick to challenge passers-by. He watched to see how Yin would react. The masked man fanned the deck before Yin. She stared at the cards with a skeptical expression. But instead of drawing a card, Yin quickly plunged her hand into the man's coat pocket. The unexpected move left the masked man frozen in shock. Yin pulled a strange item from the man's pocket, leaving the masked man standing there bewildered. Kim Ho went pale when he saw what Yin held. He inwardly marveled at her daring and her luck. It was the lucky card, an extremely rare hidden item only obtainable from an event boss if fortune smiles. Kim Ho could hardly believe his eyes. He wondered why an event boss would be loitering in the city center like this. Even knowing it posed no harm, Kim Ho couldn't help but be curious. They continued walking, but Kim Ho kept glancing back warily. He felt something was off. Finally, they arrived at the Elf Magic Shop. The wooden sign swung gently, signaling a promising destination. Kim Ho explained to Yin that they had exchange vouchers so each could pick a new piece of equipment. Yin simply nodded. Upon entering, a pretty elf shop attendant greeted them with a smile. Kim Ho politely said they wanted to see B rank items. The attendant eagerly pointed toward the B rank display and invited them to browse. Kim Ho nodded in thanks and moved forward with Yin. After skimming a few items, Yin began to show clear signs of boredom. She pouted as if none of it appealed to her. Kim Ho beside her felt a bit deflated too. From Kim Ho's perspective, the items here weren't worth wasting the precious exchange vouchers on. He sighed quietly in thought. Suddenly, Kim Ho asked the attendant if they could see the back storage. The elf flinched, her face showing obvious embarrassment at the request. She forced a smile, thinking the boy must have heard rumors from seniors to ask about the stockroom. Knowing she couldn't refuse, she agreed. The storeroom door opened, revealing a cluttered, dusty space. The attendant warned them not to mention this to anyone. The two stepped inside. Kim Ho began rummaging through piles of old goods. He thought to himself the item had to be here somewhere. It couldn't have been sold. Then, beneath some old cloth, a jewelry box emitted a mystical blue smoke. Kim Ho smiled in satisfaction. He had found the Fairy Queen's jewelry box. Kim Ho pulled out 2 B rank vouchers and made a bold offer to the attendant. He wanted to exchange both vouchers for that B+ box. His gaze was determined. The elf attendant asked in surprise if Kim Ho was sure he wanted the Fairy Queen's jewelry box, reminding him that it was a random item box with high risk. Kim Ho nodded firmly, saying he was confident in his luck. Seeing his resolve, the attendant acquiesced. Meanwhile, Sio Yane remained absorbed with the newly won stuffed tiger. Leaving the magic shop, they stopped by the Asura Bakery in the city center. Kim Ho presented the VIP voucher and the staff quickly validated it. The bakery manager warmly invited them in. The shop was cozy, filled with the scent of baked goods and a dazzling display of pastries. Looking at the colorful trays, Kim Ho asked Yin if they looked appealing. She nodded, eyes fixed on the strawberry cream-topped pastries. Seeing she wanted to try everything, Kim Ho proposed picking one of each and splitting them. Yin eagerly agreed, her eyes lighting up. After filling a table with food, Kim Ho realized they'd overdone it. He laughed and said if they couldn't finish it, they could just pack it to go, no need to worry. While Ian enjoyed the pastries, Kim Ho suggested using the moment to open the jewelry box. He asked if she wanted to try applying the lucky card they'd just got into the box. Kim Ho placed the box on the table, ready to perform the most important step. Ian watched anxiously, curious about what miracle might occur. He held the lucky card over the magic box. A teal spiritual aura began to radiate, enveloping the entire box. Ian gave a small exclamation of surprise. The golden card gleamed. Kim Ho explained that it was imbuing the box with an extremely high luck stat to ensure a top-tier drop. He reassured her that the item's effect wouldn't be lost. When finished, Kim Ho handed the aura-infused box to Ian and told her to open it herself. She took a deep breath and slowly touched the lid. The instant the lid cracked open, a blinding light burst forth, accompanied by a mysterious white smoke that spread across the table. The light was so brilliant both had to squint. Kim Ho recognized it as the sign of an exceptionally rare item, far beyond their initial expectations. Within the ethereal smoke appeared two bracelets shaped like clouds. Kim Ho immediately recognized them as A-rank superb equipment. The item descriptions flashed clearly: Cumulus Bracelet, which resists magical damage, and Dark Cloud Bracelet, which resists physical damage. Both were A-rank, an unbeatable result. Kim Ho couldn't hide his smugness, thinking his luck was no joke. Getting two A-rank items from a single B+ box was a huge payout. Ian shyly asked if she had helped at all. Kim Ho beamed, affirming that it was her choice of the card that earned them such great items. Since he'd used both exchange vouchers, Kim Ho suggested they each take one bracelet for protection. He picked up the Cumulus bracelet and offered it to her. He carefully explained that as a gunner, Ian would often face mages, so protection against magical damage would be extremely valuable. Ian listened intently. Ian slipped the bracelet onto her wrist, her eyes showing surprise and satisfaction. The gift fit perfectly and radiated a gentle energy around her. Seeing her expression, Kim Ho knew she really liked it. He smiled with self-satisfaction, feeling the outing had been a complete success. The stroll ended late into the night as streetlights began to illuminate the old quarter. Kim Ho said it was time to go rest. Walking home, Kim Ho asked Ian how she felt about the day. She hugged the stuffed tiger and smiled softly, saying she had a wonderful time. Kim Ho reminded her that from tomorrow they'd return to more intense training. While they talked, a figure flashed by and made him stop in his tracks. Sensing a strange, murderous intent, Kim Ho turned back in puzzlement. He wondered who the passerby was to exude such a terrifying pressure. Ian also stopped, looking at him worriedly. The cloaked figure stood motionless in the quiet street, his silhouette stretching under the dim lamplight, conveying solitude and danger. He silently slipped into a dark alley, completely separated from the bustle of the main street, as if hiding from the pursuit of light. In the shadows, a gloved hand slowly drew a sharp dagger. He muttered curses at those out there, telling them to savor these last peaceful moments. He slashed the old brick wall with the blade, producing chilling sounds. Each cut seemed to express the hatred and bloodlust boiling inside him. He muttered that this peace was only temporary. The deep alley swallowed the silhouette of the killer who hid there, awaiting his chance. The cloaked figure coldly declared that soon all those joyful laughs would turn into heart-wrenching screams of pain. He revealed his face beneath the hood with a twisted, manic grin. One eye glowed an evil magenta, heralding a coming storm as Season 1 drew to a close.